Achtung, Achtung. Hier ist die Sendestelle Berlin.
Wenn ihr den Rundfunk hören.
Das Fernsehen will ja kein Luxusartikel bleiben.
Hallo und herzlich willkommen zur Dream Stage. Ihr befindet euch auf der IFA. Heute ist Sonntag, ich glaube, es ist der 8. September. Ihr seid genau richtig hier. Einen wunderschönen guten Morgen and a warm welcome also to our international guests. It's great to have you here. Heute wird es wieder einen Tag geben mit einer rasanten Fahrt durch eine Themenbreite, die ihr euch nicht verpassen solltet. Heute werden wir uns mit dem Thema Smart Cities und nachhaltige Architektur beschäftigen. Wir werden uns das nächste Jahrzehnt des Gamings anschauen. Wir werden das alles innerhalb vor allem der W-Lounge, einer Summit hier zu Beginn des Tages sehen. Dann später werden wir unsere Kindheitsvision wahr werden lassen. Wir werden fliegende Autos sehen, um dann zu Trackern zu kommen, die nicht nur Lost and Found, verlorene Gegenstände wiederfinden, sondern auch noch grün, nachhaltig und etwas Gutes für die Welt tun. Aber das ist nur ein kleiner Teil von dem, was wir erleben wollen. Ich weiß jetzt nicht, ich interessiere mich ja hin und wieder dafür, was ihr so in den letzten Tagen erlebt habt oder was ihr heute schon erlebt habt. Ich meine, es ist noch früher Morgen, aber wer hat sich denn heute oder gestern vielleicht schon mal durchkneten lassen von Massagerobotern? Vielleicht mal ein kurzes Handzeichen. Noch verhalten. Gut, aber es ist jetzt auch erst um 10, aber kann ja sein. Wer ist denn dem positiv aufgeschlossen gegenüber, sich hier mal in die Messe zu stellen? Ich sehe schon die Menschen, vor allem die jetzt schon ein paar Tage hier sind. Ich glaube auch, es wird so langsam auch diese Wand fallen, ja, also diese Scham, das jetzt mitten in der Halle zu machen, sich massieren zu lassen. Ich glaube, spätestens morgen sind wir alle soweit. Alright. Something for our international guests. The next summit will be in English. Over the day, we're gonna switch sometimes into English, sometimes into German. For that reason, we got a QR code because we have something amazing here. We have an AI-driven translator that translates everything that takes place on the stage directly into your phone, into your mobile device. So check out this QR code and scan it, either for now or for later. It helps you to get everything and every word. Besides that, if you're sometimes, and it could happen during the day, distracted by the surround noises, you can get yourself headphones. These headphones you're gonna find over there. Yes, we see some hands waving, because it makes sure that you get everything that has been said or will be said here on stage. So our voices will be very close to your ear then. But now, let's start into the day. Es wird ein Vormittag voller Insights und Innovationen, das kann ich schon mal versprechen, denn wir lauschen gleich der W-Lounge Summit, die geleitet wird von der großartigen Mali Baum. Sie ist CEO und Founder von der W-Lounge und der Magda Group und Vorsitzende des IFA Next Advisory Boards. Zusammen mit ihr zu Beginn wird der Staatssekretär für Wirtschaft auf der Bühne sein, Michael Biel. Und danach tauchen wir ein in eine Summit, die uns sowohl in die nächste Ära des Gamings führen wird, als auch dann in das Thema Smart Cities und nachhaltige Architektur. Deshalb es ist ein vollgepacktes Panel. Es wird Spaß machen, es wird viele Insights geben. Deswegen kommt ruhig und nehmt euch noch ein paar der Plätze. So, und jetzt ist es mir eine Ehre, auf der Bühne begrüßen zu dürfen. Mali Baum, welcome on stage. The stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Pleasure to be here, also for the people online and offline. I'm very proud to be here. I have so many hats today. I'm also the head of the advisory board at IFA, which makes me super proud to see how it came up. And of course, I'm also very much Berliner, own W Launch company, which is an ecosystem taking startup from 0 to 100. We just made beautiful to exit with Berliner startups. And I would say that our mission in general is to really leverage the innovation and the collaboration with corporates, family office, and the brilliant universities and innovation, I would say science and deep tech that we are having here. But it's not about me today. It's about Berlin, it's about IFA, and it's about presenting what we are driving together. One of the beautiful things that we're doing every year, we call it We Go Crazy, and we build a German tech Oscar. It's called Tech Awards Gala, and this year it's coming December 14 with the mayor of Berlin in the Rotes Rathaus. Before I'm starting, I would love to bring on stage someone very special, someone that eventually the private sector, as entrepreneur and creative as you can be, we are driving a lot of changes. But we cannot do it without the public sector. I would love to invite with me, and very proud to have him with me today, Michael Baum. Please come on stage, Michael Bill.
We're not married yet.
Thank you. State Secretary of the Berlin Economic Department. Thank you very much.
Thanks for
Welcome to
having
sit.
me.
They're
Good morning,
allowing us to
everyone.
sit. Michael Bill, we are very proud to have you at IFA today. And let's kind of like have it as an open discussion. I think we're speaking the same language anyway. We want the same for our startups and our industry. My first approach for you is you are doing a lot for the economy here. You are driving a lot of startup innovation from the power of the Senate to give them the feeling that they are very welcome and we are very disruptive and diverse city. Can you share with us more of what are you doing, what is coming on the pipeline, and share with our audience today, what is Berlin planning ahead?
I am very happy to do that. Thanks for having me again, and good morning, everyone. My department has one ground rule. We don't do anything without the ecosystems here in Berlin. When we first started thinking about creating some kind of a startup agenda, I told my people on my side, let's do it with the ecosystem together. And we created a startup agenda that goes till the year of 2026, and we have 5 action fields, very political term, but we call those 5 fields action fields. It's all about diversity, it's all about talent, it's all about cooperation, it's about impact, and the bottom line for that agenda is the city being the city of cooperation. That's what it's all about, bringing people together, bringing actors together. My job is probably every day to try to open doors for people. And our promoter for the economic development here in Berlin, Berlin Partner, is a very important actor in that system because they support the companies, they support in finding property, they support in finding fundings, they support in finding visas. They have a special service called Business Immigration Service. If there's a company from abroad that is trying to settle in Berlin, bringing their people with them, they need very often visas, and Berlin Partner found a way. They have a special team that can manage that within 2 weeks. That is very special and very unusual when it comes to German bureaucracy, and we're very proud of Berlin Partner that they managed to do that. And our investment bank here in Berlin offers a lot of fundings when it comes to startups and foundings, and we have one focus theme at the Department of Economic Affairs: energy, that's missing in that name up here, and public enterprises, we focus on female foundings. We started that 2 years ago, and we scanned all of our fundings, state fundings, especially when it comes to female founding. And when I look at it's called Gründungsbonus, we said, let's see if we can push that to a new level. We have a Gründungsbonus Plus now. Female founders get 10,000 euros on top when they found a startup, for instance, so they get 60,000 euros in total. That was a bit of a fight to go that way, but it's very important. We have over 50% of females in the city of Berlin, and only every fifth startup is founded by a woman. That's a problem. Speaking of diversity, for instance. And we have a lot of different fundings. For instance, we give grants to people that try to found a startup here in Berlin. And the reason why I think it's successful, the numbers are going up, and my counterparts in the different states in Germany are calling me up and asking, how do you do it? And that's probably an important sign that Berlin is on the right track. And one of the most important jobs I have, my senator has, is bringing people together, bringing the actors in the ecosystem together, open doors, and that's why we created a roundtable startups. And that roundtable is not what we call in German Quasselbude. That's a format for dialogue. That's a format that creates, at the end of every roundtable, one task we all have to work on. And the Gründungsbonus Plus came out of one of those sessions at the Roundtable Startups. So we do a lot, actually.
I know, this is why you are here, and if I see Michel Bell is one of the doers, not the talkers, which we also see sometimes politicians or people that coming from the politics. There's a lot of buzzwords, but we absolutely see the way you translate it into execution. So thank you for that. My other question will be, Berlin is really aiming to be the sustainable, green efficient, energy efficient city. And we have also a lot of startups, also family office here in the audience. Specifically, I know that this is their theme. We are launching a full one-stop shop building exactly with this theme to highlight how much this is important also for the city and also for our ecosystem. What can you share with us? What can you share with the startups? How they can get an access or maybe collaboration with you? And what is the way even to work with the Berlin Senate?
Well, first off, you can ring me up every time that you want. I'll come everywhere. That's not a problem. And that is not one of those typical politicians' sentences. I'll be there. As I already said, the bottom line of the Startup Agenda 2022-2026 is the city of cooperation. We bring actors together. We have a list of, for instance, impact startups at my department, and we have a list of institutions that support these kind of startups, and we bring them together. And sometimes it's important to create some kind of a beacon so the world sees there's something going on in Berlin. And that's why we invest in certain branches, typically, especially when it comes to fintech, when it comes to games, when it comes to green tech, when it comes to life science. We're about to open a house of finance and tech, for instance. We are working on opening a house of games that will have, it's kind of like a hub structure that will have companies in it, that will have at the end the Museum of Gaming that is situated in Berlin under one roof. And that's what we're doing. And if you have an idea, and every idea is welcome at my department, let's talk. And talking is probably one of the best things we can do in Berlin. And after these talks, we know what you want, and we can bring you together with the players here in Berlin. And most of the time, we're very successful doing that. And we support award shows, we support galas, we support network evenings and stuff like that. And we help the companies grow coordinated worldwide. So if you would like to visit a fair abroad, there's a certain or a special funding program to support you financially in that question?
Thank you very much for this. I mean, I feel that we can speak forever, you know, but we have beautiful 2 panels after that. The one is the way we play with venture capitals and also startups and also hub for gaming. And after that, we have a beautiful session of family office, startups, and corporates, the way they work together to make, I would say even Germany, not only Berlin, much more sustained. So Michel, thank you very much for this. And if you have any final words that you want the world to listen, this is the right moment.
I forgot one important thing. Speaking of family offices, business angels, family offices are very welcome to join the Berlin journey. So if you have any ideas for this wonderful city of Berlin, please ring me up. We'll be there. We'll find a way to work together.
Pleasure. Thank you very much for having you here today.
Thanks.
Absolutely, pleasure. We're already hugging. So I would love to invite to the stage Max Zieberg, a very good friend that actually we were in a panel together, gaming. Please come to the stage. Max will take over and present the speakers.
Good morning, everyone. Ragnar, you can also join us already. My name is Maximilian Seeburg, and I'm the founder and managing director of OneUp Capital. And today we want to talk about the future of gaming. How is gaming going to evolve over the next decade? How is the way we play games going to change over the next 10 years? Historically speaking, assessing the future of gaming is quite a difficult task to do. So I'm not going to do this by myself, but with me today we have someone that has changed the industry quite prominently in a way, not just how we play games with each other, but also against each other, especially in this field of esports. Please welcome the founding managing partner of Bitkraft Ventures, Jens Hilgers. Thank you for being here, Jens. With him, we have in the entrepreneurial field or realm, if we would like to stay in there, someone who has changed the digital business world of Germany quite a bit by co-founding companies such as Smarto. Please welcome founding managing partner of the AI Fund, Ragnar Kruse. Thank you for being here, Ragnar. And last but not least, Manu Chair, someone who wears many hats, but they all fit you so well, from advising the office, the Foreign Office on gaming strategy, as well as co-founding the Game Lab Berlin of the Humboldt University, Manu Chair Shamsrizi. Thank you for being here, Manu. Guys, we're gonna dive directly into this because you know, time is of the essence here. When you think about gaming and the way we play games in the future, I think it's quite important to think about where we are playing games. Today, we play games on mobile devices, on virtual reality devices, on PC console. Now, when we think about the next decade, where do you think we're going to play actually those games? Where is this going to take place and what kind of form? Please feel free to just start. Anyone who has a first thought on this.
I would ask the question quite the other way around. Where won't we play games? Because if you think of gaming as a cultural technique, the question of how we are going to play in the future has always been there. And if you go back to culture theory, people would argue that the way we play will inform and shape the way we do everything else in the future. Or to make it more concrete, when the Corona pandemic came up, and Jens will have experienced that as well, no one who was in charge of a World of Warcraft clan had any issues doing virtual teamwork, right? So take that as a guiding principle. Gaming, you'll see how the rest of the world might look like in 10 years. Virtual currencies came up there first. AI was mainly trained in games, and so on and so on. And combine that with the physical, as we see in the title, technologies that we have right now, and you'll see we'll play everywhere. We'll need to make everything playful, even our administration, our business organizations, because the next generation of employees, the next generation of consumers, the next generation of voters have been growing up as gamers, so they're used to to certain tech and certain cultural techniques that makes it easy and surround around them. So I'll say we'll play everywhere and we'll play embedded. It might not even feel as, but I will play at my tower PC because I'm old school. So, but that's not the main thing.
Shall I add some numbers? So
Feel free, Ragnar.
we'll be mobile. We have today about 7 billion mobile users globally out of 9 billion people. I think on mobile today about 2.7 billion or 2.5 there on mobile. It's estimated within the next 4 years to be above 3 billion. Yeah. And we always, when we're in Germany here, everyone has a PC and a mobile device. In most of the other world, the mobile device is the only device. And if you look at what mobile today can do, my last company I started in 2005, 30 million smartphones, versus now nearly 7 billion. So it will be on mobile. It might be connected to other devices. I know the consoles are also quite large today at about 1.2 billion. I think the interesting part is you will be able to connect mobile to larger screens, to keyboards, to augmented reality. There are those glasses where you can actually put in your mobile and it's augmenting the experience, but it will be mobile on a global basis.
You're very bullish on that. Jens, what is your thought on this?
I tend to probably disagree to some extent, but I think it's a bit about the definition of what does mobile actually mean as a platform, and you've broadened that quite substantially at the end of your statement there. I think mobile is at a really difficult place nowadays, and by mobile I refer to like smartphone or like tablet-driven smart touch devices. It's been hampered in the last years, in particular by the regulation around app stores. We have seen the mobile gaming ecosystem suffer substantially. Startups were not well advised to build on that platform to begin with. And I would say that what we see today on the mobile platform in terms of offerings and innovation is actually fairly poor compared with where it was like 10, 15 years ago. That's part number one. So I don't think that is a great setup for the next years in particular for mobile as a platform. Again, by mobile I refer to iOS in the first place, Android in the second place, which are the primary mobile gaming platforms to begin with, and that form factor. Secondly, I do believe ultimately that form factor and what we interpret mobile to be today is an entrance into what ultimately is immersion. Great gaming experiences will ultimately, as great entertainment experiences are, want the deepest level of immersion that you can find. And mobile devices by form factor, by the touch capabilities and touch requirements that they have, are limited to that extent. Now, again, there's a case for you just have GPU or CPU in your hand, and at the end of the day, you connect it with like a big screen or like a VR headset, but then it removes that a bit of how we would interpret today mobile as a platform, right? So that said, I think the future of gaming and where it takes place in terms of the platform, let's define platforms. Consoles, PCs, mobile, VR, AR, potentially in the forms of like head-mounted displays like the Quest or the PlayStation VR headset. Amongst these platforms, I think we will see in the first place the sharpest rise on VR, AR, just simply because it is still underrepresented and sees the most profound like progress in terms of innovation, form factor changes, like power changes or like capability changes that make it a better and more usable device. Amongst the other platforms, I think mobile will pretty much stay where it is and serve as an entrance into PC and console. And we can see that in emerging markets in particular. In emerging markets, you see dominantly mobile to begin with. And then ultimately it moves and migrates to more powerful gaming platforms, such as the PC, such as the console. Yeah?
So there's been a few very interesting points mentioned now. I think mobile, everyone mentioned as still being very, very strong. It has to become more immersive in a certain way. When you now mentioned virtual reality, for example, something that is not yet like an everyday household product, you slightly mentioned on that. I just want to bring that point up again. What needs to happen, just to underline this again, to make this a household item, such as a mobile device or like a console device? What needs to change? You meant formability. Like what needs to happen that this is growing in that direction?
what needs to happen for what exactly to take place?
That's virtual reality, like a more immersive technology.
Well, I think it's very simple. I think it's a question of convenience. Like when I got involved with the first like head-mounted displays, just like around 2013, 14, 15 is when we saw the first generation of like commercial like scale and consumer like head-mounted displays with the Quest 1, right? Like you had a cable on your head, like you had a fairly heavy and clunky headset. Like that is not an item that you like, not a device that will you just casually use every day. How did the smartphone become a great gaming platform? By being very accessible, like always connected, right? Always around yourself, and that made for a great place to conveniently pick up and have a quick session of games, and ultimately also brought forward a very unique breed and blend of video games that catered to that like place of usage, right? The VR platform in itself is not convenient. It is a device where to set it up, to find your place on how to play it, which typically is also, like when you play VR, you will not sit in necessarily like in a chair like this. You will have to like stand and move around. Like it's something that typically, to play to its capabilities, it will require you to potentially move, like full body movement as well. So I think what we need to see is we need to see device size shrink to make it more convenient. We need to see the visual capabilities to continue to grow. 4K, 8K, and beyond to deliver really true immersion where it already feels you're immersed completely with the HMD. And lastly, a great level of connectivity without wires attached, so that it's really convenient to like put it on, put it out, not even feel like you have something on your head to begin with.
Thank you very much. Manu, did you want to add something to this?
Yeah, to build up on what Jens said, which I wholeheartedly agree with, we might also end up experiencing that while this technology group, VR, XR, AR, you name it, has originally been developed and accelerated in gaming, might be accelerated elsewhere for a while by industrial metaverse or whatever the hype is, it is called outside of gaming, before it comes back. It wouldn't be the first time. We've seen that with many technologies that originally emerged in gaming because, and we can prove that by studies, game devs go beyond business models. Many of these people are interested in solving a problem the best way possible. And even before investors come and see how it can be turned into a business model, which is a great motivation. We saw that with AI, right? Dota 2 was where OpenAI trained parts of their algorithm structures before it became famous at ChatGPT, and now we see generative AI playing back into gaming industry and being used, but for a short time, it had to accelerate outside. Maybe that's also the case with VR.
Well, for sure. That is exactly what you see happening today. We do see a profound number of startups that started with like, hey, we're going to deliver like a great IP or franchise on like VR as a platform, that pivoted into ultimately providing training services, police forces or a fireman to like train virtually in a gamified environment. Very, very powerful, very cost efficient. By the way, biggest challenge with that for these companies is purely regulation and like just encrusted structures, even though it's like highly performant, efficient way to train new workforce on their tasks and duties. But anyway, like you're totally right. Like on the professional side, VR is a platform that brings forward profound capabilities and efficiency already today. And in gaming, it needs these next generation devices. I think it's going to be like, if you count by Quest numbers, Quest 5, Quest 6 is when we're on a commercial grade where consumer adoption might just like ultimately grow exponentially.
But one thing that we can definitely agree on is that gaming and gaming technologies can definitely be an enabler for different industries and other industries, and that's a fantastic thing. Sorry, Ragnar, you wanted to add one last thing to this before we move on?
Just looking at numbers, there are 20 million VR devices just now out there, and we know where Apple is. Tomorrow they have, no, Monday they have again a big announcement about their iOS and so on. So there's a long way to go. The predictions is that there will be about 50 million devices. And I've been at Snap, I told you, Meta, and kind of looking where are they on their development. Yeah. On the other side, on smartphones, when you look at AMD is rattling up, Qualcomm is rattling up to do edge, more on edge. So they're including more and more AI chips on the device, which will make it much more powerful. So you don't need to do everything on servers. That's coming up again with tomorrow with Apple Intelligence being announced, a lot being done on edge. We can see and foresee what's going to happen. Mobile devices again will become much more powerful, and it will create more opportunities again also for mobile developers to add additional features, which makes it more attractive to work on those devices. And I mean, they will get larger. You have those foldable devices, yeah. And again, in Asia, I've seen this often. You can connect them today to a larger screen if there's a larger screen available. So you might have a little device in your pocket, but you play on a large screen with
and they most likely have to become more powerful in order to deliver on all of those immersive technologies. Now, we've talked a lot about on what devices we're going to play games in the future. But I mean, every game essentially is the creation, historically at least, of developers, right? Now, what I think is particularly interesting when we see at the moment, when we think about who develops games, that there's a big paradigm shift happening, right? Of course, the core of every game is the creative mindset, the emotional intelligence of a developer. But what we've seen in the last recent years is that more and more user-generated content is taking over, where, for example, the highest-grossing games of all times are purely a sandbox, a tool sandbox of that are given to users that can create new content. On top of that, we have artificial intelligence that is becoming more and more powerful to, become more immersive, not just delivering text and images, but trying to help this complexity of gaming and developing that further. So my question here to you guys is, who do you think is going to make those games in the future? Are we still going to rely on developers? Is that going to completely change? Is a paradigm shift happening?
The paradigm shift has been happening for many, many years. One way to frame that would be to look at it as prosuming, right? The mix of a consumer and someone who produces, which we've seen in many industries. And again, gaming is simply at the cutting-edge forefront of all digital economy, which then is at the cutting forefront for all industry, very broadly spoken. Modding has been a cultural technique in the gaming world for many, many, many decades. First physical and then software only. Many of the great esport titles originated from a community modding a game that was out there. Now, when you ask who's going to make the games, I personally believe the AAA studios are here to stay. They have economy of scale benefits. There are other players who now have a better chance. Indie studios, which might now use certain narrow AI technologies to free up creative energy or capacity, so to say, because some of the coding or the code review might be automated. You do not need the same amount of time and energy and cost to come up with assets and so on. This will allow for indie studios, which is a great chance for Berlin, for example, to produce games that formerly had been way too complicated. Take Baldur's Gate 3 as an example. You need a big team of creative people writing a lot of text, and it's a piece of love. I believe that, right? It has won 50 Games of the Year titles, not without a reason. In the future, it might be more affordable and realistic for an indie gaming studio to come up with a game that uses generative AI for procedural development of maps, for NPCs that talk to you. So it's getting, in the end, in an optimistic perspective, is going to be a more fair playing field, which also comes with risks, obviously.
So developers are not going to become obsolete, and it's more that AI will build on top of that.
Max, if you talk to developers, right, which we've done a lot, right, in studies and also personally in our own projects, who of those people? I mean, these are the monks of our time, right? I mean, they can read and write and produce in virtual environments where 99% of the people can't. Who of those highly qualified people loves to do code documenting and code reviewing? No one does. So if that can be automated, then they have more creative capacity to come up with better gaming ideas. Because let's face it, we also need good gaming ideas. It's at the moment, parts of the industries are also copycats, and you've seen with Sony's latest hero shooter how that might end up.
All right,
not well.
Fair enough. Jens, is that also your thought on this?
Two comments on what was said previously. So number one, those games that you would characterize as games that bring forward or enable user-generated content are not the highest grossing games out there to begin with. I think that's a fundamental issue that we might have to see. What are these games, by the way? The largest one that we're talking about, it is Roblox, which is now the largest game on the planet with more than 400 million users playing it every single month. It is Fortnite from Epic Games, and it is Minecraft. Now, Minecraft might just be a very profitable one. The other two, though, are not very profitable at this point. Or if you know that Roblox is a public company, where people wonder, like, when would it ultimately turn profitable? And Epic Games has not been able to go public because their P&L just doesn't allow them to go public just yet, for likely some of the same reasons. So I think a fundamental question when we come to user-generated content and such platforms is how is the economic model for games that suck 70% of the global entertainment time out of gaming audience. These three games, 70% of entertainment time. Let that sink. Yeah?
That's insane. Yeah.
That is insane, yes. And it's a big problem for other startups in the space. Yeah? So who should be the economic beneficiary from all that entertainment time being consumed, and how does that work out? I think we still have to see how that ultimately works out. It's going to be a fascinating other topic of how much of what they bring forward as platforms should be interoperable, open design versus like a single public company doing that. Yeah? The second part where I disagree with you to quite some extent is that video games and video games development, which we address here, brings together two profoundly different skill sets in the first place, which is unlike pretty much any other tech-like segment does, and that is creativity, what you typically find in Hollywood movie productions and whatnot, and high technological proficiency and depth. Like designing online systems, to talk about the latter, where hundreds of thousands of online gamers meet and concurrently in the same place, that is borderline rocket science. That takes a lot of engineering skill to make that happen and work at scale globally. Creativity at that part is equally difficult. Managing creatives is an incredibly difficult job. And these two coming together really only happens in one industry, and that's the gaming industry. So your statement that a developer that now has more time to become creative, I wouldn't sign up to at all, because this is two different DNA. A developer of a video game, a back-end engineer, that mostly would do the task that you describe is absolutely, sorry, I'm very binary here, right? Not absolutely, but he's very likely to be not a very great creative guy. Very rarely there's talent that can bring these two things together. They ultimately play towards different parts of the brain. So I am fairly concerned not only for developers in the video game space, but for developers broadly, where undeniably and unquestionably AI is taking what is resources that human beings bring forward, just out and make them more efficiently at ever larger and more impressive scale. Like what I've just seen yesterday being announced by another company. What was the name of that? Replit was the last one, but we have a new one which is doing server deployment, looks into error logs, debugs code entirely automatically. It's not only documentation. It's not only complement you with completing statements. This is entire code generation for entire problems, with debugging on the server. This is profound.
So it's not just grunt work, which will be basically fixed by artificial intelligence.
Absolutely.
It's going far beyond that.
100%.
Interestingly, I totally agree with the non-gaming developers. I might be too naive about the gaming devs, because maybe I want to believe that they find their new role in interdisciplinary teams.
But what is this? I mean, we will inevitably see that these basic tasks and likely even more advanced tasks in coding and engineering, but equally, by the way, on the creative side, which we can address as well, where AI plays a significant role, like will be replaced by AI. But we need to see like what is new opportunities for that talent with that skill set, one like that side that they can bring forward afterwards.
Which might end up in us having more projects in general, because the teams might end up being smaller and you will see more indies. On the first point that Jens said, that I believe is of uttermost importance, right? Those games that in academia sometimes are called proto-metaverses, Roblox, Fortnite, Minecraft, them not being profitable is from an economic policy perspective and a cultural policy, and which we won't go into today, I believe, from a foreign policy perspective, a risk. Why? Because these are platforms that are used as soft power. In Fortnite, people build a Holocaust museum. In Minecraft, Reporters Without Borders built an uncensored library where opposition can in autocratic states can have access to text that they cannot access on normal social media. And for technical reasons, it's harder to censor, because in-game content cannot at the moment be automatically read, at least not in Minecraft. So losing these platforms is a complicated issue, and we might need to look into ideas on how to allow these platforms to survive. We've got that on a European level right now. One of the very first citizens' initiatives on asking the European Parliament to look into, should gaming companies and publishers be allowed to close down server infrastructure? Or if games are considered a cultural artifact, shouldn't they be forced to, for example, give out open source so that the community or the state at some point runs the server? So these three games, the proto-metaverses, are way more than games, which means people from outside the gaming industry should have an interest in finding ways how to make it possible for the gaming industry to continue running these platforms.
Going back quickly to the point of developers and how they might have to change mindset, skill set, or anything. Ragnar, what is your thought about AI becoming such a crucial part in development?
Yeah. So again, by numbers, there are predictions that developers, any developers, might have a 4 times capacity and so on. If you talk today to developers, CTOs who run teams, it's increasing. AI tools are increasing their productivity somewhere between 25 to 50%. So it's not factor 4. We might get there. Yeah, but clearly it will increase productivity and therefore the abilities. I think more interestingly is when you look at some of those Gen AI tools, it will allow us to create much more photorealistic graphics. Yeah. Again, it will not replace the creativity, but it will add to the creativity and therefore increase the productivity also of creative workers. Yeah, so, and therefore the message always would be adopt those technologies, use and leverage them. If you don't, you fall behind on your competition. Yeah.
That is absolutely fair to say. So the emotional mindset, the emotional intelligence mindset, the creativity, that is definitely hard to replace. And that's maybe not the aim of it, but the productivity is something we want to push.
To add another analogy, there are predictions that when it comes to film studios, we will see by 2030 the first films which are completely done by AI, but by programmers who do it, but you will not have actors. Yeah, so there will be some, but not everyone will have it. If you look at those production numbers, and we probably will see something similar in the gaming industry. Yeah, and not everyone. There will be some. There might be some indie studios who leverage the technology well enough to actually come up with a really great game, which is then capturing something. So it creates an opportunity again for not just the big studios, but also indie studios to maybe come up with a big hit.
That's fair to say. I mean, games obviously have a far more complex mechanism than a movie has in order of all the assets that need to be delivered, text, video, audio. There's so much more in the gameplay mechanics. But to wrap this a little bit up and look again into the next 10 years, and this is something that I'm always very interested in, on a personal level, what are you absolutely most excited about, or maybe even a bit worried and concerned about when thinking about gaming over the next 10 years and how our digital and maybe physical worlds are going to merge closer and closer together? Yeah.
Now that you said what we are worried about,
you don't have to. You can also say what you're most excited about.
I'm worried about that what we build as a gaming community / gaming industry might also end up being the world's most productive factory for disinformation, because who is able to build an alternative reality can do that, and it is always a question of whom you do this for. And this is where we are very, very weak at the moment in Germany, because we are one of the world's leading markets in consuming games. We do not have the political framework to become a leading country in producing them. And if you do not become a leading country of gaming industry, you won't have the transfer effects. You won't have game devs going into automotive, going into real estate, going wherever you think and innovate there. And you will see more effects like Saudi Arabia buying into an esport league, Tencent buying shares of Western gaming studios, and suddenly Taiwan disappears from a map. So these are things that we only can counter if we have a strong gaming industry, which we need the political framework for.
Thank you very much. Ragnar, what are you most excited about?
My hope would be that we are able to combine e-learning with gaming, so incentivize learning, because with AI we will be able to actually take humankind knowledge and make it available to everyone. Incentivize, and specifically youngers and so on, will create much more productivity in e-learning, which is kind of...
Surely has a big social impact then as well. Thank you. Jens.
You see, I think the excitement that drives us and drove me most for a long time is that video games companies ultimately design true digital worlds. It's all simulations, right? And as they get ever more immersive, as they get ever more depth and enriched by systems and systems, they ever more are that digital twin of the physical world. They will bring forward their own digital societies, which is something that I find beautiful, because it allows us on this planet to look beyond borders of physical nature and other natures that we have today. That is, by the way, something that inspired me as a gamer early on, was that me building something in the 90s with people that played the same game, and I didn't know what they were. I didn't know what race they were, what color their skin was, what age they were. We just built shit together. Now, a digital society allows for that to happen. I find that a very beautiful thing. I do think that that suggests greater opportunity for humanity at large. What I'm concerned about is similar to what was said before, is that we need systems of interoperability and openness to power these worlds. That is what the metaverse would be defined at, and not single public companies or private companies who power that, so that we end up in what you would consider the matrix.
That's wonderful. I think this gives us a quite hopeful and promising view into the future, especially thinking about how gaming can bring us all closer together beyond, as you say, certain parameters or certain mindsets that we have. Guys, thank you so much for coming here on a Sunday morning to chatting with us about the future of gaming, about the next 10 years. I think we have an exciting future ahead, definitely in that space. So thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Next up, we are going to talk about the future of real estate, especially in the sense of living. So I would like to hand over.
Thank you so much. I would love to have my panelists here today. Great to have you here today. Thank you so much. My name is Lauralie Martin. I'm the co-founder of United Share. At United Share, we shape a sustainable and impactful future of energy savings in real estate. Since 20 years, real estate is my passion and profession, so I'm very delighted to have this panel here today. The way we live, the way we work, smart cities and sustainable real estate. This is our topic today. Yeah, we live and work in real estate every day. So it shapes a city like nothing else. But real estate is responsible for 1/3 of all CO2 emissions. And on our green and European road to zero emissions, we need to take action to make cities smarter and real estate more sustainable. So on this panel, we are all making here an impact in different ways, and I'm very delighted to have you here. A warm welcome to Daniel Müller from Bosch. Good to see you today. Nikita Raschke from Ahoy Berlin, and Niels Wagner from Rehow Ventures. Amazing to have you. Thank you so much. First, I would love to introduce yourself. Tell me more about who you are, what you do, and what your solution can make an impact on the topic we are talking today. I would love to start with you, Niels. Tell me more.
Thank you, Lauralee. So, Niels Wagner, today I'm CEO of Rehow New Ventures, the corporate venture building arm of the Rehow Group. I grew up with the Rehow Group because my grandfather actually founded this company 75 years ago as a startup with 2 employees. And at the time, they were dealing with a new technology, which was polymers or plastics. And today, Rehow is a group of 20,000 employees worldwide. We serve different industries, the automotive industry, the construction industry, medical components, and raw material trading. And originally I wanted to do something different, so I actually studied architecture. So I've been fascinated with the built world, decided then to join the family group and make a positive contribution. I think we'll be able to talk about that a little bit later on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Daniel, great to have you here. Tell me more about your position and what you're doing.
Hi all, my name is Daniel. I serve for the Bosch Group in Bosch Digital as Senior Business Architect and Venture Manager. Our role is to be an internal IT and digital partner and service provider to our Bosch divisions. We have a few here, also at IFA, Bosch Siemens Hausgeräte, at H1. So feel free to visit the colleagues, and Blue Movement, some colleagues sitting there, wonderful. So my role is actually as a venture manager trying to find out the right startups that fit the business needs we actually have in our divisions and then scale them across the Bosch Group. And that's why I'm here, very happy to talk to all of you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Blue Movement, I saw them down at the Bosch house. Great guys working there. Thank you so much. Yeah, Nikita, tell me about what is Ahoy and tell me more about you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for inviting. Really nice to be here to share my story. My name is Nikita. I'm the co-founder of Ahoy Berlin, a co-working center for startups. I founded it 10 years ago. I'm coming actually from a real estate, M&A, business advisory background. But I've decided to take a U-turn, basically after 5 years of working there. And I was amazed by the feeling or by the way of creating new economies, of new startup for Berlin. So that's basically was my original drive. And then after 5 years doing that, I've sold the company to Notel. Back in the days, the biggest competitor to WeWork. We have grown the European sector here, signing big deals with TikTok, Oatly, focusing on companies. Then Corona came, and I had the opportunity to buy back Ahoy. That's what I did. And since then, we are focused on the single warriors, on the entrepreneurs here in the city, to create a one-stop solution for startups with the W launch together. Very much focused on the environment, on our planet, on creating new forms of how we can get together.
Thank you. So you're mostly all from, let's say, different areas, but we all bring it together now. And Daniel, I would love to ask you the first question. How does technology currently affect your daily work life, and how is it supported in corporations with strong manufacturing capabilities like Bosch?
Yeah, thanks for asking. So at Bosch, we have about 420,000 employees at 400 locations. Maybe some of you know, internally, we are already CO2 neutral. So that about our sustainability footprint, I forgot the first question. So internally, we provide digital solutions. And currently, of course, Gen AI is high on the agenda, but also the metaverse. We have a metaverse lab here in Berlin with our location on campus. And we really try to look into the business problems and find the best technical solutions, either by make, buy, or partner with startups. This is what we are doing. And the nice thing is, for me at least, I really like it. At Bosch, we have those manufacturing locations where you digitize plants, connected industry, getting to I.5.0 industry, and also then moving over to the consumer electronic divisions like BSH or Power Tools, which of course have different needs when you think of automotive industry or consumer electronics. And this is what we bridge digitally. And on the Gen AI side, we have our own ChatGPT platform called Ask Bosch. And a startup collaboration we can mention here is text-to-video use cases by Synthesia. If you know these nice avatars being generated to just save time and money. We heard it before with the gaming industry for trading purposes, communications, product marketing, these kind of things.
Great. Everybody knows Bosch is a big partner here on IFA, so you can visit them just around the corner. And they have a lot of products shown here. And when we talk about real estate, you have a lot of tools concerning real estate, all about the way we live. Those products are getting smarter and smarter by the time. So you're in everyday's life stepping into, and I think it's very important that you do it with a really focus on sustainability. When you visit the booth downstairs, you will see sustainability is there a big part, so it's great to have you here. Nikita, we talk about Berlin and what impact you're doing there. So let me ask, how important is collaboration between different actors like government, private sector, and academia in promoting the smart city agenda we have at the moment here?
Yeah, thank you for asking. I think the collaboration is the secret sauce between the partners, because at the end, a city is a living organism. It breathes, it has all kinds of inputs. And you have the government, which sets the stage. You have the business, and the business is pushing the borders, trying to make it happen. And then you have the academia next to it to collaborate. So if you bring them all together, you're not just solving problems, you are creating a new vision, something which can really make a smart city happen, right? Just imagine a city where on each corner it's designed basically to connect to each other, where software is working in a personalized way to each other, and we can communicate in a much more efficient and deep way. So I think this is the secret sauce, really, which not a lot of cities until now, unfortunately, managed to do.
Great. On the panel before, we heard Michael Beer talking about the importance of getting into the next steps in Berlin and achieve all those goals we are talking about. But I want to show maybe an important focus on what you are doing also here in Ahoy. You also focus on sustainability in real estate. This is also a part of, let's say, smart city you're bringing in here, and you combine both, because the smart city and the sustainable real estate you're here implementing at the moment I think is very important also to feed the smart city agenda Berlin has. So what would you say is the biggest problem at the moment you're facing to get everything on track and working?
I think exactly this. So bringing all the players on one table, right? So we are co-working space, startup center, bootstrapped from the beginning, for 10 years, sold it, bought it back. We have different partners. We try to grow, but there's actually not much collaboration between all the players, as we said, between academia, between businesses, between the city, right? If we could all sit down together and make those visions happen, I think that would be the biggest advantage for Berlin.
Yeah, thank you so much. Niels, Rehau's claim is planet before profit and people before product. I love this claim. Please give me an example of how Rehau is making a difference to people in the property industry and the workforce.
Sure, thank you for the question. I think from the very beginning, our company has tried to address solutions with, or problems with technological solutions. And early on, we actually really lived off of substituting traditional materials with these new polymers, with these technical polymers. So we pioneered, for example, PVC windows back in the 1950s and replaced, energy inefficient and maintenance intensive steel or wood windows with PVC windows. So this allowed people to renovate their homes, to cut down their heating bills. But it also allowed us to start to think really in circularity. So what we would do is we would take post-consumer and post-industrial waste, so from our customers or from construction sites that were being torn down, we would collect these materials and then recycle them. So today we actually operate several recycling facilities worldwide that collect all kinds of polymer waste, upcycle them, and then allow us to introduce them or reintroduce them into the production cycle. And that really is also where the focus is for us in the future. So to make sure that we maximize the recycled content inside our products. We also look at introducing biopolymers, so polymers based on renewable sources into our products. And I think that's going to be a real challenge for us going forward, but that's where we need to work closely with the whole ecosystem that, builds and plans our environment so that we can ensure that none of these materials get lost and that we can always kind of, minimize the use of virgin raw materials and maximize the use of recycled raw materials. And in addition to that, what we at Hoyo New Ventures are doing is we're trying to then also address not just the material-based challenges, but really also other problems in the industry. We have, for example, a startup here at IFA, which tries to allocate skilled labor, find skilled laborers and connect them to companies who are desperately looking for such skilled labor. So we believe that besides our core business, we need to work on new opportunities, build new ventures that address other problems in the industries surrounding our built world.
Yeah, this is very interesting because what you now say is the solution for attracting, let's say, worker employees is also part of the smart city strategy. We always see that we need desperately more people working. The cities want to attract them, and for example, also Niels, you try your best in pushing those startups, and Nikita, you try to give them a space in your co-working, and also Bosch is working on startups and supporting them and has several facilities in this, so this all comes together here, absolutely. But I want to have a look about the way we think about sustainability, and the main part is I want to have a look at ESG. This is a big part. When I was Googling through Rehau's websites and informations, it was interesting that you come not originally from an industry that had sustainability on the table, but in the last years you made an amazing shift towards making the planet better. And please let me know or talk about why this is so important to you.
Well, I think as a family-owned company, we really take thinking in generations literally. So, we're not forced to prioritize short-term earnings. We can really, follow our strategic intentions in a long-term view, and that just allows us to take decisions that maybe will take longer to thrive. I think we can be more forward-thinking than other public listed companies. And I also think at the end of the day, this offers a unique opportunity for employees to find a sense of purpose. So being a long-term partner, we also invest into our employees. We offer opportunities for them to develop. And I think really there it shows that a traditional family-owned company can really be a responsible, a trustworthy, and at the same time forward-thinking stakeholder in society. And I think having that kind of accountable stakeholders is again going to be important if we want to address some of the serious challenges that we're facing. And we can get into the seriousness of some of these challenges maybe also a bit later on. I mean, the built world needs to change radically if we want to meet sustainability targets, if we want to meet climate targets. And unfortunately today, the gap is absolutely huge. So that's, again, where we as a family-owned company take these challenges seriously and really try to work in a very focused and persistent manner at helping to address the challenges.
Yeah, this is great. Daniel, when I was going through the idea of Bosch and sustainability, I was really surprised. You have an amazing sustainability report, and on your agenda is also what you want to achieve within Bosch. And on their road map is absolutely everything supporting sustainability. Is there anything you would say, okay, this is for you personally important to present at Bosch, what they are doing at the moment?
I would like to take two flight levels. One is the global one, and one is the, let's say, very personal one at your own home, no matter where this may be. On the international level, Bosch has been investing a lot in getting the right partners, the right supply chains, to really take all the regulations we have in Europe seriously and implement this globally, also at considerable cost, of course, and also consulting other companies with Bosch Climate Solutions, what can be done, but also targeting, let's say, the developing and, let's say, emerging markets of the future properly. So we're about to open a new plant in Egypt by BSH to really tackle also the African markets. They have different requirements there, but really having this global perspective and work on this globally. Now, from the planet to your home. So what I personally like at home is to get a good mixture of automation, making things easier. Think of robots, think of simple ones like lawn mowing or vacuum cleaning, or the more, let's say, innovative ones and still more expensive ones like personal assistants, not just speech assistants, but practical assistants to get your chores done, smart fridges, and I mean, heating and ovens we already offer now, but there will be way more integration, and coupling this with energy management. And I want to take the energy management part and add, because you're also well versed in this, energy management and distributed ledger to have pay-per-use fair, but also think of mobility and connect this. And I want to take here a non-Bosch example of a local energy supplier in my Black Forest home county. They're called Dear Mobility Solutions. They focused on just producing energy, and they thought, hey, we do electricity, so we could also do e-mobility. And this is what they offer. We have this at home. Our second car is a shared car, an electric vehicle. We can book via the app. We charge it via our own solar panels, and at night at the smart heating system. And I think this is a first glimpse of what especially industrialized homes should look like in the future, to be really sustainable, to share things, but also to privately own things and have the right combination of both worlds.
Yeah, sharing is a great opener for Nikita again. Nikita, you share workspace, but just more than space, you also share community and support in what you're doing there. So tell me a little more about why you think you also have the social component and the community-driven effect that is very important for your workspace.
think a workspace is being shaped by the team and by those people who are founding it. They're like the living soul of that project. So by default, my place or Hoyo or those places we do as a team, they are built, designed from the workplace strategy part to all other parts in a way that a community can flourish. So you have different options basically how you can connect, right? You can connect with the people around you, you can connect with yourself, right? And this you can do in different ways. So that's how we build our spaces. We build a space so you can have your private time with yourself, you can do your calls, you can do your work. Then we have those areas, public areas, where you can just go out and meet your customers, your clients. And then we have collaboration areas, right? Conference rooms, event spaces, places made to design for people to come and to collaborate. So I think there are a lot of different parts which are interconnected with each other, and and at the end it's the focus, right? If you put the focus on the community and if you put the focus on the environment, you will make it happen. And there are just different ways, and they all will lead you to Rome, as they say.
Yeah, I love this approach. So I want to one step back because in real estate, most of the achievements concerning sustainability is unfortunately not driven by, let's say, great ideas or the power of family. It's mostly driven by legal regulations. So I want to know if you are affected about the, let's say, European Green Deal and all ESG regulations coming up. Do you have, this is my question for you mainly, Niels, do you have the feeling that this is a positive effect in your industry, or is it something it was clear it needed to come?
Well, I think, you know, regulation in terms of how buildings need to conform, in terms of energy efficiency, in terms of also CO2 footprint, are probably inevitable. And I think it makes absolute sense that these things are regulated, that standards are defined. That actually has led to progress in the construction industry. The construction industry is per se a very conservative one for good reasons, right? It's we've been doing it for thousands of years, and we've really learned that it's terrible if something goes wrong when you are building something. That it really is the DNA of the whole industry, is to be conservative and to you know, use methods that are just absolutely tested and reliable. So, you know, in such a situation, you do have to kind of force progress, and we've made progress over the last 20 years. We can now have buildings that are, you know, net positive in terms of actually being able to feed energy back into the grid. So they generate more energy than they actually consume. We still have huge challenges in all the embodied CO2. That's an area where we definitely need to make much more progress. And you know, it basically, though, brings me to a much more fundamental challenge. I mean, the challenge for the industry is not regulation. Since we're in Germany now, if we think about the fact that Germany needs to be building 400,000 new housing units every year, and they're barely achieving half of that. If we think about the fact that Germany should be renovating 2,500 housing units a day to meet the Paris climate targets, and again is not even achieving half of that, we just have such a huge fundamental problem in this industry. This industry is actually not increased in productivity. It's actually had a productivity decrease over the last decades. So these are absurd situations where you have regulation on the one side, but things just aren't happening on the other side. And the reasons are manifold. I mean, obviously now, short term, it's interest rate, which affects the industry very much, but you know, the whole financing cost that has increased, combined with just overall cost rise and inflation, have really kind of, you know, changed the whole economics. In Germany, you have private homeowners who are totally insecure about what is the direction for regulating private home a renovation, so they're not doing anything at the moment. And then again, there's a huge issue that even if you want to build something or you want to renovate your home, you don't find the necessary skilled craftspeople. So these are, just very fundamental challenges that actually, all the different players in the industry need to kind of get their heads around, because otherwise all of these goals and standards that we define will just not be met.
Yeah, that's a good point. And this is also why I want to know from all of you, what technology-driven innovation in the real estate sector are you most excited about? I would love to start, because for me is absolutely interesting, and I'm absolutely excited about how behavior change of tenants' energy consumption will develop the next years, because 80% of all energy in real estate is consumed by the tenants. So this is a big point that I'm really curious about. So please let me know, Nikita, what do you think? What is the next big thing in real estate?
Oh, I think there are a few. If you ask me, I am very excited about the topic of commercial real estate and of private real estate, and of how we think about it, not as units, but as platforms. So since the pandemic, I think the borders between where you work and where you live are getting smaller and smaller. And the perception of what is a place and how you live there and where you work is an interesting one. On top of that, I would say the very interesting direction, which is very intriguing also for me, is the blend between physical and digital spaces. So where spaces are created in the digital world by communities within the country, the city, and they are making really nice stuff there.
Great. Daniel, what are your thoughts about it?
I would like to add to this, coming also from this blend of where you work and where you live. I can give an example even with our unit, Bosch Digital, here in Berlin and other locations. We introduced campus management because the nature of office buildings and spaces completely changes, even within corporates, where you really think, okay, when people come to office, it should be a time of creativity, a time of innovation, a time of collaboration, while of course, when they are focused, you should just leave them alone. At least that's our smart work policy at the moment. And I personally really like this, and I think we will see more of this tech, location, and people blend happening, just happening.
Great. Let me know what you think about it.
Well, look, the built world, it's all about getting things done physically. And like I said before, there's a huge need for productivity increase. And, in that sense, I think we're at an interesting time in construction tech and property tech, because there has not been a lot of disruption. Progress has been rather incremental. And, I talked about Germany before, very similar challenges we see in the US market and in Asian markets as well. So, the lever for significantly increasing productivity through technology is huge. And so that's generally what I'm excited about. I'm excited about AI making processes a lot leaner and a lot faster, and not just for large construction companies. A lot of the work is still done by small enterprises. And I think, what we're seeing in that space really allows for new tools that make AI accessible for small companies and allows them to significantly reduce administration costs, allows them to work more effectively, and then get more jobs done in the same amount of time. And, on the other hand, we then see also interesting develops now in terms of robotics. So really, taking care of some of the heavy lifting on construction sites. For sure, still a long way to go there, but we're really seeing now first implementation on job sites, and I think we'll see a lot there. And I think it really is a chance for that whole industry to transform, where you have less and less really skilled laborers that are able to just work in a much more productive way. So less people that have a higher level of education that can ultimately then get a lot more jobs done. So I do venture to say we're kind of at the cusp of a significant transformation in a way that we have not seen over the last few decades. So that's a lot to get excited about in that space of the built world, actually.
Great. Last words. I just wanted to tell you, you're all working and driving and supporting startups in your own special way. And I want to thank you because I think this is the only way we will solve the future problems, supporting new ideas, new technologies. And it's very great you have been here at the IFA today. And I wish you all the best for the rest of the fair.
Thank you, Laurelie.
I will just invite you to stay on the stage, and please, the panel before, come on stage as well, because just to show a closer, also Eileen, I would love to invite you on stage, with your energy. I just want to say thank you, first of all. This is the, what can I say, micro ecosystem we spoke about, and W Launch would never get into the size and the impact that it has without those people, family offices, corporates collaborating with startups, co-working spaces. The W Launch are absolutely part of the building. All the gaming, venture capitals, investors, corporates that coming with the sustainability. Please feel free to approach us, to speak with us. We're definitely here until the end of IFA. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you so much for the listening online as well. Have a great continuation of IFA.
Ja, meine lieben Damen und Herren, jetzt wird hier gleich noch ein kleines Bild gemacht. Danach wird es eine kleine Pause geben.
Alle zusammen? Okay.
Aber 2 Minuten, es wird nur eine kurze Pause geben, bis es dann bei uns hier weitergeht. Von Smart Cities und Sustainable Real Estate und der Zukunft des Gamings werden wir rübergehen in einen Lost and Found Case, aber dazu gleich mehr. At this point, I want to thank you, Mali Baum, CEO and founder from W Lounge. Thanks for being here with us and for all the insights. What a great summit.
And thank you for IFA.
Aber da gibt es schlimmere leider. Oder? Ja, in der Tat. Ja, you like it?
2 Stunden. And always there's always the program you're gonna see at the entrance. There's a monitor. Wann immer Sie einen Blick aufs Programm werfen wollen, können Sie das auch tun. Am Eingang gibt es ein Programm. Ein kleiner Hinweis für alle, die vielleicht sich ein bisschen von dem Wusel abgelenkt fühlen. Wir haben immer die Möglichkeit, dass Sie sich Kopfhörer holen können dort vorne. Dann sind Sie ganz nah bei uns hier auf der Bühne. For everyone who is a bit the surround noises can be very loud over the day, so we have the possibility to have some headphones over there you can use. Also what we got, if you're not familiar with German or English, sometimes we're gonna switch into German or English. We're gonna have a QR code here because we have an AI-driven translation that goes directly onto your mobile devices. Feel free to use that opportunity. Also meine lieben Damen und Herren, wenn Sie Schwierigkeiten mit dem Englischen oder Deutschen haben, können Sie immer eine Übersetzung bekommen über diesen QR-Code, der sozusagen instant und direkt auf Ihr Handy eine Übersetzung liefert von dem, was hier passiert. Okay, wir sind soweit ready für unseren nächsten Punkt. From Smart Cities and Sustainable Real Estate, we are heading over to a brilliant lost and found case that I could found and that will take place in a second. So there is a lost and found case that found its fun and eco-friendly mission while metaphorically speaking, diving deep into the ocean. I'm super excited to welcome 2 amazing guests here on stage. First, we have Heather Delaney, the brilliant founder of Gallium Ventures. She is an award-winning global advisor and internationally recognized tech expert. And secondly, we have Primoz Selenček, the CEO of Chipolo, a leading Bluetooth item tracker. Now, Chipolo isn't just helping you to find your lost key or wallet. It's all about making a positive impact on our planet. So their Chipolo One Ocean Edition, which won Wired Magazine's Gear of the Year, is a fantastic example of how tech can be both fun and eco-friendly. So welcome on stage, the both of you.
Well, guten Morgen, meine Damen und Herren. I'd like to welcome Primož to the stage. I'll give a quick background. So I am Heather, the founder of Galleon Ventures. And what that means is my background tends to be helping large companies and small companies from building and fixing. So I tend to help from the product development, the PR marketing, and exits. But we're here to talk about quite a big topic. So Primož, do you mind introducing yourself and saying a bit about, when and why you founded Chipolo?
Hi, I'm Primož, CEO and one of the co-founders of Chipolo. We founded this company in 2013, and of course it's a startup. Today it's a scale-up company. And before, does anyone know the game Activity? The charades and doing pantomime. So before the Chipolo, we've been doing mobile applications, and one of them was also digitalize a boarding game of Activity. We just did it, and we knock on the door of Austrian company Payetnik and represent that game in the digital way. And they are trying, of course, to sell the game. And after that, we've been making mobile applications. And one day, one of the co-founders came, and he was looking for his wallet. His wallet, more or less, every time, more or less, right? So we say, what about if? So we know how to make mobile games, right? And mobile applications. What about do some small hardware which you can put inside your pocket, attach it to your keys, or put it inside the wallet, and you are able to find it. And that was in 2012, and we came out with a Kickstarter campaign in 2013. And at that time, a few other companies actually came with the same idea. There is one reason. The Bluetooth 4.0 came out, and the technology was somehow prepared to make this use case actually in life, and it was a very nice start.
Yeah. So you're based in Slovenia, is that correct?
Yeah, we are based in Slovenia from one relatively small town, so only 15,000 people are living there. We do minings for 200 years, and then in 90s, majority of the companies which was supporting a mining industry actually died, so it was more or less nothing around us. And yeah, we just need to do something for ourselves, right?
So why would you keep the company based in Slovenia, not move it to, Silicon Valley or London or Hong Kong?
At first, majority of the founders are from that town, and it was, somehow easy for us. We have one subsidiary in the States, so a branch of Chipolo. We in the past we had some employees there as well. We have one office in the capital city in Ljubljana, also another one in Maribor, because some people is very hard to find. But the core people, so a majority of the employees, so today we have around 70 employees, are from that hometown. And I think it was at the end, a decision, and being with the families also affect very much on this decision. And I think no matter where you are, you can sell products around the globe. Because the elements, the key element is not, from where you are. It's more about what is the idea and how you are executing that idea.
Yeah. I mean, I find that interesting. So I have a horrible accent, and apologies in advance. I was born in Silicon Valley. I live in London. I'm a dual national. So I often find that companies will move their office to Silicon Valley because they feel like they need to. But you've kept it local, so the manufacturing and everything, and just, you know, finger in the air. I would assume you probably spend a couple of million a year locally on, you know, partnerships, manufacturing, local suppliers, charity work. So it's, I personally find it interesting that you have kept it to such a level instead of moving it elsewhere. Has that been a benefit for you, keeping it close?
Keeping everything locally is having a lot of benefits. Of course, there are also obstacles. So I'm often asking myself if Europe is really the best place for producing consumer products. There are some limitations, you know. Sometimes you don't have the access to all the materials that easily, or you don't have the access to test things. But today you can find partners around the globe, and yeah, maybe you will spend more time on that, but you can find it. So to keep the production locally, we on the beginning start producing very enthusiastically by ourselves, which was not a good idea, honestly speaking. And then we start outsourcing everything. So we start outsourcing to Japan, some products to China. But at one stage, I was thinking maybe we could, you know, robotize the production and have everything in-house. And it was a very good decision because during the COVID, we just couldn't travel, and we've been very fast at that time, launching actually new products because we have everything under control. And it was somehow paid. Plus, of course, supporting the local economy. At the end, that's our home, right? And if the home actually became nicer and nicer, you need to you know, be there and make jobs for people, and increasing, you know, how much they could earn per month, because that actually helped the local economy. And today we just do the rough calculation. It's the impact on our hometown in a level of 2 million euros per year.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds like this is one of the key values for Chipolo, is keeping it local as well. Is that right?
That's definitely one of them. We are also quite honest between each other and to our partners. So if something's wrong, we are just saying as it is. We would like to be responsible, not only having a local production and trying to, of course, use more recycled materials and use less plastics, reduce how much energy we need to produce things. Then, you know, one of the key values is also having fun doing business and developing products, because we are living only once, right? Maybe there is some other theories, but yeah, you need to spend your time being surrounded with people which you love, right? Friendship is a core value also ours, because 7 guys actually established this company, and we know each other from now for almost 35 years. So yeah, that's our story.
I like that. I like how you guys have that built-in culture, and that kind of moves throughout the company, and it flows through the innovation as well. And actually, I do remember presenting an idea of sustainable products with you guys. And I think the fact that you're open to working with partners with sustainable materials and everything, and you do mention it, so I can show one slide, and you kind of briefly mentioned sustainable. So can you tell us a bit about the Chipolo One Ocean Edition?
Yeah, so in 2020, we launched a platform of a new key finder, so Chipolo One. And then, so even before, we start thinking, can we do something, can can we change the plastics? Because there are so many, there's so many waste of that plastic today that really shocks me every time when I'm in oceans or also in sea. And we say let's do our first step because changing the core electronics like PCBs is quite hard to use it recycled, but on the plastics and on the packaging itself, where it's quite a lot of material at the end, definitely there is a space. And we're not just doing that because there is a trend. You can see that a lot of companies start doing that. We just do it in our way, I would say, and say, yeah, let's find a company who is taking the plastic out of the ocean, and there are many of those, fishing nets, and majority of the plastics in the ocean, I think, there are those nets. And yeah, we did this edition of Chipola Ocean Edition already 4 years ago. Yeah, we had many issues with that. The plastic was physically, mechanically cleaned, but still it was mistakes on the outer shapes, and it doesn't fit everything together. We need to change tools. So it was from quite expensive learnings, but on long term, definitely that's the way where we are seeing our company.
Hello. Selfishly, I did help with the PR of that, and I remember there were about 150 articles that went live at lunch. So the Metro, Forbes, Verge, Yenko Design. So it does show that when companies can create a sustainable product, whether it's a version of something that they have already or it's from start sustainable, the media are genuinely interested in it. The media coverage was fantastic. It shows that, consumers as well. Consumers, obviously, people who are here listening to sustainability, are interested in products that have a sustainable angle to it. But I feel like you probably have some interesting learnings, because a normal consumer would assume that you can go from virgin plastic, which is, let's be honest, most of what's in the room and at this show. So virgin plastic and moving over to sustainable materials, which might be a mixture of ocean plastic or seaweed or any other example, would just be, like for like. But you did kind of touch on the fact that there were some learnings.
Yeah, what we learn is that everybody is very enthusiastic about that, but at the end consumer are not willing to pay more for that. So at the end, producing products from recycling materials, it's definitely more costly, because that material is more costly. Plus, so maybe for our range of company, I believe that larger companies can do those things maybe easier. They have more resources. They could negotiate for the larger volumes, and then everything is maybe cheaper. But for the smaller companies like ours, that's not the case. So it's more expensive. And we learned that, yeah, people are very enthusiastic, but the product must be perfect. Plus, it must be for the same cost.
So it sounds like from a consumer side, there's an interest in sustainability. From a business side, there's an interest in meeting that demand. But we need the larger companies to be able to also join the game so that there is more affordable way to do it. Is that right?
Yeah, definitely. Larger companies can do bigger impact. It's logical. If they are producing million of products, then they could also, reduce the costs of recycling the materials. Plus, of course, we need to ask ourselves how we can, change the way that that there's no need to take the plastic out of the oceans, for example. So their fundamentals are also probably somewhere else. But yeah, as you mentioned, so larger companies could definitely faster, do this impact on the market.
Now, in addition to the Chipola One Ocean Edition, you've recently come out with another product this year, which I think is a really interesting spin on sustainability because it's something that everybody can actually be doing. So can you explain a bit more about the Perfectly Imperfect campaign?
Yeah, as I mentioned, one of our core values is also being honest, right? We launched a credit card size tracker, and we had some issues with the plastic. So if you turn the products slightly around, you see some mistakes on the plastics. And our producer already produced more than 10,000 of those plastics. And we say, okay, we could throw that away, or we can do another test. Let's be honest and say, look, produce the products as they are and do the campaign around it. So the products are working exactly the same, but they are not perfectly from the outside. So it's not, maybe it also has some scratches, but they are as they are. So when we've been just honest and say, look, we would like to do that, plus we will donate $1, so the same as with the Ocean Edition, to support local economy, plus slightly it was also a global impact on to our organizations.
Yeah. Now, when you say that there are slight imperfections, I mean, I saw the products at CES this year, and I mean, you have to really look at the light in a very specific angle. These are not flaws that you would actually notice. Now, this is something that would happen with every single brand that is underneath this roof. They will have a percentage that will end up going into landfill or anything else. So I found that a very creative way to, this is a problem that the industry generally has, and here's a solution, is presenting it as, I mean, it's quite a unique approach, but presenting it as a product that consumers can still want, feels the same, generally looks the same, unless you're very, very carefully looking under a microscope. And I would say, even from just a PR perspective, from what I remember, there was about 3.7 billion kind of impressions across various countries, which, once again, as a case study, shows that the media are interested in this and consumers are interested in this. Is that right?
Yeah, it happened the same as with the ocean. It was a very nice campaign. We sold some of the products. In total, we are producing around 1 million of products per year. So, but still, the percentage of those products are not that huge as we would expect. And the same was with the Perfectly Imperfect campaign. At the end, yeah, we will be selling those volume, but it will take much, much longer time.
Okay. So from both campaigns, looking, because each is a different example of how you can create something in a different sustainable way, is there any key learning, anything that you would want to tell the audience, just in case there's some founders here that are looking to slipstream what you've come out with?
The mistakes are happening in the production, right? So definitely the key learning is improve the production to really minimize how many products you are throwing away. And for us is, yeah, we just use our core values. So we will just be honest and do it in our way. But at the end, economics are not, here really it doesn't work. So.
Yeah. So we've kind of looked at the past, we've looked at the present. So looking a bit at the future, I know that you guys have partnered with brands like Google, Apple. There's companies like Dell, Nokia, Samsung. They've come out with eco packaging, or maybe they've got a recycling program. You guys obviously have a recycling program. You've come out with sustainable option as well. Is there anything that you think the wider industry should be doing that will help? Because I think consumers want it, small, medium businesses want it, but what is a wider look?
Yeah, so definitely, for every product there is usually a packaging which we just throw away very quickly, right? There is a huge trend not a trend. Somehow it will be a standard that we remove the plastic materials from those packaging, which is very hard because you need to have the upper layer of the plastic, otherwise you have scratches on the packaging itself. So it's very, I would say, challenging situation. But yeah, definitely the companies could do many, many things, and many companies are already doing that. My personal opinion is that we should focus more on the products which could stay alive, right, for a longer period, not just purchase something and throw away tomorrow. But that doesn't go directly with the, the results of those companies and our companies. So at the end, you need a certain volume that you can survive. So yeah, I hope that the market would recognize that maybe it's better to pay for slightly more and have a more durable product which you can use for longer time.
That makes sense. So one quick question. We've looked at the product side. Partnerships are a very interesting aspect to your business. Are there is there anything that you should be telling us that maybe you're announcing now, any partnerships that you're coming out with? Because that's a really important point for so many businesses.
Yeah, so as you mentioned before, Google and Apple, we have very good relationship with them because Chipolo was the first company who integrated a Find My capability on one of our lines, and we did the same with Google. So now we have the Spot line and the Point line. One is working inside the Apple ecosystem. The second one works inside the Google Find My device ecosystem. But our knowledge and also our production capability and the way how we are thinking and producing things now is interesting for many companies, and we just announced 3 partnerships like we did together with a company Metabo. It's a German brand. We did a special tracker. It has a bigger battery. It has, what I just mentioned before. It's more solid and durable product, which will stay alive for longer. We are doing with iodine. It's SSD disk, very solid one. And also with Knurps, umbrella company, we're doing something new and interesting. So yeah, we're seeing a long-term many partnerships where we could help companies to integrate Google or Apple ecosystems, plus we are making firmware by ourselves, and we could do many customizations. So yeah,
that's good. Well,
interesting field.
I like it. I'm aware of the time. I think if anyone's interested in Chipolo, they've got a booth not far from here. Take a look. You can see some of the sustainable products and speak with Primoz directly. But thank you very much for joining. I think actually you've got some really interesting case studies which brands should be taking a look at. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much, Primoz Zelenček, CEO of Chipolo, and Heather Delaney, founder of Gallium Ventures. Thanks for your insights into Chipolo. All right, wow, it's crowded. It's getting crowded here. I don't know if this has something to do with your childhood dreams or your drawings of how the future could look like. I don't know. We're gonna have a quick rearrangement of the stage, and then we're gonna listen to something very special. But yeah, I will come back with that in a minute. Maybe something also for everyone who is not in that circle and has a hard time to understand something. There is a desk over there at this entrance, and there you can get headphones, so you're closer to everything that is happening acoustically on that stage. Feel free to get yourself a headphone. Also, if you are not comfortable with English, because the next session will be in English, we have an QR code here coming up, I guess. There's a QR code. Yeah, here. You can scan that code and you get an AI-driven instant translation onto your mobile phone or your mobile device. All right. We've all grown up by dreaming of flying cars, right? At least me. The movies promised us a future where we would be soaring above traffic, but reality kept saying, not so fast. Well, buckle up, because the reality is, the future is finally here. It's my absolute pleasure to introduce Jim Duchovny, CEO of Aleph Aeronautics, the man who's making those sci-fi dreams come true. Imagine this, the first electric car that can take off vertically and actually fly. Sounds wild, right? But it's real. Today, you will get a sneak peek at a stationary model, plus some jaw-dropping footage of the real deal in action. So, welcome on stage, Jim Duchovny. The stage is yours. Okay. Video first. And after that, Jim Duchovny will be here on stage.
A car cannot fly. If car would be able to fly, it would obviously change the world. It would change how the world look like. It would change where you live. It would change how much your house costs. It would change how much your groceries cost. Isaac Asimov, Red Bradbury wrote about it. Back to the Future, Blade Runner, Fifth Element showed about it. Henry Ford, Elon Musk tried to build it, but it still remains a dream because it's impossible. First of all, there's laws of physics which tell you a car cannot fly. Even if we go beyond laws of physics, which is impossible, how many of you would put a child in a flying car? Even if that would be possible, today, the air traffic cannot handle existing amount of aircraft in the air. What if you put 1 million cars above Berlin? That would be possible. And so in October 2015, quite coincidentally, the date the car in Back to the Future traveled to, coincidence, 4 founders, Oleg, Konstantin, Paul, and myself, met in a coffee shop, and we tried to do the impossible. So why did we try to do it? The timing was right. In 2015, several technologies matured. First of all, the battery technologies. Second of all, the flight control software. microelectronics, 3D printing, drone technology, prototyping, many technologies came to mature around 2015, which made it a little bit possible to make a flying car. By the way, if you want to check the hands of people who actually build a flying car, Oleg and Konstantin are actually in the audience. So before we started, there was even more fundamental problem. How do you build an aircraft with $0? We were 4 founders, we didn't have money, and it takes a lot of money to build a flying car. So we didn't have money, but somebody else did. One of the most famous investors in the world, the person who was first or one of the first investors in Tesla, SpaceX, Skype, Baidu, and many others, Tim Draper. And after that, we added another 18 investors. And contrary to what you may read in the media, we're still accepting new investors too right now. We actually just started a new round. So with initial funds, Oleg, Konstantin, Paul, and myself tried to design the first flying car in history. So here's how it works. First, we took out the engine, and instead we put 4 smaller engines inside 4 wheels. Second of all, in that empty space which we needed, we put propulsion. It's called DEP, distributed electric propulsion. It's 8 propeller, motor, speed controller, battery systems independent of each other, controlled by central computers. Third of all, we created what is called mesh. So mesh, which is on top, first of all, it allows for the air to come through for the vertical lift. And second of all, that allows the structure of the car. It's a structural element. Now, according to our calculations, numbers were more than enough for over 92% of the commute. Which means over 90% of the commute actually is between 10 and 30 miles, and over 95% of the commute is 1 or 2 person vehicle. Also, there is one important feature here. It's extremely lightweight if you look at it. It's extremely, extremely lightweight because Oleg and Konstantin designed something like with a specially laid out carbon fiber, sometimes impregnated with other materials, which made this car extremely light. Not only it's extremely light, it's actually stronger than 70% of the cars built today, which means it is lighter and stronger because of the materials they did. The next step was actually to see if all of this design actually worked in a real life, and it did. So we built a full-size prototype which could drive, vertically take off, and fly. But who in a right mind would allow this to fly anywhere? Well, FAA, US government. So we actually received permission to vertically take off and fly, being the first car in history which was allowed for government to vertically take off and fly. With very limited, obviously, with limited functionality, with experimental, not commercial, but still, this car is actually allowed to fly. Remember I told you that we're extremely light. Because we're extremely light, in several countries, in Europe, in Asia, and in America, we're legally allowed to fly today with limited capabilities. The capabilities is limited, but yes, in several countries, several big countries, for example, Canada, UK, you can today vertically take off and fly this car. Now, remember we had a question billions of cars above Berlin. How's that going to work? Well, turns out to be that FAA and EASA have very, very smart people and other aviation authorities around the world. So FAA and NASA, at least in the United States, already have something which resembles highways in the sky. They're used mostly for what's called AAM, Advanced Air Mobility. They're being rolled out very slowly. This is mostly for drones, eVTOLs, and everything else, but it already exists. And it can actually handle that huge traffic. So imagine there's something like a lanes, like a virtual lanes in the sky, which will allow you a very, very ordered traffic in the sky. The difference between traffic in the ground and traffic in the sky, that highway doesn't have bounds. Not only it doesn't have bounds, it also has y direction, which means you never have any two lanes crossing, correct? So you can actually put 1 million cars in the air, 1 million cars in Berlin. Good luck getting from downtown to here. That's what we experience. But why did they allow us to fly? Why? Because of safety. Safety is the most important thing which we do. Without safety, none of you would ever buy it. Without safety, none of you would ever sit yourself in it or put a child in it. We at Aleph spend more than 75% of our time and our budget on safety. Because without safety, we cannot do anything. Nobody will allow us to fly. You guys will not buy it. And we need, moreover, we need more safety than a regular car, and we need more safety than an aircraft, because it's something new, and people tend to be skeptical to get themselves into something new. So let me spend several minutes to tell you why a flying car is safer than an aircraft, like an airplane, and safer than a regular car. Something which you're definitely skeptical about, and you're right to do so. So, safer than an airplane. Today, when you fly an airplane usually has 1 or 2 engines. And this is the most common point of failure. We have 8 independent engines, and not only gives you 4x more redundancy, which means it's at least 4 times safer. We have also other systems which can kick in if the whole system goes down, another system kicks in. This whole system goes down, another system kicks in. Which means statistically and mathematically, it's actually 4 to 16 times safer than any airplane on which you flew today. And last but not least, we have a ballistic parachute. The reason we're able to do that is because we're so lightweight. Being so light enables this, where other aircraft cannot do that, right? This is what lightweight gives you. Now, something which is harder for you to believe, why a flying car is safer than a car. So let's talk about it. A car has accidents where 2 or more cars try to occupy the same space, right? This is where you probably hit the car, or you hit a car like this. Moreover, the most damage you have is not even from hitting the other car, but hitting the tree or hitting the curb, hitting something secondary. The fact that you have more space in the air is actually good. So statistically, the likelihood of any 2 aircraft touching each other is so much less than cars. Again, simply because of there's more space there. That it's statistically and mathematically much more safer. Again, you never have 2 roads crossing each other because they cross in y directions. You have much more room for something it's not going to hit the second one, and so on. Moreover, the fact that you're so high in the air, which to some of you seems scary, it's actually good and not bad. You have more time to recover for all the systems to kick in. If you hit somebody in a car, in the next second or 2, you're going to hit a curb or you're going to hit a tree. That's not going to happen in the air. There's a lot more time to recover. And again, keep in mind, if everything goes, the ballistic parachute. So we created more than 100 of safety features in addition to the features which are not there. But there yet one big problem remains. The most important problem, the laws of physics. If I would end the presentation today all of you who know physics or aeronautics would be right to call me on it and say, that's not going to work with today's technology. The reason is the batteries are not yet, even in today in 2024, not yet capable of going a long range. We can do everything I just said, but it would fly for 5-10 minutes, which is not going to be a really good car. We need to fly longer. So let me explain the problem, the laws of physics. Most of the things fly the same. When you get an airplane, a helicopter, you have a wing, specially shaped wing, and when you move forward, air pressure under the wing becomes more than air pressure over the wing, and this is why you stay in the air, right? This is what makes you stay in the air. Now, car doesn't have wings. If you're going to add wings to the car, guess what? You won't be able to vertically take off because it's going to be too much weight. Moreover, car has one of the worst possible shapes for flying because it's designed to push you down, not up. So, what we need wings which weigh 0 pounds, and we need to make the horrible shape of the car to efficiently fly forward. So one day, Oleg and Konstantin did something so simple that nobody in 100 years thought about it. Neither Henry Ford nor Elon Musk, probably because it was so simple. They took a car, they took a regular car, which I just showed you, and they turned it 90 degrees. Now, the exact same shape, by turning 90 degrees, became a biplane. A regular biplane with 0 extra pounds. You have 2 big wings on the top and the bottom. You have also DEP, distributed electric propulsion inside, which becomes one of the most efficient designs for aircraft, which you got from the shape of the car on the ground. And to your next question in the audience, yes, we've flown that in a real life on a full size in transition. But many had doubts that this is a car. Even though this drives, vertically takes off and everything, that doesn't look like a car. And thanks to Steve Jobs, design matters. So we hired one of the most famous car designers, the same person who worked on the design of Bugatti, Lotus, Jaguar, Hiroshi Razagi from Sweden.
Hello, Jim. To design a vehicle to both drive and fly with recognizable aesthetics is not an easy task. The aesthetics of this car uses design cues from sport cars. The concept has to consider everything from legal lights with a strong brand identity as well as pedestrian protection.
And so, 1.5 years ago, we came out from stealth mode and actually unveiled this car to the world. That kicked off a new storm. For the first time, there was actually a real flying car which was actually legal to fly. We were in headlines on Fox, NBC, CNN, BBC, on many news stations. In fact, the reach of this news were to over 2 billion people. So media finally could stop calling eVTOLs like Lilium, Archer, Joby, Volocopter flying cars, because now there was a real flying car. And that kicked off the storm of pre-orders. In fact, we received more pre-orders last year than Boeing, Airbus, Lilium, Archer, Joby combined, which made it best-selling aircraft in history by the number of pre-order units per year. That also became the fastest commute motor car in history. Those are close to the real times from downtown Berlin to here. There's no mode of transportation which will get you faster to here. Something often overlooked, that is actually the greenest, the most environmentally sustainable motor vehicle in history. More than Tesla, more than any EV. because under about the same watt hours per mile, we actually use less miles per trip because the road is straighter, which means we use less energy per trip. And so there remained one more important question. Why? Why did we do it? So we have little time on Earth. Average time, most of us will live probably to about 80 years. In this 80 years, we try to do a lot. We try to start a family. We try to do some impact on the world. We try to enjoy our life a little, all in a short 80 years. 1 week every year you lose in traffic. 1 week of your life, and in big cities like Berlin, actually more. 1 week per year you lose in traffic. In that time, you could see more of your family, you could sleep more, you can go on vacations. You lose huge amount of time. That costs $1 trillion in impact on the economy. The fact that you're staying in traffic and doing nothing. That costs billions of pounds of CO2 going in the air. What we try to do with Aleph, we try to move world faster, which means you can do more. Which means we can discover cures from diseases faster. Which means we can find more ways to feed the hungry. Which means we can improve life better if we move the world faster. So Aleph gives you your time back. On May 4th, 2022, I received a call that there was a fire in an apartment where my parents live. I sat in my car, I rushed there. It took me about 20 to 30 minutes to get there. When I got there, they told me that my father died in the fire. And firemen told me that if I would get there faster, we could actually save my father. My father was a great man. He was a famous singer-songwriter. In fact, this is one of his music playing on the background. His patents were used in spaceships. He loved science fiction, and he was my main inspiration for this. He died before he ever knew what we did. That 5 to 10 minutes in my life and in your life sometimes can make a huge difference. Not even an hour, right? What's important to us in Aleph is to make the world better. This is what my father told me. This is inspiration for Oleg, Konstantin, Paul, for all of us. What we're trying to do is we're trying to something which you guys dream of, something which everybody wants, and make it real. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If you have questions in your mind, or if you want to talk to this person who was here just with me, so they have their booth over there, so you can see a stationary model, right? Jim Duchovny and his team will be there, so you can feel free and overcome your fear to talk to them. They're, I guess, looking for partnerships. They're looking for future customers. So whoever you are, talk to them. They are here for us. Thanks for having you, and thanks for these insights here. Thank you, Jim. So coming up next, we're gonna have a company here from Denmark, Unu. But before, we will have a quick change of the stage, and then we see us back in about 5 to 7 minutes. Meine lieben Damen und Herren, ich korrigiere mich einmal kurz. Bei uns geht es um 13 Uhr wieder. Wir haben jetzt erstmal eine kurze Pause und dann werden wir UNO bei uns auf der Bühne sehen. Und die werden uns zeigen, wie man unseren Alltag ein Stück weit sicherer macht mit einem kleinen neuen Device, was sie vorstellen werden. Aber jetzt erstmal eine halbe Stunde Pause hier auf der Dream Stage. Hallo und herzlich willkommen zurück hier auf der Dream Stage. Ich sag's wie es ist mein persönliches Versagen hier. Ja? Ich war gerade kurz in der Pause und hatte meine Funke abgelegt, deswegen konnte man mich nicht hören. Willkommen zurück, es ist 13 Uhr, ein bisschen nach 13 Uhr. Ihr befindet euch auf der Dream Stage und solltet ihr Probleme mit dem Deutschen oder mit dem Englischen haben, habt ihr immer die Möglichkeit über unseren QR-Code, den wir hier einmal zeigen, instant, also sozusagen in Echtzeit eine Übersetzung zu bekommen. Die nächste Session wird in Englisch sein, deshalb nutzt die Chance. Und solltet ihr ein wenig irritiert sein, möglicherweise durch die umliegenden Bühnen, dann könnt ihr euch auch Headphones holen, die gibt es dort vorn. Dann habt ihr einfach einen ganz klaren Sound direkt am Ohr dran. A very warm welcome back on stage. We are at the Dream Stage and I'm very pleased and it's a pleasure that we have a little Danish company here with us coming up next. We're gonna see Unu. They have their stand right next to our stage. So if you have questions after the session, go ahead and ask them anything. They will show us how to create a safer life for our everyday life. So they're gonna present a little device, but more about that will tell us Caroline Louise Lilleør. Welcome on stage.
Okay, thank you guys. You hear me, everyone? Nice and clear. All right, so I'm on stage today to tell you about something very, very serious. I'm going to be very real with you. I'm going to be very direct. I'm going to tell you my personal story. So this product is basically how a terrifying situation ends up becoming a new product. And hence, Cyrene. So before I dig into what we're doing and what we've developed, I'm going to tell you about some statistics that showcases very much why we've developed what we've developed. So, just let alone in Germany, every fourth person feels unsafe when wandering around alone in their neighborhood after dark. That's a lot of people. And I know that in Denmark, we're nearly 6 million people and we have the same stats. You're 80 million approximately, right? So that's a ton of people. Also, every second German woman believes that public places have become less safe. That's also a lot. That's terrifying stats. Also, doesn't surprise us so much because Germany saw a 7% increase in cases of bodily harm in 2023. So we're talking a very serious problem here that goes all over Germany, but we also have it in Denmark. And we have a little party music here backing these stats up. That's very interesting. But before digging into the whole issue and how we're going to solve this, I have my own story. And I remember this day so clearly. I was 25 years old. I was out in public minding my own business. This was Saturday, daylight, nothing crazy. I remember what I was wearing that clearly. And this person comes up to me and he, I was exposed to attempted sexual assault. I was 25 years old. I have never in my life felt so vulnerable before. I've never felt so alone. Nobody was near me. I could not do anything. I couldn't call for anybody. However, I am a feisty little person. So I started fighting against this guy. And luckily, I got out of it. But he managed to do stuff to me that obviously imprinted in my mind. And I will never forget this day. So, how do you end up standing in such a tragic situation? Then you end up with a product that might actually solve these things. And that's what happened. So, I'm going to introduce to you Cyrene. There is sound on. I'm hoping that the sound gets through because we have a little crazy music over here, but read the text and get the vibe of what Cyrene is, and I will dig more into it. Let's see if I can play it. I don't know about you guys, but I get goosebumps every time I watch this video. This is Cyrene. Cyrene is our little hero. A hero that came out of a very, very tragic situation and ended up being the smallest companion you will have, but with the biggest network ever. Cyrene is this little piece of hardware. It's connected to your phone. And on your phone, you download an app. On this app, you add as many contacts as you can possibly come to mind of. So whether it's your colleagues, your friends, your family, whatever, you add them to this list. They get invited to be part of your network, your circle. If you're in an unsafe situation, you press once on the metallic button, and Cyrene sends out the message to all your contacts simultaneously, letting them know that you're in desperate need of their help. Now, we're so lucky and also very talented that we have succeeded to manage to get a critical alert through, meaning that this device sends a critical alert going through focus mode and silent mode. Because imagine that somebody you love or care about needs your help, but because it's night and you're on silent mode, they cannot get in contact with you. That's a terrifying idea, and we want to accomplish that. That cannot happen here. So Cyrene sends a critical alert with your live location. So if you're in a situation where you're moving because you're getting away from something, the live location will constantly update so your contacts know where you are. And they'll get the fastest route to you, helping, and then they can all arrive simultaneously. Studies show that in 9 out of 10 situations, a perpetrator is caught in the act, the situation actually de-escalates. So imagine calling 10 contacts at once and they all appear at the location at the same time. The situation might even not go that far. It actually de-escalates. Cyrene is very little and can be used in various situations. So you are connected to an app, as I mentioned, where you add all your contacts. Now imagine a situation where you have a little street of small shops, for instance. All shops, they have each of their Cyrene. And if one person is closing down the store one day and somebody's coming in, let's say robbing them, let's say just making them insecure, they can actually activate Cyrene, and then they can activate the whole street of shops. Also, you have the active person. So going out running with Cyrene, feeling uncomfortable. We have read a stat the other day that a lot of people, when they're going out running at night, they feel super uncomfortable and unsafe. Cyrene can help you feel safe like this because you know that in 0.6 seconds, you call all your contacts simultaneously. Using your phone, you maybe call, let's say a situation where you try to call one person, you don't get through, they don't pick up. You try call the next person, you actually do get through, they do pick up. Then you have a situation where you need to explain where you are. All of these situations stretches you out. And Cyrene kind of helps compromise that. So you don't have to explain where you are. You don't have to worry about not getting through to anybody. Cyrene will do it all. We can also think in a bigger perspective because you have the neighbor help. So if you're talking either a gated community or talking just a regular neighborhood and you're all connected with one another, you can have a Cyrene connected to that house that activates your whole neighborhood, letting them know that something's happened and they will come simultaneously. We actually had a situation like this. A neighborhood, they used WhatsApp for this specific occasion or this specific reason. They were contacting one another, and a woman was home alone with her kids, and an intruder came in. So she started texting in the WhatsApp group. She was connected with the whole neighborhood saying that somebody is in the house, I'm alone with the kids, please come and help me. Within 5 minutes, 5 cars came and actually helped this woman. So we see a lot of situations with Cyrene where we can actually help and comprehend a lot of things from happening. And in my situation is not the only one. We have a lot of these situations going on. Unfortunately, statistics are going up. We actually want to increase this. So, if we can help one person, if one person can be saved, if one situation can be de-escalated with Cyrene, then we've done our job. But fact is that most likely, we will actually come to help a lot more than we're expecting. We really want to increase safety in public space. If we've done it on the roads, now we're taking safety from the roads to the public streets with Cyrene. Now, I like when I'm up here and talking, I love to interact with my audience. And I could imagine that some of you maybe have questions for me in regards to Cyrene. So please go ahead and shoot whatever you have or whatever comes to mind, if you have any at least. None? Yes? Yes. So that's a great, yeah, oh, there's a mic, yeah. Okay, so he was asking how we prevent misuse from happening. Yes. So when you're inviting people to your network, you invite them with a personal ID. And that personal ID ends up in a notification in your app where you see the person's name and a picture of the person, so you know exactly who it is who added you. This way, you are in constant control of who you are actually contacting when you're in need of help, and vice versa, who you are helping or who you want to be a part of. It's actually a very interesting question because we are looking at, oh, I'm missing a slide here. So I should have had a slide here where we're talking about a voluntary community, because we've actually also looked at that. So in Denmark, when we started, we actually looked into creating a voluntary community. So with if people are within 5 kilometers of reach, they can actually come to you and help you. The way we did that is we verify people through the app as well. We know who they are, and we know exactly where they are when they accept a mission and come and help people. So this is just very much about the whole data thing, but giving us data enough so that we can actually keep track of who is using our product. Obviously, the politicians are very interested in a product like Cyrene because you end up with research or results that they can actually use to make their cities safer. So let's say Berlin, for instance, make Berlin safer like that. Yes. I don't know if did I answer your question? Yes. Yes, any other questions? All right, so, well, yeah?
Maybe I got a question. So what are the challenges in building communities you just mentioned? Because there is a project in Berlin where in case of a medical emergency and I call the Feuerwehr, you know, to get help, I had the experience that way earlier, like randoms, strangers are at that location to help with this medical emergency. So they built a community. But what are your challenges as a private company?
So I guess what we've experienced so far is really talking very direct to people. So imagine this being your friends, imagine this being your family actually needing that help, and you're not able to help them. In a situation where you really, really need the help, it doesn't matter who's helping you, right? So if you are frightened or if you're very nervous or if you do not know what to do and you need the help, it doesn't matter who's coming. That was our communication strategy in Denmark, and that actually worked. So this is very much about people helping one another. So with our other product, the co-driver, we're actually using our drivers to communicate with one another to make the roads ahead safer, right? So using that kind of technology and that kind of communication and placing it in a concept and product like Cyrene actually does the work. But it's also obviously about taking it very seriously and taking care of your community. That's a title itself, job title itself. We have a question down there.
Hi.
Hi.
You know, with the co-driver, I have the experience that people are sort of using it excessively, and you know, so you get more alerts than issues or threats, or you know, it also tells you when there's picture taken, right? So I get it more often than there's actually something actually happening.
Mm-hmm.
So I stop listening to it at some point, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes I still do, sometimes I don't even listen to it anymore because it just starts entering your subconscious and stuff somehow, right? So is there any plan, any strategy for your company, how you want to prevent the same thing happening in this issue? Because, I mean, you know, in these cases, it seems to be real issues, right? So if too often times people are pressing the button and actually nothing happened really, right?
Right.
How does your statistic collect this and make sure that not in the end, people are at some point not running to the issue anymore because they feel like, it's just another not true case?
That's a great question. And I think it's very difficult, the way people are using the co-driver, for instance, is not the same way as you would use a siren. So a siren is very much in a situation where you feel unsafe and you need the help of others. So when you're activating siren, you are aware that you are actually activating other people and making them come towards you. So I get the question, but the use cases are so different that hopefully that won't be an issue, that people are like false alarm, for instance. However, if we end up with a false alarm, you can deactivate it again, and then you let people know that this was a false alarm. So it's really up to you how you communicate with the users if that happens. But obviously our communication as a company is, this device is for you to use. If you're activating a voluntary community, you need to be aware that you're activating them. However, are you activating your own contacts? Then that's really up to you how you want to communicate with your own contacts. So if a situation is that you just feel frightened, nobody has actually talked to you or whatever, but you actually feel like somebody is following you, you don't really know where to go, and you actually need the help of a contact, then I would say that's fine. Activate siren, because you feel uncomfortable and you feel unsafe, and we would rather things stop from happening rather than they actually go too far, right? And then things are actually in the middle of happening, and then you activate siren. So this is somehow to prevent things from happening. That's really siren's main task, to be as preventive as possible. Yeah? Other questions? Otherwise, just raise your hand. But it's a great question, because your question actually leads me to the next thing and we actually want to implement in siren as well, and that's the follow me home function. So a lot of us know the text me when you get home movement. It really, it's spread all over Europe and all over the world, really. And what it is that a lot of, especially women, they know the text me when you get home dialogue. So a lot of us have it when we're going out and we're going out separate ways. Then we say, hey, remember to text me when you get home. A lot of times we actually forget that. Then what happens? Well, the other person gets worried. And we actually want to see how can we take the text me when we get home movement and enter it into a digital world and a product like siren. So let's say I'm out with my friends. I say, see you guys. I'm going home now. It's night. I activate siren in a different way than I would in an emergency. Then people have access to watch over my location until I say, okay, I'm home safely. This is a way of us taking care of one another, keeping an eye on one another, without actually having to text each other. So we have a lot of opportunities to actually be in contact with each other via the digital world or in a digital manner. And that's what we're trying to do with siren as well. This is really all about living your life. And you should be able to do that. And I'm sure we are able to do that. Sometimes we just need a little bit of help. And siren is not the solution, but siren is a part of the solution. I know that I want to live my life, and I know that I love living my life, but it does something extra to me that I know that I actually have a siren on me, knowing that if something happens, I activate it, and I get the help from the people that I really need to get it from. Yes? Do you have any other questions? You are more than welcome. I don't think I've had a question. Yes?
Hi. Would it optionally be possible to connect it to the police?
Great question. So we have been in dialogue with the police. They acknowledge our concept. However, working and cooperating with the police, you need to make sure that when you activate siren, it's because something criminal is actually happening. If something criminal is not happening, but you are feeling safe because somebody's uncomfortable, which is fair enough, then you activate your siren. But then it's not the police who should arrive. However, activating siren is like calling the police. Because when you activate siren, you activate your contacts. And it's up to them to contact the police if it's necessary. because you may not be in a situation where you actually have the opportunity to do so. So this is also a way of contacting the police in a situation where you simply cannot. In my situation, reaching for the phone was not a possibility. But the police needed to be there in that situation. But how would they know? I couldn't contact them. But it takes so much more to actually get directly into contact with the police, because you need somebody to tell the police that something criminal is actually happening. They need that witness. So there's another thing, the witnesses. So after a situation happens, let's say we actually do contact the police, then we have witnesses available being able to tell what happened and notify the police of what happened, and then take it from there. Mm-hmm. Okay, any other questions? Oh, I don't speak German, but maybe somebody else can translate.
Es besteht ja die Gefahr, wenn bestimmte Leute zur Hilfe eilen, dass sie erstens in Selbstjustiz greifen, dass sie im Prinzip die Person überwältigen, also selber überwältigen wollen. Das könnte passieren, könnte auch passieren, dass sie sich selbst in Gefahr bringen. Also da gibt's ja, da sollte man auch mal drüber nachdenken.
I wish I understood that.
So this gentleman is raising a potential issue that if people come by, they will be in a situation of emergency themselves. So what to know about
self-harm
that?
in a way.
And or will they do self-justice? And this would be a problem. I think this is what he's mentioning.
I normally say this: Siren is no different than calling for help. So Siren is just a digital way of calling for help. So if you freeze, you can't call for help, Siren will do it for you. In terms of the self-harm and the justice part and everything like that, that's what I mentioned before. So a university from Copenhagen and from England and from the Netherlands actually came to a conclusion that in 9 out of 10 cases, a perpetrator is just caught in the act. The situation de-escalates. And those statistics, those are the ones that we need to focus on, because those are important. That's 90% of cases, that's a lot. So if the presence of a witness actually de-escalates, then we're good. And that's exactly what we're communicating. That's exactly what appeared to happen. Yeah? Yeah? Did you have another question? Did you reach your arm? No? Okay, perfect. So we're launching in Germany in a couple of weeks, and I'm super excited about this. Unfortunately, I wish that we didn't need a product like ours. However, some stats and experiences say we do. So I'm hoping you can follow along. We're at a booth right over here. You're more than welcome to stop by, see the product up front, test it, talk to us, and ask us all the questions you want that you may not want to answer or ask here at least. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for being here and for this very important product you're going to launch soon. I had one question.
Yeah.
There's this project called Safe Space. Did you ever thought about like connecting those different approaches to get together? Because I think the core of everybody is not only having a business model, but actually helping people.
Yes, actually. So when entering a market like Germany, where you have great companies who are also trying to come up with solutions to fight these things, I don't want to enter the market and then fight against them. I want to cooperate with them and work with them. Because we all have the same main goal, and that is to increase public safety. So why fight each other and spend time on that? Absolutely.
Right, thank you for being here. And
thank you.
As you said, people can talk to you if they have
Absolutely.
questions.
Yeah.
Later on, you're going to be there.
Yes.
And you did a great job here by having those sound surroundings. Wow.
A little interesting, but yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Let's give a round of applause for this.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Now we're going to have a quick change here on our stage, and then we will move forward to the next thing that's going to happen on our stage. So we're going to see each other back in about 5 minutes. 1:30, let me check. Yeah, 3 to 5 minutes.
Achtung, Achtung! Hier ist die Sendestelle Berlin.
Wenn ihr den Rundfunk hören,
Das Fernsehen will ja kein Luxusartikel bleiben.
everyone. How are you all doing today? You good? Yeah? Are you awake? Did you have a coffee? 4 coffees. Are you from the US? Is that why you have a lot of coffee? Because you're jet lagged? Yeah, I feel for you. I feel for you. Yeah, it's tough, it's tough. But hopefully you won't fall asleep. No, you're not gonna fall asleep. It's gonna be great. We're here to talk about innovation, right? We all love to talk about innovation. And we wanna explore how technology can help shape the future and, you know, influence how we work, how we play, how we live our lives. One of those areas is the home. We all love our homes. Maybe some people love their homes more than others. I love my home, and it would be great if we could make our homes smarter, right? So that's what we're going to be talking about today. Did you know, for example, that 2024 is supposed to be the year of the smart home? Well, one of the reasons for that might be because it is becoming easier to connect physical devices like your air conditioning unit or your cameras to your home network. And that is due to something called Matter. Sounds complicated for those of you who are maybe not so into these technical terms, but in simple terms, it's basically a standard that acts almost like a conductor for an orchestra. What is an orchestra without a conductor? It's chaos, right? Yeah. And so that's what Matter is, or in technical terms, it is an open source protocol that enables interoperability. And we are gonna welcome some experts who know a lot more about this than I do. So please join me in welcoming, to start the day, our session moderator. Put your hands together for the managing director, managing editor for Lifestyle, apologies, at Tech Radar, Josephine Watson. And my voice has just broken. Welcome, Josephine Watson.
Welcome everyone to today's panel discussing industry collaboration on the sustainable smart home with Matter. My name is Josephine Watson and I'm the managing editor, although I like the promotion of director, of Lifestyle at Tech Radar, which is the UK's biggest consumer tech website. More and more consumers are kitting out their homes with smart devices, whether it's more interesting devices like robot vacuums, smart speakers packed with intelligence, or the simpler, more affordable additions like smart lights, smart plugs. You'll see plenty of those devices lining the halls of the Messe this week, just giving you a slice of the increasing popularity of smart connected devices. To fully realize the potential of a truly smart home, though, you need more than a few disparate voice control devices. You need a whole home solution that's capable of addressing your key concerns and improving your quality of life. So much untapped potential exists within the smart home space, with applications in healthcare, energy efficiency and carbon footprint reduction. However, it's a huge investment, with many people finding it daunting to invest so much in time and money in learning how to set things up. And there's also a lot of concerns for those who aren't so tech-savvy among us. In order to navigate challenges around topics like interoperability and privacy, we have needed something like Matter to come along and improve the conversation, removing those concerns from the consumer and putting it behind a technology wall that they don't even have to interact with. And with that, there's a seamless introduction to bring to the stage the CEO of the Connectivity Standards Alliance, Tobin Richardson. Please welcome Tobin up to the stage.
Meine Damen und Herren, willkommen, guten Tag, willkommen zur IFA 100. Ich bin Tobin Richardson und es ist mir eine Freude, heute Ihnen zu sein. Now, my German is not so good, so I'm going to start there and go to English, if that's okay with everybody. But it is a really important time to speak the same language, a language of devices, and that's what we're here to talk about today. And to talk about how that is important for sustainability in the smart home, in this open era of the smart home. I'm going to talk a little bit about standards, just to kick us off, to talk a little bit about the alliance itself, a little bit about Matter, and a little bit about how that matters in terms of energy efficiency and sustainability for the smart home going into the future. It's really a pleasure to talk about standards. Standards influence everything we do every day, from how light sockets look, to the roads we drive on, to the cars we drive in. That's all made possible by standards. And that's what makes it possible to get the things that we like in our everyday lives. And so standards really are in everything we do. And when we think about the smart home, standards are also a way to bring products into the market at large scale. And so that is really important for companies that want to increase the adoption of goods, not to just build one product and sell it in one place, but to build one product and sell it everywhere. So let me tell you a little bit about the Connectivity Standards Alliance. This is a place where standards are built. This is where we are unifying interoperability for the smart home, smart building, and eventually smart city and beyond. Our organization is made up of a community of manufacturers as well as partners from different standards organizations and different governments and different stakeholders around the world. We have today over 720 companies, many of whom you will see here at IFA, as well as 9,000 individuals and engineers who participate and work together to build products and standards so that all of this can work together seamlessly for you and I as consumers. We do this by bringing in manufacturers and stakeholders and developers from around the world. Today, there are over 48 countries represented from basically every hemisphere on the planet. So you're seeing not just a North American standard, not just a European standard, but a global standard. And that's how you're going to get to global adoption. And when we talk about energy efficiency, this is so important that we have all this together in one place so that we can unify this. We are represented by many great manufacturers and different companies and different individuals, but it is really the values underneath how we work together that really makes the Alliance a really special place, and by extension, the standards that are produced from the Alliance and its manufacturers and the member companies themselves. Some of those values include things like facilitation and collaboration, and really one of the most important ones is trust. Working together to trust that we're going to build a standard that will actually make a difference in terms of consumers' everyday lives, but also in a way that consumers, or rather manufacturers, can then turn that into good products that we can all enjoy every day. One of those standards that brings and relies on trust is Matter. Just under 2 years ago, we launched Matter into the market. And as I said earlier, we are just at the beginning of an open era of smart home. Many companies have tried for many decades to try to do smart home on their own. And what everybody knows is that open always wins. And the open era has started. We've started this with dozens and dozens of different products in the Matter standard. We have basically tens of millions of products already in the market that the manufacturers and our member companies are bringing into the market. And this includes things like thermostats, simple switches, lighting. Choose your favorite home appliance. Many here today are featured showing Matter, including Matter fridges. And so it is great to see this beginning, this kind of beginning and inception of all of these products using this open standard called Matter. Some of those include things like door locks. And these are things that we use every day, and they will now start working together across ecosystems, across manufacturers. And what is really important for consumers is that they start to get choice. And that's really important to put consumers in control. Because when the manufacturers are in control, we're not always going to get what we want, but we want their products. And so we want to make sure that this is a good relationship where they're building products that we want, but that they all talk together and that they can do so in an efficient way. Matter is just under 2 years old in terms of being kind of out in the wild. It's really remarkable that we already have tens of millions of devices in the field today. If you have a smartphone, you already effectively have an ability to tap into Matter products, and that is really the important part of what Matter delivers, is this notion of simplicity. But it is really hard to do this work in the background to make it simple for consumers. Just ask those companies that try to do it on their own for the last 20 or 30 years. And so finally, we're seeing this coalescing and this coming together around an open standard, and that unifying standard, of course, is Matter. Today, we have different releases. We throw out 2 releases a year for Matter. We just released 1.3 in the May timeframe. We had some really important new features. And as we do these updates to the standard, what you'll see are new feature types, and then you'll see stability. Just like with any software release, you're going to see different things fixed in terms of how the implementation goes and what that looks like, but then also getting new feature sets. And so it's really exciting, of course, always to see the features, but also what's really important is to make sure that it's stable, that it works across platforms, that consumers can get the best usage out of this. In the May timeframe, some of the features that we brought out into the wild were things like water management, automotive and EVSE or electric vehicle charging, as well as baseline energy management and monitoring. And then, of course, capabilities to support commercial building and multi-dwelling units. These are just a few of the new features in 1.3 that were released, and we're really excited to see, as the standard's out there, as companies can build to this, to start them see them putting that into their product plans and bringing that into the market together. We know that that's a journey. We know that that takes time, and that's what this is all about. So how does this make sense in terms of energy efficiency and sustainability? It is really about the kind of the network effect of having all these devices connected. If I can measure something, I can manage it. If I can't measure it, I can't manage it well. So when we talk about energy efficiency, even in my own home or across the grid, we need to have an ability to tap into all those sensors in a way that both puts the consumer in control, as well as making it possible for consumers to tap into utility programs, whether that's in California with the Pacific Gas and Electric, or British Gas in London, and so forth. But they have to have an intelligent conversation between the devices, and of course, where the consumer is always the one that's in ultimate control for what that looks like. So together, these are the building blocks that we're putting in place to really create the open smart home and the next era of what this means for energy efficiency. And it's really exciting to be at this point in that journey. And we know we have many, many milestones ahead, but it's so incredible the milestones that we're already reaching in terms of the technical innovation as well as the collaboration. I talked about trust. I talked about hundreds of companies working together, thousands of individuals across the globe coming together to work on this. And it really is an impressive and exciting time. And I'm really excited to be here today to talk to you a little bit about this, but to also be joined by friends and colleagues from around the industry. And I think we're going to meet them here in a minute. But the most important part is that what you're going to hear about is all of us working together. Thank you.
Thanks for that fantastic presentation, Tobin. Always good to have a catch up on where we're at with Matter and its exciting journey. It's already helping consumers by removing some of the biggest frustrations around interoperability and compatibility. And as you highlighted just now, there's lots more to come. What's needed across the industry players, though, to really push this progress forwards?
I think it ties to one thing I said earlier, which is this notion of people trying to do it on their own. And a lot of companies, that is what they're in the business to do. They've got to make a profit, build products that they can continue to sell, not just once as well. But it's understanding that the larger market is only going to be built by coming together and agreeing on interoperability standards and doing it in an open manner. So that's both a kind of a design principle or fundamental shift in terms of how companies think about cooperating with their competitors, but also then making the investment to do the engineering work, to participate. And we make it easy. We have a lot of, we have an open code base online with our GitHub repository. You can examine the code today and really, of course, then join in the alliance, take part in the collaboration. We have thousands of conference calls each year. We have dozens of meetings in person. So there's a really active community that is building that together. So companies, if you're not doing something today, you're missing the boat. You need to come in and join in because this is how things are going to work in the future.
Well, I think
today.
That's a great time to welcome some of the other collaborators on stage, perhaps, then. So we've got a fantastic panel of specialists here today to explain how smart home technology is already tackling sustainability with Matter. So in addition to Tobin, I'd like to welcome to stage the Managing Director of Home Connect at BSH Home Appliances, Stephanie Lips, and CEO of the Wi-Fi Alliance, Kevin Robinson. Have a seat, guys. Lovely to see you.
Thank you.
So we're going to kick off today by talking a little bit about the shifting attitudes around smart home devices that we've seen in recent years. So we've seen a lot of changing priorities. People were focused before on individual devices and very specific convenience use cases. Now we're seeing a lot more questions around energy and sustainability come up. What's driving this change? Perhaps, Kevin, you can start us off.
Sure, and I think it's a great question. I think what we're seeing is kind of the convergence of two separate trends, both on kind of more of the supply side, which I would say is around the developments in the technology, and then as well as the demand side with what the consumers ultimately are looking for. On the supply side, of course, we go through this regular adoption cycle. You have, the innovators, early adopters. Usually there's a lot of kind of novelty for novelty's sake. They put up with a lot of maybe friction in the usage of those devices. But again, it's what I often refer to as like the gadget phase, let's say, of smart home or home IoT. But what we're seeing now is really moving past that point where the technology is maturing to the point where it's more seamless. You're getting into kind of the early, kind of more the mass market. And they're seeing that they can trust these technologies. They're accessible to them. The user experience is sufficiently good. And when you get into that phase, now it's about what can I accomplish in a meaningful way with these technologies? Like, what are the real problems these technologies are helping me to solve? And I think we're getting into that phase now with things like Matter and with the underlying technologies being sufficiently mature, that it's a different perspective from the end user, right? So they're looking at things like, how do I make sure that my home is secure? How do I deal with aging in place, which actually is a huge issue in the US with an aging population of, just recently I installed my mother's first smart home device because I live in a different state than her, right? So these are real problems that people are facing. And so I think that's the one major trend that's happening. And then that's on the supply side in terms of the technologies becoming more sophisticated. And then on the demand side, I think you're seeing things, whether it is driven by government initiatives or whether it's even driven by, let's say, the market side where energy prices are increasing. I live in Texas, incredibly hot summers, and we have events where the power grid is severely taxed. So it's not about saving money, it's I actually want the grid to stay up so that I have air conditioning completely through those periods. And I think it's the convergence of those two things, maturity of the technologies through initiatives like Matter, as well as just consumers being a little bit more sophisticated and wanting to see these benefits in their lives.
And from your perspective, Tobin, on the Matter side of things, how are you seeing conversations progress, both in your members and in the consumer side?
I think, and I think Kevin talked about it, there's a demand for Matter today. I think if consumers got what they wanted, they'd have every feature, every platform, and so which is great. It's a great pull. But from the members, we need to make sure that the basics work right. And get that fundamental. And I think if we do that well, and we've got core devices for the smart home already set, we're getting a few more here and there, which is great, and that forms this kind of good coalition of known devices. And if we do that well, then I think we'll earn that trust of the consumer to then say, great, now we're going to add more features, we're going to do more things, and enable more services on top. But from that kind of the plumbing side of the Matter piece, it really needs to be extremely reliable, secure, and simple. So I think, again, on the consumer side, I think they'd like everything today, and I would too. We'll never go fast enough. But from the member side, there's a really good investment to make sure that those elemental pieces are done and done well, and then kind of growing from there at a reasonable pace.
And then, Stephanie, from the sort of more of the device side of things, how do you see smart home adoption helping sustainability goals?
Yeah, we see an ever-increasing number of consumers already registering our products. So we at BSH, we are a market leader in home appliances. We have 15 billion in revenue. We have 60,000 employees. We have already 38 factories where we produce carbon neutral. And therefore, we really see a large interest in sustainability also with our consumers, but also an increasing interest in connecting our appliances because of energy saving opportunities. Well, we have a wide range of brands in our portfolio, so I just wanted to maybe ask in that round, so who actually owns an appliance of Bosch, of Siemens, of Neff, of Gaggenau, of Constructor? So I've seen almost every hands up in the room here on site, and I believe that you guys online, I don't know if it's this or I think it's this camera, I've also seen your hands up. And we actually have all these great brands because we really want to cater different needs of consumers all over the world. And of course, we are doing so by providing large home appliances such as kitchen appliances, cooktops, ovens, fridges, dishwashers, but also washing machines, dryers, and small home appliances such as cook processors, espresso machines. And there's actually a wide range of use cases. Of course, I hear you. Yeah, some people like to order their coffee with Alexa, but of course, somebody has to put a cup, a mug, in the coffee machine the night before. Otherwise, it's gonna be a mess. Of course, there is a lot of fun around. So we also have large partners, as you can hear, such as voice assistants. Also, if this then that, which enable a lot of fun things. But of course, our ecosystem is way larger than that. We have a lot of energy management companies already who have also invested in integrating us into their services so that homeowners can actually utilize their own produced solar energy running our appliances. And that does make a lot of sense. Yeah? We at Bosch also, we also produce heat pumps. We are in EV charging. And I think that's pretty obvious use cases, yeah, where it does make sense to use energy when it's cheap and available. And that's primarily the case with renewables. Wind is blowing, sun is shining. That's very obvious that you want to use the energy in this regard. But of course, also home appliances make a difference here. And this is what, in the meantime, really every consumer can benefit on. So not only the ones who own a home, also other people, everybody, with our app, where you can actually pick times when energy is cheap and available to save. And that's, I think, a great asset, and also really something we see in our adoption rates within our own app, that this is extremely attractive as a use case. Yeah. And of course, in addition to our own app, we want that our appliances really seamlessly integrate into the smart lives, into the smart living environments of our consumers. And that's what we're also here for. That's where Matter comes in play. Yeah. And I've also heard you saying, it's like, oh wow, that's 90,000 developers.
9,000.
Oh, 9,000.
Yeah.
Still,
We'll get there.
a hell lot of developers. And of course, you really wonder, okay, what do I get? Yeah, as a consumer, you wonder. And of course, In this case, it's really great that the energy-saving use cases will be made even easier. Intuitive connections, so home appliances will connect even more intuitively. They will automatically save energy and water. They will provide more personalized experiences through AI. And last but not least, they will be updating themselves at any time to actually enable new opportunities we cannot even think about today. Yeah? That's the major point and the main benefit also Matter brings for us.
I think that's an interesting point to talk to you, Kevin, a bit about the impact that standards like Wi-Fi and Matter have on this progression. Can you talk a little bit about what you're seeing?
Well, standardization has a huge impact on this. When you look at a lot of the strategies that we're going to be using to deliver sustainability, many of them are built on connectivity. You have to assume that you have connectivity in these devices to ultimately deliver on those strategies. And when you look at what the Wi-Fi industry has accomplished, what Matter is now starting to accomplish, it's very clear that you need standardization to achieve the level of scale where you can actually have a meaningful impact, right? It's not about getting fractions of percentages of addressing in power reductions. It's can you actually have a meaningful impact? So I think from our perspective, our view has always been that there's going to be multiple technologies in the home environment, in the connected home environment, right? You look at Matter with, Thread is a component of Matter, Wi-Fi is a component of Matter, Bluetooth is a component of Matter, of course, the entire IP stack. So all these technologies, it's going to be multiple technologies that help us achieve this dream. And so but looking at just from the Wi-Fi example, there's roughly 18 billion Wi-Fi devices in active use today. So if you look around the world, 18 billion devices being used, moving over half of the internet's traffic. So again, getting back to that point of how do we have meaningful impact? The example of demand response again. Okay, well, it's great that you can turn down a thermostat, and that's good. Don't get me wrong, that's a good thing. But what about all the other devices that are in the home? What about, let's say you have a pool and you have pumps that are are pulling incredible amounts of energy when they're being used? What about, car charging? All of these areas. And by being able to scale through initiatives like Matter, that's what's going to get connectivity into every one of those other types of devices. Some will use Wi-Fi, some will use Thread. But at the end of the day, the home can be more intelligent. And that's what's going to drive, one, accomplishing sustainability goals, but also allowing the industry to be successful in accomplishing those goals, which just feeds that virtuous cycle, right? If the industry can be profitable and successful in doing this, it just means we can go further in the impact we're able to deliver.
Can I add on that? Yeah. So you talked about billions of Wi-Fi devices today, right? And that's, I think, I talked earlier about the notion that companies have chosen potentially closed ecosystems, but they have made good decisions in terms of a lot of the core networking technologies, whether it's Wi-Fi, Thread, Bluetooth, and some of the network side. And so, at the same time, the decisions on top of those core connectivity technologies has been closed, right? And so they've figured out, how do I keep the devices completely closed in my own ecosystem, and only I can talk to it, and the consumers can only talk through me. And of course, consumers like that to a degree. Consumers sometimes like choice, sometimes they don't. And so you get great facilitated experiences. But to your point, as we look at the complexity of that and having kind of the network effect, you're really limited. As big as one company might be, and we know some of the larger ecosystems are, even they've recognized, and which is why they've all bought into Matter, this notion that this part also has to be open. But they have to be able to trust that the features and the function sets that are within that are available in ways that they want to be able to use them, and then be able to get into energy efficiency programs that really can take advantage of a much larger impact of devices for a much greater net effect as well.
Well, absolutely. And without things like Matter, just the friction involved in accomplishing those things is incredible. So you brought up there are the ecosystems, and maybe it's a little bit more of the walled garden, but flip to the other side where you're a small company, you have small development teams. It is near impossible to develop for all of these different ecosystems, or it's incredibly expensive for them to do so. So reducing that friction is where you get the elements of scale, costs start coming down, things are more cost effective, mass consumer adoption, and then real impact.
And when we're talking about some of those consumer convincing aspects here, right? How do we sort of visualize the use cases? How do we visualize, to a customer, explain to them why it's going to benefit them? How exactly is sustainability coming into the picture with this? Perhaps just one or two examples.
Yeah. Who's going to point to?
Perhaps Stephanie, if you've got any examples of how devices might interact together to progress this.
So how we actually make decisions for functionalities. Well, of course, we have always put consumer centricity at the first position. Maybe let me allow to be a little bit nostalgic because it's IFA 100th anniversary, and I also had the pleasure to speak in front of another audience about also our history with IFA, but of course also really our history in home appliances, and that is really, really impressive. So there is, we actually invented under the brand Siemens the first vacuum cleaner that was called Dust Pump and primarily made to clean the curtains of the Imperia. And of course it was actually weighing 300 pounds, yeah, so really heavy. But of course at the same time we have evolved a lot, yeah, we have really revolutionized household appliances and of course also have met consumer expectations when, of course, there was the first kitchen machine really easing kitchen work, microwave when time started where both partners in a relationship were working. So we always made life easier, quality of life at home better. And and of course now we really have already our great app and ecosystem, and this is something we're heavily using. And we see a lot of consumers registering for our services. So they buy in a connectable appliances, they get the offer to register our own app. They get, of course, also insights into our ecosystem of more than 50 partners already, and already benefit from these functionalities. And there's still a need for manufacturers' apps next to Matter, and I'm going to refer to that in a second, because of course there are certain things you really expect from the manufacturer of your appliance. We heavily invest in even faster and better access to customer support. Also supporting sustainability in giving advice and tips and tricks how to extend the lifetime of your appliance, how to maintain it, how to clean it so that it lasts longer, even longer, that it actually always delivers best results like on day one. And of course, in addition, you also have access to spare parts, even longer, much longer than we are mandated to offer them because our appliances last that long. And of course, this environment gives us a great environment to really get in touch with consumers and also see from their adoption rates, from their usage of the app and the ecosystem, what they're most interested in. And of course, we do a lot of consumer research as well. But definitely, yes, the topic of customer service is definitely something consumers want. And of course, also saving energy and water and ultimately money. Yeah, that's a customer need. And for that reason, we really get a lot of interest in these functionalities. And of course, with standards like Matter, that will be made even easier. Yeah, this is something where consumers benefit from.
And do we see benefits for other members of the value chain, whether that's device makers or commercial or residential property builders?
Yeah, it's hard to capture what the limitation of value is there. I mean, it is really exponential. We look at the network effect, and you look at some of these core technologies like the internet, which started early on, and you could share a file across, perhaps 2,000 or 3,000 miles. But of course, we've seen much greater value. But you had to prove those core values first. So I think the value for Matter and for connectivity is really, I will say, it's exponential, and I think that's a legitimate statement. And the number of markets that can benefit from it, and as Stephanie said, companies are already delivering great value. They're the ones with the relationships with the consumer, not Kevin and I, as we are consumers, but it is really about facilitating and helping companies come up with new services and new capabilities that then tie together to take advantage of that network effect. So there are, again, a lot of different areas where there's going to be value. You grabbed on, one, multi-dwelling units or commercial buildings. I think that's an area that will really benefit both in terms of savings as well as the energy efficiency programs that are coming, both just in terms of being able able to better manage energy in a facility like this, or in a large building, or in an apartment block with 2,000 units in it. With something like Matter, with the ability to manage these across different units and be able to more intelligently manage the energy efficiency of the building owners, of course, reduce costs. The tenants will pay a smaller bill, and so you can see, and that's just one small use case around that. Of course, with Bosch products.
I can imagine there also being plenty of benefits for the grid as well in terms of energy storage and energy management. So it's really an exciting space to be working in. However, it's not all sunshine and rainbows. There are still difficulties. So I was wondering if, Kevin, perhaps you could start with talking about perhaps some of the remaining challenges and barriers to making a sustainable smart home future a reality.
Yeah, I think one I would highlight, and it's probably a little bit more esoteric one, but it's a very important one, is in the area of kind of policy, regulation and policy. And right now we have, often where policymakers, particularly in Europe, what we're seeing is they have these very kind of siloed goals, right? So you have goals around green energy sustainability, you have goals around digital connectivity, gigabit infrastructure, et cetera. But you're not always looking at how each of those goals and how you're approaching those goals are playing off one another, or might be even, let's say, undermining a particular goal you might have. And so just very specifically in the area of spectrum, everything we're talking about right now in terms of what Matter's delivering, what Wi-Fi on its own is delivering, any of these technologies, they're all based on unlicensed spectrum, right? So most of the advancements that you're going to see if you walk around IFA are leveraging unlicensed spectrum, because it allows a manufacturer to have that direct interaction with their customer. You're not having to go through a different service provider. So all of the business models are generally geared around that. Well, the challenge is we're starting to enter into an area where the spectrum is going to start to become an issue for the unlicensed community. And if I would then take that and look at more from the sustainability angle, we have, when you look at this all this indoor connectivity we have, there's efficient ways to deliver it, and there's inefficient ways to deliver it. You could provide this connectivity by using a wide area network. Maybe it's through your mobile operator. Well, that's not terribly energy efficient when all of the devices are communicating with each other indoors. And so we were looking, for example, at the combination of fiber, which is the most energy efficient way to get connectivity into the home, with then do you have enough spectrum to get that connectivity from fiber to something like Wi-Fi, or for example, like Bluetooth is moving into the 6 gigahertz band now. And when we looked at this, we found that just in Europe, there's roughly a 3 megaton difference in CO2 emissions per year if you have the full 6 gigahertz band and are able to leverage that for unlicensed connectivity in the home, versus, let's say, not having all of that connectivity, where you have more congestion for the devices that are still coming into the home, but now you're going to have to offload that to either mobile because you don't have a sufficiently good experience. So again, it's kind of all these different areas interplay with one another, and spectrum is one of those things that I think is ignored a little bit at our peril in how we're going to efficiently deliver the connectivity needed into the future. And so specifically in Europe, we're talking about what's something called the 6 gigahertz band, and making sure that policymakers are considering all of these things.
And how do we sort of engage with those sort of missing pieces in this communication, right? Like how do we improve this and move forwards? Tobin, maybe start on that.
Yeah, education is probably the key, right? No, and it's fair. It's why an organization, this may be a little self-serving, but it's why an organization like the Alliance is really helpful, because you have a lot of stakeholders coming together in one place to just even understand what those issues and milestones are that are in kind of the way of getting to where we want to be. We have in our membership, over 720 companies, and it's chip providers through Storefront. And so you have every part of the value chain represented. So when you're talking about, to Kevin's point, are we going to use unlicensed spectrum? How are we going to get this message from one device to another? You have everybody at the table that you need. And so you're able to kind of, get through that versus saying, well, we've got a couple of chip providers here, but we have no lock manufacturers. How are we going to find out what the lock manufacturers want to do? Now, it seems kind of a silly example, but at the same time, you have to have all pieces there to make it work. The second part, of course, is then looking outside of the manufacturing supply chain to the regulatory stakeholders and governments. We have a new initiative that we launched earlier this year on product security, and as part of that, we are in deep and active discussions with the European Commission, with the government of Singapore, with the government of Germany, Australia, as well as the US, on understanding what protections they want in place to ensure that all those connected devices, which are in the tens of billions and will be even more, are being addressed appropriately by the manufacturers. And so again, it comes down mainly to communication, but timely communication in that design process. And as Kevin talked about with the notion of spectrum, you want to make design choices now that aren't going to preclude the manufacturing base from going in the wrong direction. We're here talking about sustainability. If we make we optimize for a local median, we're looking at the wrong problem. And we're going to solve something for the next 2 years when with the open smart home, we need to be solving for the next several decades.
Absolutely, and it's one of many, many things right now which we're looking at short-term solutions where long matters more, and that perhaps leads nicely into a question around AI. It's a big talking point. We're talking about it in every area of tech right now. For our final question, what impact do you see AI having on the smart home, both generally and for sustainability? And we'll start with Tobin, but I think everyone will have something interesting to say on this one.
Yeah, AI is really exciting because of the computational capability that it brings and the advanced analytics that really are implicit in what AI is in terms of the devices. You don't get that without having a good common base, which is what a common language delivers. And so the notion of being able to look across billions of devices and being able to rely that a mode control may be interpreted the same, I'm going to be able to get much better intelligence at kind of a graduated level about what that means. If I'm having to define one data element over in this house, and it's a different kind of a data element in this house, and so on, it becomes much more complex. The processing power to get a good outcome on that is going to be even worse. And so standards like Matter, unifying the data component of that is really important. In fact, it's really critical to AI for devices being relevant. So we're really excited about getting everything connected with the same language, and then enabling AI on top of all that so great manufacturers can do really cool things for their consumers that way.
And perhaps a good segue on to you, Stephanie. Do you have any sort of thoughts on how AI is going to be a part of this conversation moving forwards?
Yeah, I think people definitely want. Just recently, I don't know if I can recall it exactly, but I've heard a very good quote of a person saying that she wants AI to take over the things she doesn't like. And not the things she likes, yeah? So the creativity and creating work. And of course, this is something we always hear from consumers. So when is AI finally putting the mug under my espresso machine, or emptying my dishwasher, or cooking for me, and so on? And of course, that's robotics part. But ultimately, you really want to have like an ease of mind. You don't want to make a choice to. Of course, you want and to be energy efficient by default. And you want the AI to make that decision for you, to help you out, and to really make sure, having a same look at the weather forecast, is there a better time today to let my appliances run? I can run regardless of the time of the day, such as washers, dryers, dishwashers, or maybe even cooling down my freezer more than usual at times when energy is cheap. Yeah. And that is definitely what consumers are looking for. They want to have ease of mind. They want a smart, like a responsive and intelligent smart home. And of course, they also want, from you mentioned that, like from a consumer relationship perspective, they want to have the information which is really relevant to them. And already today, we can give very personalized recommendations to our consumers. For instance, you have used your oven 50 times. Why don't you use the pyrolysis? Yeah, which is cleaning your oven automatically, and afterwards it will last longer and get better results, just to give you an example. Yeah. And of course, these recommendations can be even more personalized, like hyper-personalized, and this also then enables us as a brand to even deliver more value to our consumers. Yeah, and actually we're really proud at IFA this year that we, maybe I should start with the Bosch Smart Home products first, because they now are completely fully integrated, so every Meta controller can directly control all our smoke detectors, door sensors, and thermostats to also enable smart and energy-saving routines. So that's where we are fully there. But we at BSH are really proud to announce the first Meta-enabled home appliance, which is our XXL built-in fridge freezer. And of course, we are already leaders in the built-in business, meaning the fitted kitchens. But of course, there's a lot of intelligence now also built in. And yeah, this is a new fridge we are releasing. So the embedded architecture is fully equipped with Meta now. And you can do things like controlling the temperature, setting modes. There is a holiday mode, which helps you save energy. And it's also ready for software updates and upgrades. And that's something which is extremely, we're very proud of, because now we're actually celebrating our 10th anniversary of our own app at this IFA. And there's now, I think there's an applause, it's okay. I have to admit, these are my colleagues sitting over there. But we really now stepping into the next decade of intelligence and connectivity with Meta, and that's something we are extremely excited about.
Excellent. And
yeah, and Tobin, I completely agree with your point about the importance of having a common language and having connectivity. And I'll maybe focus on the second piece, which is, without connectivity, you don't have AI. I mean, even if you have the common language, if you're not able to get the data, the information to where the learning actually happens, and then get those learnings back down into devices to do something meaningful or useful, then AI doesn't really achieve its promise. And I also like the point about, there's many memes about this that, like you said, how do I get AI to do my dishes instead of doing the painting, right? Well, instead it's taking away my hobbies and I still have to do all the drudge work. But I think another area is AI taking over areas that we're either not bothered to do or are forgetful to do, or just it's very difficult for a human to do those things. And one very specific example that also has a tie into sustainability is, a significant amount of energy goes into the networking infrastructure that is in a building like this, or is in an enterprise, in your company's campus, or even in the home in a multi-dwelling unit. And there's quite a bit of work going on, for example, in the Wi-Fi industry, of how do we perhaps tailor the performance of those networks based on what is actually going to be demanded of them. So you have these very high performance Wi-Fi access points, for example, that they're consuming energy, but when you need high performance, that's a good trade-off. If I'm the only person, let's say during the break, that's in this room, why is that access point still powering multiple spatial streams, have all the radios turned on when there's really no need to? And so you're seeing a lot of effort in the Wi-Fi industry is using things like AI and predicting, okay, we're about to go into a lull period. Maybe it's using data from a Matter-enabled network, right? It's like, okay, I see most of the mobile devices have started to walk out of the room. Well, I don't need all of that performance anymore. I can shut off radios. I can reduce power. In an enterprise environment, maybe I turn off every other access point because I don't need the density anymore. So again, a lot of really interesting areas where the combination of connectivity, a common language so you can learn what is happening in these environments, and then using AI to manage the infrastructure so you don't have some IT administrator, running room to room, flicking off a switch to turn off an access point, which is simply impossible and too expensive.
I think there's an interesting thread on there as well about the consumer side of things in terms of, we have things like automations at the moment, which are very often sort of ring-fenced by device, by network. And I've even found with that, I'm a big advocate for my friends and family, and my dear mother, love her, as I've tried to explain to her how to do an automation, how to make an intelligent decision that does it for her, she doesn't want to do that. She wants it to do it for her. And it's that sort of thing where the AI side of things, again, taking things away from the consumer, is a really exciting opportunity for people to just have more agency to do other things in their home and reduce that household load. Is that something you're sort of seeing as the big focus moving forwards when you're talking about AI with Matter?
Yeah, AI with Matter. So I think in two parts to that, right? So as we've talked about, I think, Matter is a massive key ingredient for AI for devices. It's probably the key ingredient for AI if you're going to try to do anything intelligent with controlled devices. The second part is simplicity, and it's exactly to your point about your mother. It has to be simple. It cannot be another complex thing that requires people to do more complex analysis. It has to actually be easier than what it is today. And so I think, that notion of the underlying principles of Matter, of course, is simple, secure, and reliable. If we can achieve that, that allows a great foundation to come in over the top with AI services and take advantage of everything that's already connected, very simple things that are happening, and provide cool new things where you're just having to explain the value, not this will be great, but you also need to install this here and install this here, download this patch here. You cannot do that. We cannot get to that point. We have to go the opposite direction.
And so more of a personal question to round us off today as well is talking about Gen Zs, which for me is a fascinating trend. I'm cusping a Gen Z myself. We call ourselves Zillennials, approximately 5 people do anyway. And it's a really big talking point among Gen Zs, right? But there's also a lot of concerns around misinformation, around trust, around whether or not you can believe in a claim or whether it's greenwashing. Stephanie, as someone who works in the product side, how do you really build that trust with the next generation of consumers when it comes to things like sustainability in the smart home?
Well, obviously, from our point of view, there is, of course, special needs every generation has. But ultimately, what unites them all is really feeling home at home, feeling safe at home. And obviously, also, acting sustainably is also luckily nothing which is only interesting for the under 25s, luckily. So this is also really something where we unite many consumers. And in terms of the functionalities, we really open up using energy when it's cheap and available for pretty much everyone. Now within our own app, in the future, obviously also with Matter, but of course also today already with our large ecosystem group of ecosystem partners in that field, where of course, interoperability is already there. And we also see that maybe the under 25s or under 35s, of course, they really have higher demands towards a brand. And especially in sustainability, as mentioned, we produce carbon neutral in all our 38 factories. And we do have a lot of initiatives in place to really prove that our brands are taking care.
Excellent. Well, we're coming up towards the end of our time here, but Tobin, I'd love to hear a little bit from you about the next steps of Matter. Obviously, some of it might not be ready for public consumption, but what can you share about where you see it going forward, at least?
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you for the time today. Matter is really not just poised, but already flying at warp speed, which is fantastic, but also challenging because we've got to keep it together while we're going that fast. And so what we'll see in the near term, and it really timed well with our theme today of sustainability, is a lot of work on these new energy efficiency areas that are both supporting the grid management, but also individuals and consumer side, whether that is in heat pump side, looking at more appliances to bring in, looking at EV charging, doing more complex things on the EV side and electricity management, so that we can really start to see those direct applications. So as we continue our feverish pitch of really bringing new features and new updates to Matter, I think that's what you'll start to see in the next couple of releases, both later in the fall as well as early next year as well.
Very, very exciting.
Yeah, it's very exciting.
Well, thank you all so much for joining today. It's been a fantastic discussion. Is there any final messages you want to give to your consumers? Last things you want to say?
I guess the last point, I apologize for going back a little bit, but one of the things in terms of gaining trust, because I think that would be the last message to the consumers in terms of placing their trust in these initiatives. And I think that's where associations like the CSA and Wi-Fi Alliance become important as industries start saying, these are the standards, these are the expectations we are going to set with the consumer, and we are committing to those, and you can trust that we are going to deliver on what we're talking about. And so I think for the consumer is make sure that you're actually going out and getting Matter devices and Wi-Fi certified devices and Thread certified devices, right? So that you actually can benefit from those discussions and those commitments that the industry is making.
Thank you so much. That seems like a great place to leave it. Thanks everyone coming to watch today. We'll see you next time, hopefully.
That's good. Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thanks to all of you. Thank you. We all hopefully enjoyed that. Connectivity is key if we want technologies like AI to work for us. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stop for a little break. So if you want to stay around, you can stay seated because we'll continue with a conversation around the future of mobility by Vestel. So either stay here or see you in the next 20-30 minutes. All right? Thanks so much and see you soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think you are here for a presentation that should have been started 15 minutes ago. We actually have no news, but we know that Noor Delby is on her way in 5 minutes. So it's up to you. Either you stroll around, because I will introduce her, so it will take 2 minutes. As soon as you listen to my voice, next time she will be here. For all of you, the presentation will be in English, as far as I can see it. Falls Sie ein Problem mit dem Englischen haben, dann einmal nochmal der Hinweis, wir haben den QR-Code, der wird auch instant, also sozusagen direkt auf Ihr Handy übersetzen. Ich glaube, dass die nächste Session in Englisch sein wird. Die Präsentation liegt uns in Englisch vor, genau. Wir denken, dass Noor tatsächlich in 5 Minuten hier ist. Da war ein bisschen Verkehrschaos, aber das sei ihr verziehen. Genau. Ansonsten auch nochmal das Angebot, holt euch Kopfhörer, die Zeit ist ja jetzt da. Und ansonsten, thanks for your patience. I mean, and like, it's such a hustle at such a fair, so it's nice to calm down for a moment. At least I think so, so use your moment. But I wanted to be as clear and open as I can with the information I got. It's good to see all your faces, because in the morning, wow, it was empty. But I asked a question in the morning, and I'm curious if you answer differently. So, who of you, wer von euch, had already a massage from one of the massage robotics here in that area? Okay, I see one hand. Wer von euch hatte schon eine Massage? Wer hat sich schon mal durchkneten lassen hier? Okay, but who of you would love to get a massage from one of the robots here? Ah, I can see more hands. Okay, viel mehr Hände, die hier sich eine Massage gönnen würden. Probiert's aus, macht's, gönnt euch das. And for those of one who are a bit skeptical about that, because it's a huge fair and it's a public space, if you're here for more days, tomorrow you're gonna be ready for that. I promise you. So, and then now let's wait for whatever comes next. We're gonna see each other in hopefully 3 minutes here on stage. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Noor finally arrived. The presentation will be in German, so use the chance of the QR code. I switch back into German. Jetzt haben wir das Vergnügen, Noor Delby bei uns zu begrüßen. Mit 16 Jahren gründet sie ihr preisgekrönte Sicherheits-App Safe Space und engagiert sich seitdem viel in der digitalen und politischen Landschaft. Neben ihrer Rolle als Beiratsmitglied bei Digital Aid arbeitet sie an vielen spannenden Projekten. Aktuell und mal gucken, ob sie das bestätigt. Ich habe diese Information nur aus Kreisen der Republika. Aktuell arbeitet sie an neuen Tech- und AI-Projekten. Heute allerdings wird uns nur wertvolle Einblicke geben, wie Unternehmen die Generation Z effektiv ansprechen können. Und sie verspricht praktische Tipps. Herzlich willkommen, Noor Delby.
Hallihallo allerseits. Leider hatte die Deutsche Bahn absolut gar keine Gnade mit mir heute. Es war nur 2 Stunden Verspätung, aber ich freue mich jetzt hier vor euch stehen zu können. Genau, es wurde gerade schon angekündigt. Heute geht es ganz stark um das Thema Gen Z-Marketing. Und ich meine jetzt nicht diese Basics im Sinne von, fangt mal an, mehr Reels zu machen oder mehr TikToks zu machen und am besten nur 7 Sekunden lang, weil ich finde, das wissen wir und wenn ihr zu einem anderen Vortrag geht, ihr werdet das hören. Das sind so die die Basics. Heute geht es so ein bisschen mehr um Nischentrends und wie ihr ganz clever auf Trends aufspringen könnt, relativ früh, weil das quasi so die neue Währung der Gen Z geworden ist. Vielleicht fragt ihr euch jetzt aber, warum erzähle ich euch das? Naja, ich habe, wie gerade gesagt wurde, mit 16 mein eigenes erstes Unternehmen gegründet. Dann folgte mit 17, 18 das nächste. Und wir haben uns von Anfang an immer super stark auf Social Media konzentriert gehabt und auf Marketing. Und ich meine, wir sind selbst die Zielgruppe, also haben wir uns immer gedacht, was würde ich gerne sehen wollen? Und das machen wir dann einfach mal. Und das hat super erfolgreich geklappt und es gab so ein paar Key Learnings, die wir dann auf dem Weg quasi sammeln konnten. Inzwischen haben wir das Portfolio quasi, das Business-Portfolio so ein bisschen weiter ausgeweitet. Wir managen nämlich auch Influencer. Wir haben verschiedene Influencer von regional, wie beispielsweise der Juli, die ganz stark in Saudi vertreten ist, international wie dem David, aber auch Nischen-Influencer wie die Thomas, die zum Beispiel zurzeit enorm stark wächst. Und die Tipps, die ich euch heute gebe, die wir Brands geben, die geben wir auch unseren Influencern immer ganz stark. Also fangen wir erstmal an mit Basics. Und das ist, wer ist eigentlich diese Zielgruppe namens Gen Z? Naja, erstmal über die Gen Z selbst. Die Gen Z, die ist super beeinflussbar, wenn es um Trends geht. Wenn die Trends cool findet, springt die auf, macht die schnell mit. Die ist einfach anzusprechen, was das angeht und kann dann auch sehr, sehr schnell sich in Brands verlieben. Aber was die Anforderungen der Gen Z angeht, der ist dafür unfassbar wichtig, dass man authentisch ist. Wirklich authentische Brands kommen bei der Gen Z um einiges besser an, als dieses, kauf das wird dich retten oder wie auch immer. Die Gen Z, die spottet das. Einfach weil wir aufgewachsen sind mit Marketing und mit Werbung. Genauso wie Effizienz. Das ist, was ich ganz zu Beginn meinte. Wenn Videos unfassbar lang sind, dann guckt sich die Gen Z das Ganze nicht an. Ich habe letztens eine richtig tolle Real Estate Company betreut und deren Videos waren zwar richtig schön ästhetisch umgesetzt, also das waren tolle Häuser, vorher, nachher, aber die Videos waren viel zu lang und viel zu langweilig. Und so ein Gen Zler guckt sich das nicht bis zum Ende an. Und die wollten aber die Gen Z ansprechen, die hatten das ganz strategisch so aufgebaut. Auf TikTok wollten die stark Gen Z ansprechen, mit so coolen Umstyling Vorher-Nachher-Videos. Und dann wollten die halt auf Instagram vor allem Millennials ansprechen. Und das hat halt leider auf TikTok nicht so ganz gut geklappt gehabt. Denn die Gen Z, das sind wir im Grunde. Wir sind Digital Natives. Wir sind aufgewachsen mit allem Digitalem. Also von den Geräten, die wir benutzt haben, zu den Apps, mit denen wir gespielt haben, zu den Shows, die wir gesehen haben. Ihr müsst euch vorstellen, im Grunde ist das unser Status Quo. Und das wird jetzt mit Gen Alpha noch schlimmer, weil da sind die schon mit 6, 7 Influencer. Also das wird tatsächlich jetzt auch schon gerade bei Companies beobachtet. Ich war letztens bei einer größeren Beauty-Company, die bezahlen jetzt schon Gen Alpha-Influencer, die so 7, 8 sind, damit die deren Make-up-Produkte benutzen. Das ist natürlich moralisch, wie wir auf das Ganze blicken, ist nochmal eine andere Sache, aber es findet eben de facto statt. Und da muss man sich erstmal mal reinversetzen, dass Gen Z so aufwächst. Und da gibt es ein schönes Zitat zu und das sagt, Gen Z is the most brand loyal generation, but only if you show you stand for something. Und das stimmt, weil wenn du für nichts stehst, weil du im Grunde überall vertreten bist, dann bleibst du nicht im Kopf der Gen Z. Und ich glaube, das gilt aber insgesamt für alle Generationen, dass man von Anfang an sagen muss, das sind wir und dafür stehen wir. Aber jetzt ist die Frage, okay, schön und gut, das ist die Gen Z, das interessiert Sie. Warum ist das alles überhaupt so wichtig, fragt ihr euch. Vielleicht denkt ihr euch, das mache ich irgendwann später mal. Naja, bald wird die Gen Z 40% des ganzen Konsumentenverhaltens ausmachen. Das ist eine Sache. Die zweite Sache ist, dass sie wiederum andere beeinflussen werden. Durch ihre Trends, durch die positive Mund-zu-Mund-Propaganda. Man muss also von Anfang an dran sein und am Zeit der Zahn sein. Und der dritte Punkt, ist ein relativ schöner Punkt, ist, dass die Gen Z sehr schnell versteht. Das bedeutet, wenn ihr eine komplexe Idee habt oder ein komplexes Produkt, ihr könnt es der Gen Z einfach erklären, die werden es verstehen und dann eben Punkt 2, Punkt 1, auch für euch Brand Ambassador sein und das quasi anderen vermitteln. Jetzt kommen wir zu dem wirklich spannenden Punkt und ich hoffe, dass es jetzt gleich klappt mit dem Ton, mit dem Video, weil es jetzt um Gen Z-Kultur geht. Ich möchte euch so ein bisschen die Gen Z-Kultur näher bringen. Und zwar, ihr müsst euch vorstellen, wir Gen Zler sind ja mit YouTube aufgewachsen, richtig? Und womit wir auch aufgewachsen sind, ist mit solchen YouTube-Werbungen. Das heißt, vor den Werbungen wurde uns immer eingeblendet, ich habe eine Marktlücke gefunden. Ich kann dir sagen, wie du 500.000 € innerhalb von einer Woche generieren kannst. Und am Anfang, wir wussten natürlich immer, das ist fake, weil wir können sowas ja mal total schnell durchspotten. Und dann war da immer die Rede von, komm in meine WhatsApp-Gruppe und dann zeige ich dir, wie du das schaffst. Das ist kostenlos und dann gebe ich dir die besten Tipps mit. Und uns Gen Zler, uns hat das immer irgendwann so genervt, aber irgendwann hat sich das in so einen passiven Meme entwickelt. Dann haben wir sowas gesagt in der Schule wie, ja, komm in meine WhatsApp-Gruppe. Und die Leute haben immer gelacht. Also es war so ein Meme. Und welche Company hat das jetzt ganz clever verstanden und aufgenommen? Niemand Geringeres als Edeka. Was Edeka jetzt gemacht hat, und das ist total toll, ist, die haben sich gedacht, wir haben ja Fachkräftemangel. Also lasst uns mal was ausprobieren. Schaut euch das mal an. Ich hoffe wirklich, dass es mit dem Ton jetzt klappt.
Bald wird es jeder machen. Ich habe eine Lücke entdeckt, wie du ein stabiles Einkommen bei Edeka generieren kannst. Guck dieses Video bis zum Ende und ich zeige dir wie.
Ich habe alles versucht, aber damit hat es wirklich geklappt.
So viel habe ich dieses Monat verdient und so viel werde ich nächstes Monat verdienen.
Es ist ganz einfach. Du arbeitest und kriegst dafür Geld. Jeden Monat, unabhängig vom Bitcoin-Kurs.
Glaub mir, es ist viel sicherer als Kryptomarkt.
Seitdem ich in deiner Gruppe bin, habe ich den Markt erst richtig verstanden.
Du bist kein Versager. Du bist eine Löwin. Und eine Löwin holt sich ihren Teil. Mit meiner Gruppe machst du den Markt.
Herr Kreulig, Kasse 2 bitte.
Komm in die Gänge. Komm in die Gruppe. Komm in den Markt. Komm zu Edeka. Verkaufe mir diesen Stift.
Das kam unfassbar gut an. Edeka hat tatsächlich eine WhatsApp-Gruppe aufgemacht und da sind Tausende an Leuten, ich glaube über 10.000 Leute, ich habe gerade noch mal reingeguckt, ich bin nämlich auch in der WhatsApp-Gruppe, über 10.000 Leute sind dieser Gruppe gejoint. Warum? Einfach weil Edeka diesen Vibe quasi weiterhin beibehalten hat, dieses Entertainment. Die haben dann immer Stellenangebote in diese WhatsApp-Gruppe gepostet, echte Stellenangebote im selben Ton, im selben Stil. Und die Leute blieben in der WhatsApp-Gruppe, es ist Werbung, ja, aber weil sie das super witzig fanden. Es ist einfach unfassbar witzig, es ist Comedy. Und Edeka hat dadurch unfassbar viel mehr Stellen besetzen können und hat das einfach richtig gut gemacht. Und das, liebe Freunde, ist im Grunde Recruitment der Zukunft, wie ich das nennen würde, wenn man wirklich am Zahn der Zeit ist und versteht, was die Gen Z haben möchte. Eine zweite Sache ist, wer von euch kennt Very Demure, Very Mindful? Okay, ein paar. Schön. Und zwar, ich zeige euch jetzt mal erstmal ein Video von der Deutschen Bahn. Und ihr werdet euch vielleicht erstmal denken, was geht hier gerade eigentlich ab, was ist das?
I'm very demurtsy, I'm very cutesy, I'm very demure. But I mix them both because I'm what? Very demurtsy. I'm very cute with it, but I'm very mindful with it, very respectful with it. I don't do too much, I do just enough.
Okay, jetzt denkt ihr euch vielleicht, warum postet die Deutsche Bahn sowas? Naja, das Ganze hat angefangen durch einen Trend von einer Influencerin. Das war eine kleine Content-Creatorin, die darüber gepostet hat, dass sie am Arbeitsplatz super demure, super mindful ist, also sehr sittsam, super mindful. Das war das originale Video. Und Brands und auch jetzt bei den US-Wahlen wurde das aufgegriffen, sind darauf aufgesprungen und haben dieses Very demure, Very mindful angefangen zu benutzen.
See how I do my makeup for work? Very demure, very mindful. I don't come to work with a green cut crease. I don't look like a clown when I go to work. I don't do too much. I'm very mindful while I'm at work. See how I look very presentable? The way I came to the interview is the way I go to the job. A lot of you girls go to the interview looking like Marge Simpson and go to the job looking like Patty and Selma. Not demure. I'm very modest. I'm very mindful. You see my shirt? Only a little chichi out, not my chocho. Be mindful of why they hired you. Here's your reality check, Diva. What's the name you'd like me to make it out to?
Genau, und das wurde über 50 Millionen Mal gesehen, das Video, das wahrscheinlich total random einfach so kreiert wurde, aber es ist eine Bewegung geworden. Die Creatorin versucht sogar gerade diesen Begriff zu sichern auf ihren Namen, aber jemand anderes war schneller. Wie gesagt, US-Wahlen haben das aufgegriffen, in Deutschland wurde das auch schon sehr stark. Ich glaube, die Tagesschau hatte das letztens auch mit drin. Es wird also quasi einfach im Wording benutzt, hier, aber demure zu spät. Übrigens, wenn ihr euch fragt, Deutsche Bahn macht das super gut, überall in den Kommentaren, die lachen sich quasi selbst aus. Die wissen, wie über die geredet wird und das nutzen sie dann auch. Also sie können über sich selbst lachen, im Sinne von, ihr seid trotzdem zu spät. Die Kommentare sind voll damit und die sagen so, ja, wir sind zu spät, aber demure zu spät. Ich habe letztens einen guten Bekannten gefragt, wer schreibt das eigentlich? Und er meinte Minijobber. Das sind Gen Z-Minijobber, die eingestellt werden auf 500-Euro-Basis und die sollen dann halt diese ganzen Kommentare schreiben, kriegen natürlich einen Rahmen vorher, aber es funktioniert. Ich meine, diese Kommentare kommen mal richtig gut an. Es gibt sogar Videos über die Kommentare, weil Leute das so witzig und entertaining finden. Und jetzt geht es so ein bisschen dran, noch tiefer in die Gen Z-Kultur und in die Trends einzutauchen, damit ihr versteht, wie komplex Sachen eigentlich sind und wie das wiederum mit Konsumverhalten der Gen Z zu tun hat. Ich zeige euch jetzt mal ein paar Brands bzw. Bilder. Stanley, Olaplex, vielleicht habt ihr schon die ersten Gedanken. Ich sehe dich da nicken. T-Shirt. An welchen Trend erinnert euch das? Hat jemand eine Idee vielleicht? Okay, ich sehe dort hinten ein paar schüchterne Mädels. Ich glaube, ihr habt es verstanden. Hailey Bieber, auch Sleek Bun, wisst ihr. Das ist alles tatsächlich die Clean Girl Ästhetik. Ein Riesentrend, der blieb so gute 3, 4, 5 Monate. Bis heute hat dafür gesorgt, dass bestimmte Produkte sehr stark gekauft wurden, weil erste Videos kreiert wurden in diesem Stil, sehr stark auf TikTok. Rundum, schau mal, wie ich mein Make-up mache, so Clean Girl, schau mal, was ich anhabe, so Clean Girl. Und alle sind auf diesen Trend aufgesprungen und natürlich, Brands, die schlau waren, haben dann sehr minimalistisches Branding rausgebracht und wurden komplett ausverkauft. Es gab so ein paar sehr bestimmte Brands wie Olaplex, sehen wir hier, bestimmte Persönlichkeiten wie Hailey, hier diese Make-up-Brands. Also wenn man das schlau macht und von Anfang an versteht, was für Trends kommen da und gleich gehen wir darauf ein, wie man das ganz gut spotten kann, dann kann man da enorm von profitieren. Ein weiteres Beispiel, das ist super nischig, habe ich so ein bisschen for the joke reingenommen. Seht ihr, Sleek Bun, Brille, die sehr, sehr altmodisch ist, sehr altmodisch und so ein bisschen sehr leichtes Make-up. Das fiel alles unter die Office Siren Ästhetik. Also da werden Sachen zusammengeschmissen, aber das hatte Millionen an Views. Ist jetzt so halb out inzwischen wieder. Also das sind Trends, die bleiben vielleicht 2 Monate. Ich habe diesen Trend absolut nicht verstanden. Ich saß davor und dachte mir, was ist das für ein Fiebertraum? Aber ich meine, ist halt ein Trend und da wurde auch stark konsumiert. Der Trend, ich glaube, den kennt ihr auf jeden Fall, weil der sehr aktiv und sehr aktuell ist gerade. Und HelloFresh da jetzt vor kurzem auch drauf aufgesprungen ist. Wir denken an sowas. Hat da irgendjemand eine Ahnung, was es sein könnte für ein Trend? Ja, richtig. Ich habe Brad gehört. Das ist nämlich die Brad Girl Ästhetik. Es gab einen Song, und jetzt kommt das Spannende. Das ist ein Trend, der quasi kreiert wurde von einer Sängerin. Die hat ein Album rausgebracht, das heißt Brad, also frech quasi. Und es war alles sehr in grün gehalten. Und dann sind ganz viele Brands drauf aufgesprungen. Die Leute fanden das toll. HelloFresh hat, wie gesagt, deren Profilbild auch in sehr leicht in Brad-Schrift quasi mit grünem Hintergrund gemacht. Kam richtig, richtig gut an. Also Trends hinter Trends hinter Trends. Man muss nicht bei jedem Trend mitmachen und nicht jeder Trend passt zu einem. Aber wenn es um Nischentrends geht, wenn man es schafft, relativ früh sowas aufzuspüren und sich von Anfang an dort zu positionieren, dann baut man sich so eine gewisse so eine Anwesenheitsberechtigung auf, würde ich mal sagen. Und dann gibt es natürlich die Leute, die Trends selbst kreieren. So ein Demure, Very Mindful ist ein selbstkreierter Trend. So eine Charlie hat den Trend selbst kreiert. Das geht. Also wenn man sich traut, sehr anders, sehr laut zu sein und was rausbringt, dann kann man selbst Trends kreieren. Man kann aber natürlich, wie so ein Stanley zum Beispiel, auf einen bereits bestehenden Trend aufspringen. Stanley, diese Wasser-Trinkflaschen, die haben davor schon existiert, haben mal regelmäßig langsam ihre Posts gepostet gehabt auf Instagram, haben dann aber den Trend mitbekommen und sind sehr schnell darauf aufgesprungen, haben das Influencern zugesendet und im Briefing gesagt, kannst du sagen, das ist die Clean Girl Wasserflasche? Haben sich von Anfang an rein positioniert und jetzt ist Stanley die Clean Girl Wasserflasche. Also wenn man irgendwas anderes kauft, wird das als Fake gesehen. Und jetzt was? Jetzt haben wir super viele Informationen. Was stellen wir jetzt damit an? Ich möchte, dass ihr euch fragt, wer ihr als Brand oder als Creator, weil wenn hier auch Creator mit dabei sitzen, wer seid ihr eigentlich und wofür steht ihr? Das bedeutet, dass ihr euch erstmal sagt, okay, das sind unsere Hauptwerte, für die wir stehen. Das sind unsere Hauptwerte, da sehen wir uns. Und dann springen wir in den nächsten Schritt und der ist, jetzt frag dich mal, wo ist deine Zielgruppe vorzufinden? Ist es TikTok, ist es Instagram, ist es LinkedIn, das ist natürlich nochmal eine ganz andere Welt, aber wenn es um Gen Z geht, ganz stark TikTok, ich kann es euch sagen. Dann die zweite Frage, wofür stehst du? Und damit meine ich jetzt nicht Werte, sondern damit meine ich Stanley mit ihrem sehr minimalistischen Design. Was macht die Brand Identity im Grunde bei euch aus? Und dann das dritte ist, was macht euch jetzt so besonders? Und dieses was macht euch so besonders kann wie bei Brad Girl sein, dass ihr irgendwas ganz Verrücktes Neues ausprobiert. Es kann wie bei Stanley sein, dass ihr sagt, eigentlich unterscheiden wir uns jetzt nicht so sehr zu anderen Getränkeflaschenbrands, aber was uns besonders macht, ist, dass wir sehr früh, sehr laut auf diese Nischentrend aufspringen. Das ist oft der einfacher zu wählende Ansatz, wenn man vor allem ein sehr einfaches Produkt hat, das sich nicht so sehr auszeichnet oder sehr unique ist. Und dann ist nämlich der nächste Schritt, wirklich diese Nischentrends zu finden. Also aktiv zu sein auf Social Media, auf Nischentrends zu achten, zu sehen, was wird gepostet. Man kann auf die Hashtags gehen bei TikTok und gucken, was wird gepostet. Sich vor allem ganz viel mit jungen Leuten unterhalten. Viele dieser Trends habe ich durch ganz viel Unterhalten mit jungen Leuten rausgefunden. Und dann eben rausfinden, okay, welcher dieser Trends passt zu mir und zu unserer Brand? Und da springen wir drauf auf. Weil, wie gesagt, sich überall positionieren, dann steht man im Grunde für gar nichts. Und dann gleichzeitig, wie gesagt, Punkt 5, immer wieder Monitoring machen. Und der wichtigste Punkt ist eigentlich Punkt 6, Consistency. Einfach weitermachen. Stanley hat vorher monatelang gepostet gehabt. Die hatten eine loyale Kundengruppe, eine loyale Zielgruppe, das war auch ganz gut. Aber in dem Moment, wo dann dieser Nischentrend da war und wo die eben schlau früh drauf aufgesprungen sind, da hatten die dann ihre Hypephase. Und Stanley ist jetzt im Grunde das Ding im Markt und wird jetzt auch die nächsten Jahre so bleiben, weil jeder eben diesen Namen schon mal gehört hat. Genau. Und eine andere Sache, die wir unseren Creators nicht nur sagen, damit die eben Community aufbauen und eben auch, wie man hier bei Juli sieht, zum Beispiel virale Videos mit 130 Millionen Views generieren, ist eine andere Sache, die wir den ganzen Brands sagen. Ich bin nämlich zum Beispiel auch im Beirat von Digital Aid. Wir betreuen vor allem DAX-Unternehmen. Und was wir diesen DAX 40-Unternehmen sagen, deren größtes Problem ist gerade wirklich Fachkräftemangel. Und die nutzen Gen Z-Marketing für Fachkräftemangel, wie man bei Edeka sieht. Wir machen das aber auch mit ThyssenKrupp, wir machen das mit der Telekom, mit den deutschen Banken. Ist als allererstes, ja, es stimmt, Content ist King, da soll King stehen, aber Authentizität ist im Grunde alles. Das heißt, so ein Telekom, was die zum Beispiel gut hinbekommen, oder eine Deutsche Bahn, ist, dass sie auf Social Media einfach sehr ehrlich sind. Weil jeder kann durch Lügen durchsehen, vor allem, wie gesagt, Generation Z. Und gleichzeitig will man aber auch Geschichten erzählen. Die beste Kombi sind natürlich authentische Geschichten, ehrliche Geschichten. Wenn man die Azubis mit vor die Kamera holt, das macht die Telekom sehr schön. Und die sollen ihre Geschichte erzählen, ohne dass man denen irgendwie sagt, hier ist dein Rahmen und hier ist dein Drehbuch, sag das. Sondern lass sie erzählen, was finden sie toll hieran, was finden die vielleicht nicht so toll. Lass sie super ehrlich sein. Lass sie ein Video machen, wo sie sagen, das finde ich gerade noch nicht so toll, das läuft noch nicht so gut. Und dann im nächsten Video hast du den Manager, der sagt, okay, das haben wir total verstanden und aufgenommen, jetzt haben wir das und das und das am Ausbildungsprogramm geändert. Das kommt gut an, wenn man einfach sehr laut, sehr ehrlich ist. Hat, wie gesagt, zu tun mit Mut. Traut euch anders, traut euch laut zu sein. Und vor allem, das empfehlen wir den Companies, mit denen wir arbeiten bei Digital Aid immer sehr stark, ist, der Consumer ist King. Am Ende des Tages wollt ihr ihm oft irgendwas verkaufen oder wollt ihn im Team mit dabei haben. Dann habt die Meinung dieser Person mit an Bord. Was wir also ganz stark und ganz oft aufbauen, sind Youth Boards. Dann haben wir so eine Art Advisory Board für riesen Companies. Da kommen diese jungen Leute manchmal mit in die Meetings, da schauen die sich die Social-Media-Strategie an und geben Tipps oder challengen. Bei Influencern, bei unseren Influencern, da achten wir immer drauf zu sagen, schau in die Kommentare. Nicht in die Hate-Kritik, aber in konstruktive Kritik. Das ist im Grunde, da wirst du gechallenged. Wir sagen immer, schau, wie die Leute dich challengen, wie die Zielgruppe dich challenged und versuch das aufzuarbeiten, versuch damit zu arbeiten. Und dann, was wir immer mitgeben, ist, das würden wir empfehlen, sind unsere immediate next steps quasi. Wenn ihr euch jetzt traut, Social-Media-Strategie groß anzugehen. Als erstes, make TikTok Top Priority. Und dabei geht es nicht nur um TikTok als Plattform, es geht um das Konzept. Es geht um kurze Videos, Reizüberflutung, beziehungsweise wichtigste Inhalte direkt gleich zu Beginn, nicht zu lange ziehen, interessante Inhalte mit Mehrwert, Nischen rausfinden, spannende Thematiken rausfinden, da posten, Nischentrends, sich dort positionieren. Später, wenn man als Brand sich weiter aufbauen will, auch mit authentischen Creatoren zusammenarbeiten, die zur Brand passen. Und der letzte Schritt ist, wie gesagt, das geben wir vor allem großen Companies immer mit, überlegt mal, so eine Art Trendspotter oder Youth Group aufzubauen. Trendspotter ist nochmal was anderes. Das ist, wenn ihr Leute an Bord habt, die wirklich immer aktiv Trends reinschicken. Wir haben zum Beispiel WhatsApp-Gruppen, wo so 100, 200 Leute mit drin sind, die immer neue Trends reinschicken. Da werden dann täglich neue TikTok-Trends reingeschickt. Und da kann man drauf aufspringen, beziehungsweise filtern, was passt zu uns, was passt weniger zu uns. Und schließlich traut euch laut zu sein, traut euch mutig zu sein, weil das funktioniert auf Social Media immer am besten. Genau. Wenn ihr noch irgendwelche Fragen habt, immer gerne. Ansonsten hat es mich total gefreut. Und ich hoffe, ihr geht Gen Z Marketing jetzt ganz, ganz laut und ganz mutig an. Dankeschön.
Weil wir dich schon mal hier haben, kannst du uns sagen, was wirst du dir jetzt noch angucken, was interessiert dich, warum bist du hier, beziehungsweise viel wichtiger, an was arbeitest du eigentlich gerade?
Wir sind gerade an 2 verschiedenen Sachen dran, unterscheidet sich wie Himmel und Erde. Wir sind einerseits an einem AI-Projekt dran, einem neuen AI-Projekt. Wir digitalisieren im Grunde das Schulsystem. Wir haben das schon mal in der Vergangenheit gemacht mit Schüler-ID, wollen jetzt aber quasi Lernsysteme viel digitaler mit AI aufsetzen, was es Lehrern einfach macht. Und das andere Ding ist, wir haben eine Prebiotic Soda, die jetzt rauskommt, also quasi ein präbiotisches Erfrischungsgetränk, das Cola, Fanta und Co. so ein bisschen Konkurrenz machen soll. Haben da auch 2 Influencer mit an Bord. Genau.
Okay, vielen Dank. Ich glaube, du bist vielleicht gleich nochmal unterwegs. Also man darf dich ansprechen, falls Fragen bestehen. Vielen Dank, dass du hier warst. Nui Delby. Und bei uns geht es auch gleich weiter nach einer kurzen Umbaupause, denn gleich widmen wir uns dem Thema Venture Clienting. Wir werden zum Beispiel Einblicke in eine Studie erhalten, in der 80.000 Partnerschaften zwischen Startups und großen Unternehmen stattgefunden haben. Diese Einblicke in die Studie werden wir gleich bekommen und wir werden ein hochkarätiges Panel bei uns haben. Genau, wir sehen uns gleich wieder um 15:15 Uhr in etwa einer Viertelstunde. Hello and welcome back to the Dream Stage. You're exactly right where you are at the moment. There's going to be a panel coming soon. The panel will be in English. Das nächste Panel wird in Englisch sein. Deswegen mache ich nochmal darauf aufmerksam. Wir haben einen QR-Code, der es erlaubt, instant AI-driven eine Übersetzung euch zu geben auf eure mobilen Devices, auf eure Mobiltelefone. Das heißt, wenn ihr Herausforderungen mit dem Englischen habt, dann könnt ihr der ganzen Sache trotzdem folgen. Einfach abscannen und dann geht alles seinen Gang. Zusätzlich, wenn ihr Probleme mit der Umgebung habt, dass es etwas zu laut für euch ist, dann könnt ihr euch Kopfhörer da hinten holen. Die machen möglich, dass unsere Stimmen ganz nah an euren Ohren sind. Manchmal ist es sehr hilfreich, denn doch hin und wieder kommt es vor, dass es spontan Konzerte auf der Nachbarbühne gibt. So, bei uns geht es jetzt um das Thema Venture Clienting. Gleich dreht sich alles um Innovation, Zusammenarbeit und die Magie, die entsteht, wenn Startups und große Unternehmen zusammenkommen. Wir werden gleich Einblicke in eine Studie bekommen, die zu 80.000 Partnerschaften zwischen Startups und Unternehmen gemacht wurde. Aber ich freue mich jetzt erstmal, den Moderator für dieses Panel auf die Bühne zu holen. Herzlich willkommen, Philipp Willigmann. Er ist Founder und Head of former Vontier Ventures. Er ist Brückenbauer, er ist Systemdenker und seit 2017 schreibt er sich auch das Thema Corporate Venturing auf die Fahne. Herzlich willkommen.
It's on. Okay, here we go. Thank you very much. Welcome to Berlin. Welcome to IFA, to an exciting panel talking about venture clienting. My name is Philip. I have been working in this space since 2007 and super excited to be back here, see so many amazing startups around. And let's actually bring innovation into the room here and let's talk about how do startups scale and how do startups and corporations work together. And that's what we want to spend the next 45 minutes about. We have an amazing panel today. I'm very excited for the discussion. So first off, I would like to introduce Axel. Axel is also based here in Berlin, and he is the head of the Startup Incubation and Venturing Group at Deutsche Telekom. Pleasure to have you. Then Matthias, who has not only spent a lot of time researching what corporate venturing should be and how startups and ventures should come together. Now he is doing this at Bosch Siemens Home Appliance. And then last but not least, without him we wouldn't be here, my friend Fabian, who is the CEO and founder of Glassdollar, a platform who is helping corporates and ventures work together. A small round of applause or a big round of applause for the panel, please. I hope your mics are working. I hope you guys are doing well, and it was easy for you to come to the show today. So I don't know if, looking at the audience, if everybody knows what venture clienting means. So maybe we start with a short definition, what you guys think what venture clienting is. And Axel, why do you not give a quick overview what venture clienting is so that everybody is on the same page?
Okay, I do my best, and thank you for having me. So venture clienting to me is, to put it very simple, corporates become clients of startups. They buy products and services of startups based on a very diligent, laser-focused search to complement their existing portfolio to solve their pain points. And that is in contrast to, for example, corporate venture capital, where there's like equity investments, minority shares, or general partnering, where it's more about like alignment of long-term interests, where you like have a joint strategic vision and a joint development. It's pure transactional. You close a contract and you integrate the solution of the startup, and the corporate is the customer and pays for that solution. Guys, did I do a good job or anything to add here?
No, a very good job, Axel. Maybe just one thing to add from my side. So, I mean, there are many corporate venturing tools out there, and venture clienting, I think, it's a win-win situation for both parties, the corporate and the startup. Why is that? As Axel just said, I mean, the startup gets access to the relevant stakeholders to open the door, to talk to the relevant business stakeholders within the corporate, actually to scale the solution after the POC. And on the other hand, the corporate gets access to the best potential startup solution out there for their specific challenge, and also like can provide the feedback to the startup solution. So together they also can evaluate the startup solution on the long run. So maybe this just to give more perspective to venture clienting. Fabian, what do you say?
Anything to add?
Approved. No, I think just looking at the audience, probably venture clienting, corporate venturing, and all of these kinds of terms don't mean too much to you. I think one of the things that people intuitively misinterpret is that startups are for consumers, right? Like startups are WhatsApp or Facebook or like, you know, this earlier generation of companies that was directly targeting private individuals, consumers, to use their products and services. Actually, by now, if we analyze the global startup ecosystem, then the majority of startups are creating B2B propositions. So it's not anymore that Deutsche Telekom is competing with WhatsApp for that same consumer. No, the next generation of startups is creating elements or components that Deutsche Telekom or BSH or many others can use to then deliver a better service to their customers or do so more cheaply.
Thank you very much, Fabian. So let's talk maybe a little bit about, you know, I spent a lot of time in the United States. We don't use the word corporate venturing there, venture clienting there. So why is this kind of like trend really kind of going through right now? Why are people talking about this so much, especially here in Germany? And what are the global trends kind of also driving the topic? So maybe, you know, Axel, you can start again and give your perspective on it.
Look, the startup and developer ecosystem is the largest innovation unit on this planet. So each year there's around about like 300 billion in venture capital going into funding and accelerating innovation. There are like thousands of developers and founders. And this is something you cannot match as a corporate. No way. Even Deutsche Telekom, we have a few thousand developers. We will never have 100,000s and we will never have the budget like 300 billion to fund like innovation. So it would be simply stupid not to tap into that pool of innovation, rapid, risk, let me say balanced, yeah, because it's like already ready to implement innovation. And that is why corporates have started to open up and build intersections or special units to collaborate with that ecosystem.
So at Bosch Siemens House Appliances, what kind of were the drivers? Why you guys got it started? And why are you doing so much right now? You're one of the most active ones I hear in Germany.
That's a good question. I think ultimately the question is, or you got to ask yourself, what is your goal? And always the answer is what we hear is business impact, measurable business impact. And before venture clienting came around, 10 years ago maybe, Fabian, there are corporate venturing tools out there, accelerators, incubators, and each of them, they have their reason to be out there and to be used. But when it comes to making measurable business impact, fast and efficient way, venture clienting is the tool to be used in the next years. And this just helps the corporate really to speed up the process because venture clienting has this specific structured process in place every unit can use, and then you just need to adapt it kind of a little bit to your environment. Like us as BSH, we are a manufacturing company. Maybe it's different to you, to Telekom, but in the end it's the same process. And you can speed it up very fast. And you ask also about the trends, Philip. With all these technologies, regulations, and the continuously shifting consumer needs, there's no way a corporate can build every single solution itself. I totally agree, Axel, we as Bosch or Bosch Siemens Home Appliance Group, there's no way. We have so many challenges. Why just don't use the existing solutions which are out there today? Right here at IFA Next.
Complementing that, I think we all know that the economic circumstance that we're in now, the economic context, has a lot more pressure on short-term results than that was the case 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 years ago, right? If you look at the different options that corporations have available to create innovation, we named a bunch of them, then most of them take years until there's a concrete, measurable return for the corporation. Very often, it's not even measurable at all. But when you then think about, okay, there are all of these solutions out there that I can just right now use and implement, and then I can calculate a business case on that, and I can tell my management 3, 6, 9 months later, hey, this is the impact that we've generated, then it just makes sense that because it's so efficient, because you can concretely measure it, and because there's so much pressure on short-term results, that now everybody is raving about this efficient short-term tool of creating innovation, which is really just buying solutions that corporations weren't as open to before or as able to integrate.
Yeah. I just want to give a comment to it. Whilst I'm an absolute fan of it, I also preparing for that panel, that it also depends on like the business model and the strategy of a company. Yeah? So if you're like a platform business or a large, let me say, app store business, yeah, then you have different means to work together with startups, yeah, that are much more automated, much more like let me say, unfocused, yeah, because it's a different way of approaching and contracting startups. I just want to make sure that in the audience, it's not just like, okay, I want to work with startups now. I need to do this, and this is the only way. Yeah, it depends on like the business model of your startup, and there's like also other means of working with startups beyond like this very laser focused and efficient way of venture clienting. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Axel, for sharing that. I do like your point, Fabian, though, especially as the economy is difficult for many right now. That and, you know, I see this in my environment, that big corporates are stopping innovation, they are cutting budgets and cutting costs. But venture clienting is actually one of those tools which you can still do with a very limited budget, and you can have great success. So taking this as a theme, it is still, however, it's a challenging process, right? It's very difficult to kind of like get started. So Matthias, maybe you can talk a bit about, you know, what are the challenges to really get started? How do you really identify the use cases within the corporation? I know this working in industrial companies, you know, a lot of times when I go to my business unit leaders, they tell me, we know all this. I don't need anybody from the outside. So, but how do you do this, and what are the challenges you have to overcome?
I also know this sentence. I get it told many, many times. And so for BSH, you need to know that we have been doing venture clienting for more than 6 years. And still, this is one of the most critical challenges when it comes to identifying the right challenges. Why is that? Because still, I would say there are many, many employees out there who have never heard about Startup Kitchen, the venture clienting unit of Bosch Siemens Home Appliance Group. So our task is on a daily basis to organize events, not daily, but also like weekly and monthly, yearly, like startup awards, like awarding the best collaboration project from the past years, making awareness sessions, really like explaining what venture clienting is and how we can support the business units with the whole process, because we try to be top of mind of every single colleague, that once they have a challenge, they reach out to us, right? This is our main target. This is one, yeah.
But just to kind of like push back a little bit. So, but how do you, like, if you're a business unit, you know, and you say, oh, I can help you, but how do you really find the problem? How do you find that challenge? And so that everybody is aligned around it from the business. So what is the process? What do you do?
Yeah, Yeah, this is so in venture climbing, there are two different methods.
And so that everybody is aligned around it from the business. So what is the process? What are you doing about it?
Yeah, this is so in venture climbing, there are two different methods. We call it top of mind, so that the pain point owners, that they come to us with their challenge because we don't know about the challenge, right? So we need to be in very close contact with these pain point owners on a daily basis. So that's why we try to organize these events so that they know us, right? On the other hand, what we also do is we have a very close contact with the corporate strategy department to really support certain strategic initiatives so that they put us in the contact with the pain point owners so that we can proactively reach out to them so they can explain the challenges to us and we can support them. This is just two things what we do.
Thank you very much. Fabian, anything to add from your side when you work with corporates, what they're doing to identify the problems?
Yeah, I would initially just frame this of now how many people work at BSH?
Approximately 7.
What? Once more?
At BSH or Startup Kitchen?
No, BSH. 15,000, 20,000, something like that, no?
Yeah, around 15.
15,000. So imagine there are 15,000 people that Matthias needs to make sure know about him so that you as a startup, when you try to sell to BSH, don't need to do that job and go through all those 15,000 to then potentially find the few for whom your solution is going to be interesting. So that's why, one, he is talking so much about branding and wanting to be that pool that both startups from the outside come to, as well as employees from the inside come to then make those processes as frictionless as possible for everybody involved. The way that Matthias can make sure that more colleagues think, okay, this problem that I have, maybe he's going to be able to help me with that, is if he comes to colleagues over time and says, hey, look, this is a really interesting solution. Have you looked at that before? Not, this now on your to-do, but just someone that provides outside-in perspective in a way, so that even if that's not the challenge, they might come around next time and say, hey, I know that we have this problem there, or I feel like we might be able to do this better. Can you just help me to see what's the latest in the market with which I might be able to address this? That is also a very important point actually in all of this, that it's about only a fourth of all challenges that get raised to the venture clienting units that actually then get solved. Because there might not be budget, there might not be a solution that meets all the requirements. There's a plethora of different reasons for why ultimately matches are not happening. And so that's also why you need a very diversified strategy to make sure to get to those challenges of these 15,000 people.
Right. Axel, I see you took the microphone. Do you have anything to add, or?
Look, I fully second what has been said. But in the end, it's still business is still between people, yeah? So we call it dancing or schmoozing with the business owners. So there is also a role of colleagues in our team that constantly go in and out,
right,
and build trust and relationships, communicate successes, and thereby generate, so to say, interest, but also understand the pain points that have enough commitment and are strategic enough so that they are fully funded for further trials and contacts with startups.
Right. Thank you, Axel. Let me stay with you on this topic. So we talked about how do you identify the problems you want to solve, but what are other challenges you see by really bringing corporates and startups together with venture clienting? What are the other challenges people need to know about?
Yeah. First of all, the sentence, sorry, we are busy. Yeah. So everyone is busy, and by focusing on near-term priorities, people forget about long-term success, what innovation is all about. The second, and here I need to refer also to the development of Deutsche Telekom over the last years, which has been outstanding success. So from a 30 billion company now to a more than 100 billion company. So the next growth, the next relevant additional innovation needs to be rather transformational than incremental. And that is like a challenge that we see more and more, that even though it makes absolute sense and will ever be like a priority of Deutsche Telekom to be open and work with startups, on the other hand, like if you want to create the next billion or the next billions, you somehow also need to have like a pipeline of, let me say, more partnership, joint development, new markets, new business segment development collaborations that go beyond and can, let me say, push the needle more than like being super laser focused, complementing certain well-defined pain points, which are rather like incremental than like transformational. So this kind of like innovator's dilemma, we feel is like the larger Deutsche Telekom goes, the higher the demand is like to go for like larger transformational partnerships instead of like only like venture clienting initiatives.
Thank you for that. A quick follow-up, because you're also in a similar position than me. You are not only in charge of venture clienting, you also have the corporate venture seed funding side under you. Are there any kind of like benefits where you're seeing like, you know, I have the opportunity to also maybe make an investment into a company just to kind of like go into this transformational change you talked about?
Yeah, Hubraum has like a seed fund. And why do we have this? Because startups fail because they run out of money. Therefore, there needs to be a duality, ideally a duality of corporates become clients, so create revenues. But on the other hand, if you want to be closer than just like having a commercial contract, because you think that the technology, the startup could be like transformational for the company on the long term, then you also have the option to invest. But that is in very seldom cases, and that's why we have like the seed investment arm and have done like 40 investments over the last years.
Thank you very much. Fabian, you have anything to add to that?
I do.
Please don't tell us like investing in startups is not a good thing though.
No, I mean, I think every corporate always needs to ask themselves, why are they better at investing than the free VC market out there that is actually already competing to do exactly that job, right? Like there need to be really strategic benefits. But I think exactly the combination of venture clienting and corporate venture capital does have a lot of power. We have a number of partners where I would say like every 10th or so POC that's run, then afterwards also ends in an investment. But it's typically in that order. So first, you test out the solution, and then if you realize that solution works amazing, you've done the best due diligence that you ever could, that most likely also no VC fund could ever do themselves because they don't have that infrastructure. And then, all of a sudden, wow, you've created a machine that creates impact for you directly and gives you insights that you can long-term also benefit from twice.
Yeah. To comment on that, I fully agree. The much better investors are the pure financial-driven investors. And therefore, like this clienting, partnering angle, transactional aspect, to me is like the ultimate goal or the ultimate benefit for both sides. Because like even if it's like a small fraction multiplied by the number of customers of Deutsche Telekom, that is much more that we can gain with like a valuation pickup. And for the startup, of course, it's like immediate returns or ideally cash flow to further finance operations.
Right. Thank you for the addition there. Let's talk about these, you know, success stories when POCs are really working well. And Matthias, can you maybe start talking about like what are some best practices you have, you know, gathered, and I know you have also done a lot of research around this topic for successful partnerships between corporates and startups?
Yeah, I would say the most important success factor is to have this structured, efficient process in place you can leverage, right? Because without this process, it's get a jungle, right? Because within a corporation, right, there's so many supporting functions you need to involve before starting a POC. So this is exactly our task as the venture client unit, to bring all these stakeholders together. From IT, from legal, purchasing, and even workers' council, we have to involve sometimes before starting a POC. It sounds crazy, but this is like the reality for our case at BSH. And we have this streamlined process and also like this alignment with the relevant supporting functions to actually be relevant relatively fast, to not lose the startup to other corporations, right? So this is our goal, to catch the best startups out there. So I think the process, I think it's very important to have. And also like a pain point driver, because a challenge doesn't mean anything without a pain point driver, because the pain point driver ultimately has the budget to pay for the POC and also for the long-term adoption. We as Startup Kitchen, there's no big fund we can leverage to support these POCs, because we believe when the business unit doesn't have the budget to support their own POCs, right, because they have the challenge, they want to have this solution for the challenge, it doesn't make sense. So the budget has to come from the business unit. And I think the pain point driver is very important to have, and so that they drive the topic in the first place, and also like after the POC, when it's successful, that they also drive the long-term adoption across the company.
Fabian, anything to add from your side?
To all of it, I need to hold myself back in here. I think shortly again, framing for the audience, what's implementation or adoption? So what these units are doing is they're saying, you're a startup, we don't know if your solution works. You're not SAP or someone else that we've worked with for centuries. So we're going to try it out for 3 months. Maybe if it's a complicated thing, then we'll try it out for 6 months. And after that, we'll know if it works or it doesn't work. And that is then the moment that you start entering a long-term agreement. Now, there's a plethora of different kinds of solutions that these corporations might be testing. It might be a piece of software that improves the HR process. It might be, like in your example now, a microplastic filter that is added to the washing machine. It might be a piece of hardware and software that optimizes the production process. And all of these types of products have different requirements in order to fully implement them long term. That workers' council or IT security, etc., all of these need to be involved in order to then manage that implementation. And I would say, to loop back to your original question of before, of like, what are the biggest challenges? We can look at this in the micro of, okay, how can I make one project successful? But for example, the Startup Kitchen is running dozens of these proof of concepts on a yearly basis. They've run hundreds now over these last years. And that's really what you want to get to. You want to get over that critical mass where you have first long-term success stories. So startup solutions you've not just tested out, but actually long-term adopted. You're realizing business impact. And that then becomes a story that gets told more and more and more in the company as, wow, look at that team that is measurably making impact, and I want to be part of that.
Thank you. Axel, any kind of like successful stories and lessons learned, best practices you can share from Deutsche Telekom?
Well, I think all has been said, yeah.
That's
from champions to measuring success to creating visibility to scaling, find a way to scale. I'm not sure if it's like unlimited scalable or if at some point there need be other means like an API framework or a app store, so to say, yeah. But other than that, the beauty is like a structured process with people who understand both sides and can make things happen.
Thank you. Maybe one topic which has been very helpful for my work was actually doing an education program for the startups to help startups understand what is it like to work with a big corporate, and also educate the corporate side and the business units to understand how a startup works. Because in my beginnings, it was always like, the corporates are too slow, why does it take so much time? And the corporates were saying, oh, these startups, they have no idea, there's no real basis. So kind of really explaining both sides, why a startup has to be much faster, not only because they may run out of funding if you have to wait for like a year or 2 years to make a decision, was very helpful in my current environment. And so education was also a big success factor. Fabian.
Can I shortly push back a bit on that education
Oh, of
point?
course you can, please. I'd love to.
Just to bring a bit of spice into this. So I think like 10 years ago, if you would have listened to a panel about corporates and startups working together, it would have been a lot of talk about how do we bridge the cultural gaps. It's like, the fuck do I do with that? Like, for a startup, that doesn't mean anything to me. And also as a business unit, it's like, yeah, cool. So I need to build my empathy for startups. I think one thing that also venture clienting has brought in actually and has shown is that you don't do cultural change by talking about it. You do it by doing it. Do a project, be part of a project in which you feel like, wow, within 3 months, I was able to do something that otherwise within my corporate context would have taken me years. That feels like cultural change. That feels like a new type of pace.
Well, let me stay on that topic with you. So you said like it takes 3 months roughly to kind of like go from identification of the problem to do a POC. How long does it take a corporate like to learn that they're getting to this pace of 3 months? So what goes into this from your perspective, Fabian?
So typically corporations don't start this out themselves, but there are service providers out there like there are for accelerators and corporate CVC, etc., etc. So are there service partners that help them to initially set this up? What do you need for that? Actually, you need to be fast in finding startups. Get out of your accelerator logic where you tell the business unit, yeah, please wait for 3 months because then we're starting our new batch. And start having conversations with procurement, IT, etc., explaining to them why they are needed in this process. But when you do your first POCs, there's no need to like officialize everything yet. There's no need to develop infrastructure as if you were planning on running dozens of projects. Realistically, a corporation that starts a new unit starts with 5, maybe 10 of these projects in the first year. No.
Yeah. I like to give a comment to that. So we at Hubraum, as the interface between the startups and the corporate, I think with startups we could do it like in 6 weeks. And we started to do it in 6 weeks and we failed. So we learned the hard way that in the end we somehow need to adapt to the speed of our sponsor. Yeah. So if the sponsor needs 4 months, then it's better to do it in 4 months than repeatedly saying, hey, we could do it in two months. Yeah. So also like getting this, let me say, understanding at the startup. Yeah. So right. That's our learning. You can't beat the machine. You need to take the flow of the machine, and if it takes 4 months, it takes 4 months. Agreed. The longest period in the whole process at Deutsche Telekom is finding the laser-focused pain point and the sponsor and being clear about alignment of interest and what success is defined. That takes, I would say, 6 months, sometimes 9 months, and then another like maybe 6 months to recruit and onboard and trial and contract the startups. So that's also interesting that there's a long lead time before really things happen, but that makes sure that in the end things run smooth instead of like going back and forth and in limbo at the end.
Preparation is key, you know, also in innovation. So let's move on a little bit and talk about, you know, actually your job, right? You are running these venture units in very, very large corporations. Can you talk a bit about it? Let's start with you, Matthias. Like, what does it take to establish a group like this? You know, I'm sure you have a lot of internal pressures, also finding arguments like why are you doing what you're doing, budget constraints. Can you talk a little bit about like, what does it take to build a group like this, run it, and then also create the successes you have created?
So maybe from my experience at the consultancy where we built several venture clienting units at German OEMs is that, first of all, I would say it's crucial to have board support, right? That they back up your idea that you want to introduce venture cladding at the corporation. And this means also that the board maybe introduce venture cladding to the whole company, right? Making free marketing for you as a venture cladding. I think this is point number one. Then I would say it's also very crucial at the beginning to look for very strategically high relevant challenges where you actually can find good solutions in a very short time, which you then can use as lighthouse projects, because exactly what Fabian just said, it's very important to get kind of traction on the whole venture cladding process itself. Nothing is better than just make good marketing that you have successfully proven that this process works with good projects and that other colleagues reach out to you. So this, I would just say, to establish a unit at the beginning.
Thank you. Axel, can you maybe talk a bit about how do you then also partner with other groups within the corporation, other innovation groups, the strategy group you already spoke about? How does that partnership work with these other groups within the corporation?
As I mentioned before, it's like dancing with the business owners, schmoozing on a continuous basis, understanding what is the innovation roadmap, Horizon 1, Horizon 2, Horizon 3, and then in a sweet spot that it is not only like super short term, but rather like something between 18 to 24 months. That is where at Deutsche Telekom approaches together with startups fit well. And for this, identifying the relevant pain points. So especially also when new technologies come up, so AI, that kind of like is definitely something that helped us a lot to have a next iteration of additional pain points, working with startups, contracting startups to support our business units, and that's how it develops over time. What is not happening, or in a very, very few cases, is that someone comes and say, I have a problem, can we talk please? It's like a constant conversation that you need to keep up in the organization.
And let you one follow-up. How much of the things you are learning is actually of interest for your strategy teams? Because in my world, like at the beginning they were pushing back, but now they call me every other day because they know that we learned so much from the applications and working with the new technologies on the day-to-day.
So at Deutsche Telekom, for the corporate strategy team, it's interesting, but it's not as interesting as for our portfolio and product management. These are the ones who are really keen and also often apply for being mentors in our program, to get like this hands-on insight working with startups. But on a higher level for such a large corporate, it's limited.
Thank you. So we are at IFA here, so a lot of new technology and new products are getting introduced to consumers. So I guess we should also talk a bit about the future and what the trends are and what we believe the new technologies like AI, robotics, blockchain are going to drive, and what it also means for venture clienting and innovation overall. So I would love to go, maybe start with you, Fabian, and kind of like share a little bit with the group. What are you most excited about, and which sectors do you think will see a lot of change and a strong potential for venture clienting, given these technological advances?
It's so big. Like, short question into the audience: how many startups do you think get founded globally every year?
Any numbers?
We think at Glassdoor about 1.3 million. It's hard to argue with us because there's no concrete definition of what a startup is, but still gives you kind of an idea of like, what a jungle is out there. And I'm in a good position to see what's going on, but also I'm so far away from all of the projects that we're involved in that I wouldn't go too much into depth into now specific technologies. What I'm overall very excited about is we see a lot of established industry that is now moving, right? Like one big example of Volkswagen has not let go as like a single employee over the last centuries, and now they're letting go, I don't know, 5,000 or so was recently in the news. It's not about, yes, amazing, they're letting go people, but it just shows that these massive ships are starting to maneuver again and interested to move in different directions. And that typically always means an opportunity also to start new things. And what we, for example, see there is that a lot of the advancements in AI, as well as in the hardware around it, are enabling heaps in autonomous driving that we thought was going to be there 5 years ago already. So that's one area that we're deeply into and that I find very interesting. But to be honest, otherwise, like for us, our main focus and how and why most partners are newly coming to us is they're looking for ways to become much more economically effective, doing the same things that they're currently doing. It's really, there's so much pressure on cost cutting at this current moment that for many it's like, I don't care if this new material in 20 years might do something, but I'm very happy if this new sustainable material also saves me 10% of my material costs otherwise.
Thank you. Yeah, Matthias.
Maybe adding one thought to the whole business impact topic, because I think from my perspective, we haven't spent too much time on this topic yet, but we should, because as we started at BSDA Startup Kitchen, we had more like qualitative KPIs, right? How many POCs we did, with how many business units we interacted, with how many startups we have evaluated, right? But once you get at a certain maturity of your venture client unit, it's time to switch to more quantitative, financially driven business KPIs like cost savings and growth, revenue growth. Because this, at the end, the board is eager to know, right? What are you doing all day long and all year long? What is coming out of your startup collaborations you do, right? And this is what we focus on very much on a daily basis, starting with identifying the right challenges which can be scaled with the best solution in the long term. Maybe just, I know this was not your question, Philip, but
it was super important what you said.
No, but Fabian started the topic, so please.
I think it's super important because back in the days, innovation teams understood themselves as, I got to be the expert of robotics, AI, whatever, and I got to bring that into the organization. The truth is actually that the innovation is secondary, or the technology is secondary. The challenge or the business case is primary. When you look inside of like, how do these teams get their budgets? How do they argue? The first story that they tell is, hey, we've just proven that we can generate another 500 million in revenue next year, going down that opportunity. And in order to do that, we need technology X, Y, and Z. If they only talk about technology X, Y, and Z, as long as the board happy, as long as money is flowing, yes, it's cool and people are, yeah, fine, like you can wear your sneakers and like you can go around and do things there. But as soon as like as pressure is on, these kinds of stories just don't count anymore. Then it's really about translating concretely innovation into business, and business is money.
Yeah. Axel, any additional thoughts?
Innovation is invention and implementation. So if the second part of the equation is missing, implementation, that leads to business impact. It's just like, idling. Yeah. But coming back like to a question like future or a vision for corporate startup collaboration and exciting technologies. So my vision is that in a few years from now, units like Hubraum are not needed anymore because it's obvious that corporates and startups work together, and such great structured processes like venture clienting are simply there, scalable. And what makes me like confident is on one hand that there's so much going on in giving startup the visibility, maybe databases, maybe like studies and tools that you are building, that makes it easier and easier for corporates to find out where's a fit and whom to talk to. But on the other hand, also like, let's take AI technologies, it's much easier than to pre-select and match those collaborations and even like facilitate those collaborations, so that I really think like if the cultural aspect is further given and people understand and believe that it makes sense to work with startups and that all indicators go in that direction, then it will be just like a natural thing that things will happen. In terms of like the other aspect that makes me super confident for Germany is like that the pressure of innovation, especially in our German Mittelstand and especially in our manufacturing and more physical goods and hardware industry, is rising every second. And I think that especially also in these industries, venture clienting is a perfect match, because like we have a very well-defined laser-sharp pain point collection. And that is why I'm thinking that there's like a bright future for that.
Axel, you're closing us out here with a very important topic where we can have another 2-hour conversation about. But first off, a big round of applause for the panel, please. Thank you so much, and to you all of there, enjoy IFA, and hopefully see you next year.
Thank you all for these insights into the world of venture clienting. So we're gonna have a tiny break here and rearrange the stage, because around 4:15, in about 15 minutes, we're gonna have and see a battle. We're gonna see an exciting global pitch battle where the future of technology unfolds. Today, we're gonna see 5 groundbreaking sustainability startups that will compete head to head, so don't miss this opportunity. We're gonna see each other here back in around 15 minutes.
Welcome to the startup pitch stage. Welcome to the startup pitch battle. You're in the right place for a very exciting hour together. So what we are going to do today is have you decide. So your attention is really important. First of all, to have a better attention, you can get some headphones at the back. You will just hear the speakers a little bit better. Or we have a QR code, and through this QR code, you can have a German text translation, obviously powered by AI. My name is Matteo Cassese. I'll be your host today. I'm a business coach, but today I get sort of a vacation because you and the jury, which I will introduce in a second, will have to do all of the work. Now, since this is a busy fair, I am curious, who here has been walking a lot? Do you have a step counter? And could you check your step counter for me right now? Could you have a look at your step counter? Because I'm curious, how many of you are over 10,000 steps? Just give me a show of hands. How many here are over 15,000 steps? Oh yeah, people over 20,000 steps this morning. No, nobody, okay, so the threshold is, so IFA Berlin is worth at least 15,000 steps. Well, thank you for letting me know. So the stakes are really high today. The stakes are high because you get to decide which of these 5 startups goes in the grand finale on Tuesday. And whoever wins that finale gets a complimentary stand here at IFA in 2025 and gets a free trip to Austria, a free trip here, a free trip to Austria to visit one of the largest distributors of premium brands like GoPro and Marshall. So you have a big responsibility, and I'd like to sign a contract with you right now, but to sign a contract with you, naturally we cannot, pass it around, but just to hear it from you, that you understand the responsibility that you have today to decide who goes in the finale. So I would kindly ask you to say yes after my countdown if you understand the responsibility that is bestowed upon you. 3, 2, 1. Could we do better? 3, 2, 1. All right. Thank you very, very much. I want to introduce the organizer, the co-organizer of all of this, which is Factory Berlin. Factory Berlin is a network of innovators, is a network of startup founders, of entrepreneurs and advisors. And I want to especially point you to their events. If you want to check out their events, you can go to factory.berlin. Factory.network. Now, it's my pleasure to start introducing our fantastic jury, starting with Stephanie Koch. Stephanie Koch is an expert in hardware and software, and her focus is on sustainability and the circular economy. A big round of applause for Stephanie. You grab a mic, there you go, and they're on, don't worry. So, speaking of circular economy, speaking of sustainability, how will you judge the impact of these 5 projects? And that's a really hard job in 4 minutes.
Well, that's a tricky one. As everyone knows in the field, it's quite difficult to really judge the impact of a product or a service along all the different impact categories and also along the entire product life cycle. So what definitely I can do in 4 minutes is figure out, are there hints? Probably those startups will be in the field of sustainability, of circular economy. So there will be something in the business concept, and I will try to find out as much as possible about that and figure out what kind of hints are there, what impact categories do they solve, are they future-proof, is the concept really looking into that direction?
And it really takes an expert like you to judge all of that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a seat, and let me introduce Robert Kopka. He's the founder of StartMatch AI, and he's a mentor, and he's particularly an expert in grant applications, something really important for startups. Welcome back, Robert. How is it going?
Good, thanks.
Good. So welcome back. Yeah, another important criteria is what is the business feasibility and what is the business outlook for these companies. How do you judge that in these 4 short minutes of pitch?
It will be tricky, but I'm looking for a business model that really can work because I think we need innovation that is also feasible from a business perspective, because otherwise we will not adapt it on a global scale, and that's really important.
Right, the global scale is a big component of that. Thank you so much. Please have a seat and let me welcome Stephanie Trappel. And she's an expert in launching premium brands in the consumer electronics space. And she's going to be here. Round of applause for her, please. Welcome back as well. Grab a microphone. So I wanted to talk about innovation with you as you're an expert in this. So obviously every project that comes here to IFA is innovative. What is the extra edge that we're looking for?
I mean, by no ways I'm an expert in innovation, right? You can't be an expert there. But I think it's a trade-off between disruptiveness of an idea, but as well as a combination of feasibility. So you can't only be disruptive without looking at feasibility. So.
Absolutely. And yeah, it's really hard to be an expert in something that doesn't exist, right? But these are the challenges of working in entrepreneurship. Now, I want to go to the criteria that we have to judge, because I want to involve you as well in these criteria. If we can go to the next slide, because we are not going to just judge them on the positive impact, not just on the innovation and not just on the business impact, but we also want to understand what is the team problem fit. So do you want to comment on that maybe? How do we judge the team problem fit in just a short time, and how crucial it is in terms of a startup success?
I mean, coming from a hardware development background, it's always very important, specifically to start, to have the right team for the kind of problems you try to solve. So that would be something to look into. Are the key roles, the key responsibilities defined and there to really lay the groundwork for a successful product?
And the hardware cycle, it's longer, it's more complicated, it's more treacherous, and we'll have some hardware projects that will tickle you, certainly. All right, so the format that we're going to have is 4-minute pitches, and I will be very strict with time. So I'm just going to jump on stage if you go over 4 minutes. Then we'll have 4 minutes of Q&A with our judges. In the meantime, our judges will go through these elements and give a vote of 1 to 5, and then at the end they will come together, they will huddle together and decide if there is unanimous consensus, or tell us what they think on a scale of 1 to 5 on all these elements for the different startups. All right, the theme for today, next slide please, is sustainability. And before I leave the stage, I know you're here for the startups, I have a little love letter for our startups. They need to come here on stage, but they need to be great entrepreneurs. How can they be also great at interacting with you? How can they be extra clear for you? I believe we all need to do 3 things. The first thing is resonate. Engage with the audience, say hello, get their acknowledgement, ask them questions. If we start just simply by a smile, we'll engage the hearts of our audience. So first thing, resonate. When you start resonating, when you start giving something to the audience will give you something back. And that energy compounds and compounds. The second thing that I want you to do is to elevate your audience. Elevate them and bring them to a different level. Every time I'm speaking in front of an audience, I'm thinking, these people know more than me. And if ever I thought they didn't, I would just compliment them for a second or give them a responsibility. And that allows us to raise the stakes, because it's really important then to articulate very clearly what we need to say.
And to articulate what we need to say, we need to start from the big problem, from the burning fire. And once that fire, that problem has been defined, only then we can start talking about the solution that we have for that problem. I strongly believe that if we start by resonating, elevate the audience and the stakes, and then articulate, we can all do a great job, be very clear, and be a little bit better at expressing our ideas, and therefore be together a better entrepreneur. Now, it's time to hear from our startup founders. I want to introduce a company, a project that wants to fix something that I think is preventing a lot of us from joining green mobility, and that is charging of electric vehicles. And it's my pleasure to introduce Unseo Park from EVAR, the overseas sales manager of the company. Welcome to the stage. A big round of applause. Takes courage to be the first one. This is your mic. And this is your clicker for the slides. If you, no, with this one, the big play, and that one is your enemy. 4 minutes. All right. Take it away. You're going to do great. Yeah, it's always on. They are geniuses.
Hello, this is Scarlett from EVAR, and it's so nervous. So many people here. Okay, so the global EV electric vehicle market is currently experiencing a chasm, a demand slowdown. But how can we overcome this situation? So the perception change or okay, so EVAR believes okay.
Let's advance to the next slide. I know a little bit the presentation. Let's see. Does it go? Okay. This is the problem, right?
Okay. Let me introduce our company first. So EVAR was established in 2018, and we are selected by Samsung Electronics C-Labs assignment. So that means most of our C-levels are Samsung Electronics. So we acknowledged by okay. There are, oh my God. So let me go to this part. So this is shortage issue of charging station, lack of charging station. So there are two reasons. So first, dedicated parking space and limited electricity. So when we park electric vehicle somewhere, it's really hard to find the electric vehicle charging station. And also, if you want to insert charger inside the building, we have to consider limitation electricity. That's why EVAR focuses on sustainable charging infrastructure expansion. So this is our product lineup. ESS mounted mobile EV charger and power sharing smart charger. So ESS means energy storage system. So you don't have to go charging station. So with car type, vehicle mount type, autonomous robot type, we can give a charging solution anywhere, any place you want to. And then there are another section here. So power sharing smart charger. Normally, to insert charger, we have to insert grid on each charger. But our charger is different. Just on a single grid, we can insert maximum 5 chargers. That means we can cost save up a lot, up to 80%. And we also have AC and DC chargers. So main feature is expansion of charging area and cost saving. So this is our latest model, Ace Pro Plus. So with PLC modem, like power line communication, charger can digital communicate between car, vehicle, and charger. So charger can give efficient charging to car, and car gives back battery information. So we've secured the top #1 market share in South Korea for 2 years, 2022 and 2023. So we've got 20% of market share. And this one is our DC charger. So if you are interested in our charger, then you can visit our booth. It's over there. So this one is car type, and this one is van mounted charger. So we can go, if the car stopped on the road, then you can go any place you want. So this is robot. And as I mentioned before, we ensured production stability. Oh,
Thank you so much. A big round of applause, please. Unfortunately, time is always against us.
Oh, can I say the last thing? So
okay.
We are not just manufacturer of electric vehicle. We are turnkey solution for EV charging.
Right.
Thank you.
Very well said. Very well said. Let's jump to the jury. Can I call you Steph? So we can have a yeah. So Steph, any question?
First of all, thank you for your presentation. One question I would have is on the mobile charging solutions, where does the energy come from, and how is a little bit the infrastructure behind that? So where are those charged, and then what are perhaps distances those need to travel to go to remote areas?
We have to, like, someplace we have to charge the battery someplace. But for example, van mounted charger, there are charger inside, so we can go like when VMC goes somewhere, then they do not need the battery charging. So yes. So is it sufficient?
We have to move on to the next question because
Yes.
of time. Unfortunately,
Yes.
I need to be a little bit pressing here. So Robert, please.
You showed some impressive numbers with a 20% market share in Korea. What about the international expansion? Are you already in other markets? Are there any plans, and how are you going about that?
Oh, we are trying to expand market into global, and VMC we've exported to Canada for 3 units, and the DC charger we exported Belgium for 1 unit. So we are check the status like as of today. Thank you.
Stephanie, over to you.
Thanks. Super interesting thing you're presenting. I myself drive an electric vehicle, and I know it too often that I don't find a charging station. So my question is the following, right? How do I find a mobile charging station, or does the mobile charging station find me?
So normally there is a CPO, charging point operator. So with CPO, we also give application for CSMS, charging station management system. So you can check your application where the mobile charger is located, and then the location or charging status you can check via your app through your.
Sorry, quick follow-up question if I might.
Sure.
So the placement of the mobile charging station is then basically a gap you see in the network that you're trying to map and close?
We are developing that the process for checking the location. Yeah.
Wonderful. In order to be fair with time, since we gave a little bit more time for the pitch, we are cutting the Q&A a little bit short. Nerves are a thing that needs to be reckoned with on stage. We all have them. I have them as well. So you're not alone. You did a great job. And so thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I will take this from you. And it is my pleasure to introduce the next project. Thanks. Always nice to start with a good applause. For the next startup, we are talking about solar panels, but these solar panels they are not in the usual place. What is going on? Here is Fabián de la Fuente, founder of Soler. Yes, let's shake hands. A warm applause for you, and let's start. Your slides are going to go on stage.
Thank you very much.
And that is your timer over there. That's what you're looking at.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
So, I'm Fabián de la Fuente. I'm not so hard. Okay, who here remembers the solar calculator? Those calculators that you never had to change or charge the batteries. If you find one right now, they just work, right? And why can't we use the same technology on every other battery-driven device, like sensors, cell phones, tablets, even electric vehicles? The reason is we needed new technology to do that, and new materials. At Soler, we did that. And what we come to is that we are reducing the waste of batteries, because now we just need a little storage in the devices to store the energy that every device produces. Whoever is familiar with this term, energy conversion efficiency, if you're familiar with that term, you're going to be impressed. Our solar cells have 35% energy conversion efficiency. It's a very, very big number. So my name is Fabián de la Fuente. I have over 100 patents, and I'm an inventor, and this is my latest startup. I already have 6 exits under my belt. So it's really interesting. So our solution, previous solutions, solar panels are expensive, and they produce lots of pollution at the manufacturing site. What if I can tell you that our solution is very affordable, it's high performance, and has a simpler value chain, and it's cleaner, the production. And it's very environmentally friendly. We have studies to confirm all this. Who are our customers? Our customers are basically everybody that is here that has a device that has a battery. Any battery-driven device, it's our customers. We are already talking with big companies like Amazon Lab 126, Samsung, Sony, and the likes, to implement that into many different devices. For example, you may have a wireless camera in your home, and that wireless camera needs power. And you need to charge that wireless camera every time. So with our solution, we just integrate that at the manufacturing site, and it works. Now, our final goal is to create a film that you will be able to wrap around an electric vehicle, a window, or a building facade, and collect solar energy from it. In order to get there, it was a very challenging project. We had to hire 16 scientists, work with 5 different universities around the world to do that. So we created a roadmap where we first created a solar ink, which now we are selling it to Honda Motors in Japan. They are creating the first solar electric vehicle, fully functional. There's some that doesn't really do the trick. In the next 8 to 10 years. After that, we created the solar cell that you can see in our booth there. And then we are going to do it flexible, and then we are going to have the big film that we are going to do. We have some competitors, different technologies. We are perovskite. There's other technologies that like DSSC, gallium arsenide, that's what they put on the satellites. Financial stuff. We have 2 revenue streams, create the PV modules, and our team, which is fantastic team of people. We have won over 100 awards. We have investors. Hollywood from Labs is one of our investors. Intellectual property, 44 patents. A great team, award-winning team, more than 16 scientists. We have raised $9 million. We are raising $13 million. 9 million of those on grants. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Okay, we use exactly the same time, so I feel that it's totally fair. Thanks for the presentation. Who wants to go first? Go ahead, Steph.
Thank you for your presentation. Very impressive. Actually, I have plenty of questions, but I will focus on basically sustainability. So you mentioned that it's way less expensive to produce your solar cells. How about impact in terms of CO2 production, water, and so on?
It is incredible because we have 40% less pollution on that side. But on the other side, in about 10 years, we are going to be producing every year products that are going to remove 1 megaton of CO2. Just to give that in context, for example, Canada has pledged, I'm from Canada, 4 megatons per year. So we are doing one of those. Apple has pledged 10 megatons per year. So it's good, it's huge.
So when I understood correctly, then the business model is based on royalty or license fees, and you already have a lot of customers like Honda, you said. Why do you still need so much money or investment?
That's a really good point. So basically, we first need to create the demand for the product because people don't know this exists. So when we approach a big company like Samsung, hey guys, this exists, and they have under their roadmap to introduce solar in their products. That way they don't need to charge or change the batteries, right? So the way we do it is we propose a licensing. We already have one customer that already paid a license, and basically they start all the manufacturing, and they just give us royalties. They have to buy the special ink that we make to do this process, and we have many companies aligned on that end, and we already have one manufacturing facility.
Stephanie?
I have to admit, at the moment, I'm speechless.
Well, that's the result of a really successful pitch.
Perhaps.
So are you gonna invest now?
May I use this name similarity and you have another question? What is the lifetime of your panels or ink or product in general?
That's a very, very good question. When we started this project 4 years ago, the lifetime was hours. It was ridiculous. But now it is 10 to 20 years. Some of our scientists say 10 and some say 20. So I have to stick with 10. We have done some aging tests and that's how we do it.
We have time for one last question.
And you're saying you can really charge an EV just with this foil?
It's a little bit more complicated. So it's not just like throw a couple of solar panels in a Tesla and it's going to work. No, it's not going to work. So basically, when you have a solar cell that is constantly recharging the battery, the weight of the battery, you reduce the weight of the battery 90% because you just need a smaller battery. If you reduce the weight of the battery, now your powertrain needs to change for a smaller one. And if you reduce the weight and everything, and you have a better energy distribution system, you can do it. But not right now.
Okay, it's the right direction at least.
Yes,
we're going directionally in the right place.
Okay, and I always like to end this conversation saying, imagine, and remember this, 10 years from now, you will never need to connect your device to the wall. It's going to generate its own electricity. Trust me on that one. Everybody's working to that direction.
All right, we'll trust you on that. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very, very much. We are staying on topic. Are you tracking? You know, these pitches are complicated to follow. Are you tracking? You signed a contract with me before, right? And you also have these criteria in mind, right? Okay, so for the next project, we are going at the manufacturing of electricity in sustainable solar and wind generation plants. It is my pleasure to welcome to the stage the CEO of IDB, Bo Kyang Min. Welcome. You get our kit. This is the clicker, this is the advance. You have a timer over there. That's the only problem you have. This is the audience, that's the timer.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. Welcome everyone. Let me start my pitch. I'm Bernard Bean of IDB CEO. I will introduce Practical AI, AI with the Edge solution for the future of energy asset management. Our renewable energy customers strive to make data-driven decision making in maximizing the value of our energy asset. Our customers have a challenge for energy asset management for their profitable business. As time progresses, their energy method deteriorate, leading to operational efficiency and energy productivity. So our customers need AI-powered asset management for proper action on time. As appropriate measurements are taken immediately in response to asset condition, the profitability of energy supply will also decline. The high-cost system integration and long development time make it difficult decision for customers adopting AI in the field. But IDB drastically reduced the both cost and implementation time, making adoption easier. Product Group offers the following key features. The first, detect anomaly in real time and predict potential issue in energy asset. Second, it is a no-code platform setting up AI-based detection scenario very easily. Third, alert to dashboard and mobile app and third-party application to control the system is very powerful. Our product line is very three category, and AI with the Edge, as a server, and kiosk type is for the purpose of required data processing capability. AI with the Edge has robust long-range wireless connectivity. It covers 50 kilometers far from the energy asset. AI Edge has its on-device functionality supporting self-learning mode upon installation is to improve AI model performance. IDB has proven AIoT technology and business expertise in manufacturing. It is equally applied for the renewable energy industry. It providing reliability to customer. So adapting AI for customer improve the productivity of time of an energy asset and the profitability. Let me highlight the competitiveness. The customer can select necessary AI service, and it is autonomously detects many anomaly detections function. Our sales target, domestic target is $20 million to 2026. And international market, we are expanding our R&D global project and business expansion to Singapore and UK first, and next to Europe. We are aimed to contribute to the global carbon neutrality and climate change response. Thank you for listening.
Very much. Now I hand it over to you. We are in the weeds of energy production.
I would have a question for the business model. Are you renting the devices, or are you selling the devices, or how does it work with your customers?
Pardon?
Are you renting the devices to your customers, or are you selling the devices? What's the business model?
Selling the device. Because we have very expensive SI software customization of the project, but it is not good for the ROI. So we implement our software into the AI Edge box, so we can sell the product in domestic and export market.
I've got another question. The training of AI consumes a lot of energy, and as you have AI devices and you're also a very responsible company, how does it work? Are you producing your own energy for that? And how do you compensate for the lot of the energy that you use for the training of your models?
Usually we're using continuous model and federate, and it is self-learning mode, and we relearning model inside. So we calculated what is the best, what is the performance, and calculated and compared, and then improve the performance inside the edge box.
I might have missed it in your presentation, but you say your solution is very much focused on renewable energy production. Is that your choice? Is that limited by the technology you have developed? Or would it be theoretically be open to other energy production as well? So is it really your responsibility as a company to focus on the customer who are basically manufacturing renewable energy?
Basically, we started from the manufacturing the business, but we collected many kinds of data from the manufacturing data. It's very similar, and it is wind power, the solar power. We first design in the inverter or many kinds of electricity data. So we started a UK company this year.
Thanks very much for your presentation. What is your plans on extending your offering or scaling the business beyond the assortment, the core offering that you're having now? Do you see any future in certain different product directions?
Different products, sir?
In what direction do you feel that the company is going forwards in the next years in terms of product line?
Product line?
Yeah.
Yes.
That it.
Our product line is high-performance GPU-based AI edge because we collected the sensor data and video stream. But many kinds of energy sensor data is machine learning enough. So we are focusing on the embedded system, very low cost and tiny OS embedded system edge box. So we can sell all of the device, so many customers. We can respond to that.
All right, we have time for one quick last question.
One quick question, because team problem fit is one of the criteria. So
Yeah.
how big is your team? Perhaps you could say a little bit about that one and your company's team, yeah.
Yes, 15 engineers, and the most one person, except one person, all of the engineer is 14 engineers.
All right, thank you very much. Another round of applause for you.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Right, so we are in the same field, but in a different part of the energy production for our next project. And they're going to introduce their operating system for energy management and carbon accounting. I'm talking about Korea Green Data, and I have the pleasure of welcoming John Lee to the stage. Warm round of applause. Welcome. Okay, you know the drill by now. Yeah. The slides are going to appear in a second for you, and you can always preview them there. And unfortunately, you also have only 4 minutes.
All right.
All right.
Okay.
Take it away. Thank you.
Hi, my name is John, CEO and founder of Korea Green Data. This is my third startup. We are creating the world's first Gen AI-based energy platform. Nowadays, the Earth's temperatures keep increasing due to the climate change. They're saying that this summer is the coolest summer we have ever experienced in the future. There's a lot of the cost on the climate change, but I think the carbon emission is the most important thing. What do you think to solve this problem? Maybe many people think about the solar panel or ride EV. I don't think both is not suitable solution. The most important thing is reduce energy consumption. At this moment, energy management system market keep rapidly growing. By the 2033, The market size is around 200 billion. But I couldn't find any suitable solution, any good solution so far. Why is that? Look at this solution. What do you think? You guys get any insight from this solution? Or you can get any energy saving? No, right? To solve this, we just make a green OS for past 3 years. Green OS has optimized UX/UI design. Each card automatically determines what kind of data. And depending on what kind of customer, it can drive what kind of the beneficial to display. For example, the customer is a logistic warehouse. We analyze based on the warehouse temperature. For example, the other thing is if the customer is a factory, we just energy analyze based on the equipment line. And on-site solutions such as peak shaving or ESS charge-discharge optimization, and even the virtual simulation like a digital twin simulation also possible. This is Gen AI report. Customer can generate any kind of content or format, whatever they propose. This Gen AI report already developed and integrated into Samsung SmartThings Pro. They will release on this October. I think that I had so many complaints because still someone continue monitoring and derive insight from it. So that's why we just make our AI chatbot Greenie. From now on, you can ask anything to chatbot Greenie. So you guys can tariff information or the energy analysis. Even you can create a card with the chatbot. This is the we'll announce the next March in 2025 in the United States. In PG&E and SC and SDG customer can use this. The biggest difference is this covered all the residence customer as well. So I hope in European customer we use new version of GreenOS. Our solution have implemented so many sites in Korea and Japan. Most of the average, they reduced 13% energy saving. From this year, our AI capability have been recognized. We just work with top-tier global company like Samsung and Hyundai and LS. This is our technical roadmap. After we launched our solution, we're rapidly growing. I think we'll make a break-even point within 1 year. We are still a small startup. We are only 11 people. And we just finished the seed round until so far with a fundraising around $1.5 million. So this planet you guys are living on is not, we do not inherit from our ancestors, right? We just borrow from children. So please join us and let us make together this planet more better for our next generation. Thank you.
Congratulations. What are your questions, dear jury? This was a roller coaster.
Yeah. First of all, thank you for the presentation. One question I do have, first of all, I'm also excited because we all know when it comes to sustainability goals, data is super important. One thing is more out of interest. So do I understand correctly, the data comes from your customers, and then is there also, it is already a really good product to be able to create reporting using generative AI out of that. I think that is one of the features of your product.
Yes.
But are customers also able to basically steer, for instance, their manufacturing? So is there like a back channel? Or is it first of all the idea of the product to visualize and make data visible, make insights possible, and generate reportings out of that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So what is it?
The question is it already possible to use the data also to manage, for instance, production sites, or would that be a next step, for instance?
After next step?
Of your product?
Yeah, so we can collect for manufacturing site. Actually, we can collect from their MES system or some BOS system, BankNet system, where we can collect all the data and analyze and generate any report for their convenient. Yeah.
All right. So this is the first step is done. The next step is not yet there. So based on that data to automatically manage the plant. Yeah. Okay, right.
Based on the chart that you showed, the revenue is staying the same from 2024 to 2026. Is there a reason, or are you still going to the other markets afterwards, or why is it increasing after that?
Oh, because we are a small startup. So one thing is many customers, they hesitate to use small startup product. So why we calculate this? First, we just to make our API, provide API to the big corporation like Samsung LS. So that's why we just some revenue looks like some slow. But after we launched our solution in the United States, I hope there's really increasing. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation. If I understood correctly, your business model currently is only B2B faced.
Until so far, the B2B things, the animation is a little bit launched in the United States. This is a B2C. It's the e-commerce on the B2C as well.
Quick follow-up question to that. If it's faced B2C, how do you manage your data collection? Is there a product that you will bring to market?
No, we don't make hardware. In the United States, you guys maybe know that Green Button Alliance. So PG&E and SDG-SC, they have a green button format. We already implemented with their format. So share my data with the US customer can share my data only one click. We can get the data from them in the 15-minute interval. So it's okay. So yeah.
What about the European market? Any plans coming to Europe?
Oh, what's that?
What about the European market?
That's why I'm here, because there's a European market I think is really good, because European people is really think about the environmental issues. So that's why I'm here. But that's why I just want to work with any utility company in European country, or any smart home appliances company like this, like Samsung. Yeah.
Right, so we wish you best of luck here with everything. Thank you so much again for your presentation. I will take this from you, and an applause. There you go. There you go. So we've been in the energy sector for the past 40 minutes. Thank you for hanging on there. And now we move to a hardware solution for road safety. It's my pleasure to introduce the CEO of Move a Wheel, Min-Hyun Kim. Sorry. There you go. You're welcome to the stage. This is your clicker. That is your timer.
Hello everyone. I am Min-Hyun Kim and CEO of Move a Wheel. Can you spot the life-threatening hazard in this picture? It looks beautiful and it takes from Germany. However, there are invisible killer. These numbers show casualties caused by black ice and flooding. Do you know black ice? Black ice is a transparent, thin-coated ice on the road, and it's invisible, so it is called invisible killer. Black ice is a very big social problem. To solve this problem, people think about camera, radar, and LiDAR. However, they cannot detect black ice or water because the electromagnetic wave they are used goes through the ice and goes through the water. However, our EasyWay sensor can detect black ice or transparent material, as well as more than 20 different types of road surfaces with an accuracy over 97%. And this road surface can be distinguished by our sensor accurately. So how can our sensor distinguish this road surface? That is sound wave and AI. Imagine yourself speaking directly to the wall and speaking directly to the sponge. Even if you say the same tone, you will hear different tones of your voice. Furthermore, the sound wave can be reflected from ice and from water. That's how our sensor can distinguish the road surfaces accurately. Our EasyWay infrared sensor can be installed like road lamp, and our sensor can monitor the road surface 24/7 in real time. When the ice condition detected, then our sensor can automatically control the de-icing systems. For POC, we installed our EasyWay infrared sensor on 20 different sites in South Korea. And we reduced lots of car accidents caused by black ice or water. And most important thing is that the death rate have gone down to 0. To scale up, we are developing mobility sensor. Our sensor can be installed on the vehicle. Then our sensor can gathering wide range of the road data while vehicle is moving. That is EasyWay mobility sensor. We mobile attract lots of attention from vehicle companies because our sensor can be used as a previous sensor to vehicle control. Hyundai, BMW, Audi. To do all of this, we finally built our R&D center to develop and manufacture our EasyWay brand sensor. And our sales grows exponentially, and we will grow exponentially. Until now, we successfully secured 700,000 euros in investment to date, and we are aiming to raise Series A round to raise 4 million euros. Our company name is Mobile, Move or Will, and mobile also means mobile, freedom of mobility. I hope everyone with us move freely and safely, just like people in this picture. Thank you.
Thank you very, very, very much. All right, time for you to grill our kind guest here.
Again, thank you also for your presentation. I definitely get the point about road safety and to protect people's life. Since today is focused on sustainability, I would be interested, how do you see, what's the sustainability aspect of your solution, if you could elaborate that a bit?
Actually, to remove the ice load, ice is snow or ice condition, there are de-icing systems like heat wires or salt brine water sprayer. However, the heat wire uses lots of energy. So using our system, we can efficiently use heat wire system. And also we can save the human's lives.
That's pretty sustainable.
A follow-up question to Steph's question. All right. How do you measure this impact of using, for example, those heat wires only sectionally?
Impact?
Yeah, how you will measure the sustainability impact?
Yes, right. Actually, in Seoul, South Korea, the salt is really a lot of salt is used to reduce the car accidents when in winter. However, using our system, we can reduce the salt uses around 70%.
On one of the charts, you showed the price for the sensor. I think it's $49 or something. Why is it so much cheaper than the others on the slides? They were $500 and so. How can you do that?
Actually, the vehicle parking sensor is around $1. We are using similar sensor, so that's why we can sell very low price. We can sell very low price.
And how many have you already installed?
Yes, 20 sensor in South Korea. And I hope meet many automakers from here.
So how far are they? So the companies you mentioned, BMW, Audi, are they already testing that as a proof of concept?
Actually, we got a contact point. After we developing our mobility sensor, then I will contact them to have a POC with vehicle company.
You could also go to companies like Bosch or Continental.
Yes, right.
That could also be a good entry point for you for the European market, for example.
Thank you for your comments.
Wonderful. Any other questions? Then we're all set. Thank you very, very
Thank
much.
you so much.
It's been such a pleasure to have you on stage. Now, I would love for you, oh, thank you. I would love for you to reflect for a second about what you've seen today, but we need to give the jury a moment of time for them to decide. So I'm going to tell you 3 stories with 1 moral. If we could go to the next slide. So 3 stories with 1 moral. I want to introduce you to Alice Hamilton. Alice Hamilton is a scientist. In 1925, she publicly explained and demonstrated the risks connected with having lead in gasoline. In 2011, we know that most countries eliminated lead from gasoline. It took 86 years for her message, her scientific message, to reach mass adoption. And we know that, for instance, the United States in the 80s and the 90s started banning fuel with lead. But even in that period that they didn't act, that caused toxic levels of lead in the child population of the United States for 68 million children. When a scientist starts saying something that goes against the industry, what happens is that the industry starts lobbying, starts smear campaigns, started PR campaigns. And there's been countless other scientists that have talked about this. And finally, we are almost 100 years later receiving the message. I have another thing that I want to tell you. I want to talk to you about Sherry Rowland and Mario Molina. You don't know the names of these people, but you know about the ozone layer. In 1974, they spoke up about the ozone layer. The fact that if we didn't act, it would be impossible for us to go out in the sunlight. It took them 13 years to get to the Montreal Protocol, and in those 13 years, they also had to endure a smear campaign, PR campaign, lobbying from the industry, telling them that they were wrong. They are so right that in 2024, every year the ozone layer forms and reduces, and now it's smaller than it's ever been. The last person I want to introduce you to is James Hansen. He's the spokesperson for climate change. In 1988, he's famously been in front of Congress and talked publicly to policymakers about climate change. We've known about a connection between CO2 and temperature increase, first theoretically from 1896. And it took us until 1988 to bring this scientific information to a policy level. So my message for you is very simple. If you have a scientist, a chemist, a biologist, an engineer in your life, ask them, what are they worried about? What are they concerned about today? What is something that they're passionate about today? Because they might hold the key to our future. Thank you. Now I hope I gave you enough time. We hear from them, and now we hear from you. There's your voting, but what is your opinion?
We do have a winner, and so we all discussed a little bit about the different companies. They are all very interesting, but we had to come up with one winner, and the winner in our case is Solaris.
Oh, wow. Fabian, congratulations. You go to the final on, oh, sorry, no, we have to let them vote. No, my bad. Now, with a show of hands, I would like to hear, with a show of hands for each single product. So I'll give you a reminder. The EVAR was the solution about electric vehicles, plugging them with even a mobile electric charger that would come to you. Show of hands, who votes for EVAR? All right. Then we have for Solar Enterprise, Fabian, the new solar panel that doesn't even need the sun to function. How many? So I'm going to count this side and 8 on this side. Do we have a count for this other side? No. Then 9, 10, 11. Okay, we have 11 here. And then for IDB, the smart way to manage wind and solar energy production. Who is voting for IDB? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, winning right now. Then for Korea Green Data, the new operating system for better energy management and carbon accounting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And for Move a Wheel, the smart sensor that saves lives on the road. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All right, we have a winner. It's IDB. The smart way to manage the wind and solar energy production plants goes to our semi-final. I want to thank you all very much. I want to thank the jury very much. I want to thank everybody who sits behind that black curtain, who has done such an excellent job juggling all of these different slides, presentations, a bunch of different microphones. The stage ends here for today. Appointment tomorrow, I think at 10. The stage continues, and this competition continues Tuesday. There's a final. Tomorrow, there's another round starting at 4:15. Thank you so much. On time, incredible.